Multidimensional war between the United States and China. Alfredo Jalife rahme. Introduction. 1 G20 in Hangzhou, double crisis of the global economy and China with Obama. 2 Geoeconomic Emperor Xi Jinping is 15 years ahead. 3 Trump labels Russia and China strategic rivals. 4 Geopolitical confrontation between the United States and China over lithium, riots in Chile and a coup in Bolivia. 5 Weakened and lagging behind, the United States seeks to break the alliance of Russia and China. 6 Carter gives Trump the secret of Chinese success, does not waste any cent on wars. I trade war between China and the United States. 1 Deaths from ATP and NAFTA, rise of the Chinese RCEP, the largest global trade agreement. 2 Trump's militarization of trade, economic nationalism and national security. 3 The failure of Trump's global trade war. 4 China with 129 companies surpasses the United States with 121, Fortune 500 global ranking. 5 Soros tries to torpedo a Trump trade deal with China. 6 15 RCEP. The world's largest geoeconomic bloc led by China, without the United States or India. 2 Geofinancial war. 1 The weak paradoxical fortress of the United States post-hegemony, its superdollar. 2 The militarization of the dollar and the geoeconomic impacts of the United States vs. China. 3 Historic launch of sovereign bonds in UN by Russia, let the dollar tremble. 4 Will China opt for its financial nuclear option in the face of Trump's war? 5 End of the era of the hegemonic dollar, according to Stephen Roach. 3 Technological war. 1 Trump visits China, next global leader in artificial intelligence in 2030. 2 Geostrategic significance of the Chinese moon landing. 3 New arms race of 5G between the United States and China, where Huawei leads. 4 China surpasses the United States in the blockchain technology race. What are you doing, United States? 5 The new era of quantum computing, the technological race of the United States and China. 6 United States vs. China, trade truce, technological war, and new front in the Arctic. 7 Democrats and Republicans merge in Munich vs. China and Huawei's 5G. 8 Digital currency war, Facebook vs. China. 9 The new technological bipolarity, United States vs. China/Russia. 10 U.S. semiconductor war against China. 4 Nationalist vaccine war. 1 China accuses the United States of having planted COVID-19 in Wuhan. The United States summons the ambassador. 2 Putin congratulates China on its global health Silk Road and foreign affairs worries about the United States. 3 Trump turns to China for his war vs. COVID-19. 4 U.S. drug war against China. 5 Nationalist vaccine war, West against China. 6 Does Russia win the geopolitical war of COVID-19 vaccines? 7 Sputnik moment and Putin moment, world's first Russian vaccine against COVID-19. 8 WHO and Microsoft sabotage of the Russian Sputnik V vaccine. 9 The Russian Sputnik V vaccine is underway, while the United States accelerates its electoral vaccine. 10 Mega scandal, Bill Gates' polio vaccine was harmful in Africa. 11 AstraZeneca, trapped between its iatrogenes and its stock market games. 12 The fall of the British AstraZeneca vaccine leaves the way for Russian and Chinese vaccines. 13 Second serious setback for the British AstraZeneca vaccine. 14 Regional balkanization of vaccines by the United States and Great Britain. 15 The obscene securitization of Anglo-Saxon vaccines. Regional wars of the United States vs. China. 1 The South China Sea. A. Beijing criticizes Obama for creating a second Middle East in the South China Sea. B. Geopolitical tsunami in the South China Sea, Philippines abandons the United States for China. 2 Indo-Pacific region. A. Incredible inclusion of India and Pakistan in the Shanghai Group led by China and Russia. B. US-India alliance against China, what will Russia do? C. Geoeconomic clash of Trump and the Mandarin Xi, Indo-Pacific vs. RCEP. D. The Pentagon's priority is the Indo-Pacific region to surround China. 3. Litigation between the two Koreas. A. Kissinger incites attempting nuclear strike against North Korea. B. Dirty secret, the United States was the first to place nuclear weapons on the Korean Peninsula. C. Pacification of the Korean Peninsula, demilitarization with geoeconomic primacy. D. Toughening of the United States against North Korea. E. Trump vs. Kim Jong-un, the stupid nuclear war and the madman theory. F. North Korea and South Korea dialogue, Trump, marginalized. Winter Olympic spirit. G. Kim Jong-un's sister invites South Korean President Moon to North Korea. H. Trump's negotiations with the indomitable North Korea collapse. 4. Taiwan. A. Trump challenges China, threatening tweets and reckless call to Taiwan. B. China is preparing for a war against Taiwan and/or Trump. C. Visit of the U.S. Secretary of Health to Taiwan, dangerous challenge against China. 5. Europe. A. Germany is moving away from the United States and closer to China, and Russia. B. Macron proclaims the end of Western hegemony and reconciliation with Russia. C. The European Union and the Sinatra Doctrine between the United States and China. Saw. The Chinese New Silk Road Project. 1. Asia's tectonic plates shake, Kim in Russia and Silk Road Summit in Beijing. 2. Mandarin Xi seduces Italy and resurrects Marco Polo. 3. Did the Mandarin collapse the European Union's trade Maginot Wall? 4. Russia and China promote the Arctic Silk Road and cede the United States. 5. Russia positions itself in the Arctic with the support of China and the hostility of the United States and the United Kingdom. 6. U.S. denies climate change and exasperates Arctic Council at Finland meeting. 7. The strategy of China and Russia in the Arctic, according to the Pentagon. 8. Is Trump looking to buy Greenland to contain Russia and China in the Arctic? 9. Trump's purchase of Greenland was no joke, he cancels his visit to the Kingdom of Denmark. 7. Military war and arms race. 1. Military war. A. The Economist predisposes the United States to the next war against Russia and China. B. Ominous Pentagon report evokes a total war vs. China and Russia. C. Marked hostility of the United States national intelligence against Russia and China. D. Rand War Games 2019, Russia and China defeat the United States in a Third World War. E. Cunningham refutes Rand's war game about Russia's triumph. China vs. USA. F. United States National Defense Commission defines Russia and China as global competitors. G. Trump calls for a nuclear G3 of the United States with China and Russia. H. Putin calls for a global concert of countries and seeks to improve the Chinese defense system. I. Russian/Chinese/Iranian military exercises in the Gulf of Oman, entry of the Strait of Hormuz. J. Trump admits the new Tripola order of the United States/Russia/China in the nuclear field. K. China launches 2 killer missiles from aircraft carriers as a warning to the United States, according to the New York Times. L. The Space Force, the 6th branch of the United States Army to subdue Russia and China. 2. Arms race. A. If you want peace, prepare for nuclear war, Trump vs. Russia and China. B. Vladimir Putin raises Trump's nuclear challenge, New World Order or game without rules. C. The United States explores China's nuclear escalation, in the event of a conventional war. D. Trump responds to Russia and China with his new Star Wars. E. Avant-garde, the Russian hypersonic missile disrupted the geostrategic coordinates. F. Trump withdraws from the INF Treaty, the doomsday clock, 2 minutes to midnight. G. Trump intensifies the arms race with the Missile Defense Review. H. Russian anguish over Trump's suspension of the INF, Missile Crisis 2019 version. I. Pentagon report on China's nuclear weapons. J. Russia and China have deadly satellites, according to the Pentagon. K. China's white paper on its national defense policy in the new era. 8. Alliance between the United States and Russia. 1. Kissinger in the Kremlin, includes Russia in the new multipolar order. 2. Trump throws Iran into the arms of Russia, China, and the European Union. 3. The U.S. deep state prevents Trump's settlement with Tsar Vladimir Putin. 4. Trump and Putin talk on the phone for an hour and a half. 5. Russia proposes a G10 with China and India instead of the G7, perhaps a G11 with Turkey. 6. Trump proposes a G11 to counter China, a surreptitious G2 of the United States with Russia. 7. Putin diagnoses the unrest in the United States and proclaims Russia king of heaven. 9. Towards a new tripolar order. 1. Tripolar order, United States/China/Russia, versus global chaos, Brzezinski and the Trump doctrine. 2. China and its triangular relationship with the United States and Russia. 3. Trump and Kissinger's madman theory to confuse Russia and China. 4. How China envisions the world order, according to the American magazine The National Interest. 5. The tripolar tinderbox of the United States/Russia/China, according to Michael Clare. X. Significant decline of the United States. 1. End of the American century and beginning of the post-United States era, according to China. 2. The United States struggles with the ghosts of its decline in the face of the irresistible rise of Russia and China. 3. New spheres of influence for the United States to share the planet with China and Russia. 4. Is the Balkanization of the United States feasible? 5. The collapse of the United States, according to Dmitry Orlov. 6. Significant U.S. decline and China's rise, according to Party Center futurists. 7. China's astonishing recovery will leave the United States, according to Wall Street Journal. 8. The age of disorder that will come after the death of globalization, according to Deutsche Bank. 9. Intergenerational gap after the end of globalization and the beginning of the era of disorder. 11. The alliance between China and Russia. 1. Is Trump trying to break up the strategic alliance of Russia and China? 2. What is the depth of the strategic alliance of Russia and China? 3. Trump cannot yet dissociate Russia from China, according to Hal Brands. 4. Russia and China are not standing idly by. 5. Russia and China are getting closer every day, according to top U.S. spies. 6. Rand's measures to weaken Russia. 7. Rand and the Pentagon use oil as a weapon to subdue Russia and Mexico. Conclusion: the post-COVID-19 international order. 1. Kissinger fears the collapse of the liberal world order more than COVID-19. 2. Tripolar order of Russia/China/United States post-COVID-19, according to Russian Senator Alexei Pushkov. 3. Richard Haass, of the Council on Foreign Relations, post-COVID-19 world will accentuate disorder. 4. Is China winning? Asks the globalist magazine The Economist. 5. China prepares for the worst-case scenario and implements its internalization of autarky. 6. What is missing for a war between the United States and China? 7. Sarajevo moment, United States vs. China/Russia, according to Kevin Rudd, Alastair Crooke, and Kissinger. 8. China prepares for war with the United States in case of any eventuality. 9. China's impressive 5-year plan, technological autarky and great socialist culture. 10. U.S. vs. Maritime asphyxiation strategy China. Introduction. 1. G20 in Hangzhou, double crisis of the global and China economy with Obama. Superscript 1. Western multimedia, with the exceptions of Great Britain, such as the Financial Times and Reuters, have avoided addressing the G20 summit in Hangzhou, unlike their more generous counterparts in Russia and China, the magnificent host. In particular, the United States press, immersed in its fratricidal presidential campaign, chose to report only the 2 momentous summits of a gloomy President Obama on the sidelines of the momentous summit, both with the smiling Mandarin Xi Jinping, on the progress of climate change, as with the circumspect Tsar Vladimir Putin, on the disputes in Syria and Ukraine. Obama is not interested in the G20 as such a group of economicist countries that concentrates 85% of global GDP, which he used for his 2008 financial rescue, in contrast to Xi, who increasingly displayed power. Rising China, discreetly supported by Putin. It was Obama's last G20 summit, when the United States is more devoted to the geopolitical fracture of others, to balkanizing its rivals and to preserving in any way the anomalous hegemony of omnipotent dollar-centrism, in my opinion, its true deterrent card. While China leverages its global geo-economic leadership, which was reflected pristinely at the Hangzhou summit, unfavorable in form and substance for Obama, and resplendent for Xi. Today there is a geo-economic war between the United States and China that does not dare to pronounce its name, and that is reflected in their two antagonistic commercial projects. When Obama tries to resurrect from the rubble the unviable and outdated financial globalization of stock market alchemy and launches its three controversial mercantilist treaties that offend the world, the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, TPA, against China added to the geostrategic pivot of the United States to contain the irresistible rise of Beijing, the moribund Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, TTIP, against Russia and the ominously top-secret Trade in Services Agreement, TISA, with its financial robotization for the unilateral benefit of Wall Street to the detriment of the human race. Perhaps a photo summarizes, better than anything, where the geopolitical and geoeconomic winds of the four are blowing, Xi and Putin walking together with a firm step to the conference venue and flanked by the leaders of Germany and France, without Obama. I leave aside the symbolic snubs to Obama's delegation upon its arrival in Hangzhou, as well as the unthinkable personal invectives of the singular President Rodrigo Duterte of the Philippines, supposedly excellent military ally of the United States in his maritime confrontation with China, against the outgoing president of the once unipolar superpower, whom he accused of interference, while Putin had the luxury of orchestrating new geopolitical rapprochements with the once untouchable allies of the United States, such as Saudi Arabia, South Korea, Japan, and Turkey, when North Korea remembered its existence by launching 3 provocative missiles. It was interesting to appreciate the convergence of the geo-economic approach of Xi and the French Christine Lagarde, at the helm of the IMF, on their clinical prescriptions to resurrect the sluggish global economy through inclusive recipes with an interconnected and digitalized development that adds the collective industrialization of African countries and less developed countries, that is, in the face of the moribund, how disjointed Anglo-Saxon neoliberal exclusionary model. Fiscalist/monetarist in nature and financial control. Now China leads and calls for a new path. A second globalization, more consensual and with a medium and long-term vision, to replace the old Anglo-Saxon globalization, unilateral and immediate/short-termism, which has provoked the nationalist revolt of unemployed citizens in Great Britain and the United States, through the electoral protest of Brexit and Trumpism, which imply greater commercial protectionism with a brake on cross-border investments, which, on the contrary, it seeks to reactivate the new Chinese globalization project through its 2 pillars, the AIIB Bank and the Silk Road. China seeks to civilize savage capitalism when one of its methods will be to combat corruption, which will have upset many leaders present there. China exalts the concrete gains of the Hangzhou summit, which Marco Polo baptized at the end of 4 as the most beautiful and splendid city in the world, when Europe lay in its medievalism and the United States did not yet exist, while Reuters dilutes its scope, many promises, few concrete plans. Reuters criticizes that China produces half of the annual production of 1.6 billion tons of steel and is struggling to reduce its estimated overcapacity of 300 million tons. Precisely the G20 called for the formation of a global forum to alleviate steel overcapacity. Tom Mitchell, George Parker, and Gabriel Wildaw, of the Financial Times, assert that the tone of the summit on the Western side was to appease the fury of citizens in their respective fiefdoms against globalization and free trade, to such a degree that, in an unprecedented way, the former Goldman Sachs banker and today Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull, of Australia, one of the crown jewels of the Anglosphere, warned the leaders of the United States and Great Britain of the need to civilize capitalism, when growth has been very low for a long time for very few. They quote an anonymous source from the Anglo-Saxon meeting held behind closed doors, saying that it was a summit where the leaders talked much more about the people and much less about the economy, which was Xi's accent in his dialogue with the entrepreneurs. Development is for the people, it must be followed by the people and its results must be shared by the people. Since it is not only a moral responsibility of the international community, but it also helps to release the immeasurable effective demand. Obama's strident threat to sabotage the summit about the consequences against China while he was in the country as a guest did not go unnoticed by the Russians, a topic that Xi wanted to avoid. Obama was unleashed. He also threatened, outside the agenda, to wage a cyber war against Russia. The world is facing a bifurcation that will mark the destiny of the four, if a declared war does not occur along the way, between the failed Anglo-Saxon globalization and the Chinese globalization project. World trade will be decided by what happens in the South China Sea in the battle for its geopolitical control between China and the United States. To Geoeconomic Emperor Xi Jinping is 15 years ahead. Superscript 2. A few days before the start of his momentous Asian tour, Donald Trump congratulated in dithyrambic terms the inauguration of Xi Jinping, enthroned supreme leader for a second 5-year term at the 19th Congress of the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, whom he flattered as a king. Trump's nescience is legendary, since in the ancient Chinese tradition of more than 6,000 years there is no figure of a king, since it has been governed by mandarins and emperors. According to the Washington Post, Trump praised Xi as probably the most powerful leader China has had in a century. More than Mao Zedong and Deng Xiaoping? Not yet. Xi Jinping, whom I baptized as a Mandarin, is today the geoeconomic emperor, since he leads the country with the highest gross domestic product, GDP, in terms of purchasing parity, on the planet, in the World Factbook ranking. From the CIA. In terms of nominal GDP, China is projected to overtake, around 2020, both the European Union and the United States from the first and second places, respectively. China today holds the largest foreign exchange reserves, with $3.1 billion, compared to $774.9 billion in the European Union, 4 times less, and $117.3 billion from the United States, 26 times less. The global neoliberal magazine The Economist, controlled by Rothschild bankers, went astray in its self-serving taxonomy in the space of a week. It went from calling global Emperor Xi the most powerful man in the world to classify Vladimir Putin as the new Tsar, 100 years after the October Communist Revolution. For The Economist, the global Emperor Xi has more influence than Donald Trump, so the world must be cautious, and judges, negatively, because it does not suit the interests of the perfidious Albion, that there is no we have to hope that Xi changes China or the world, for the better. The Economist shows that the Chinese army pales in comparison to that of the United States. The problem of this, still the most powerful country in the world, is that its leader is weaker at home and less effective abroad, while Xi is the dominant engine of global growth. The Economist warns that with the Silk Road China will invest billions of dollars abroad in railway lines, ports, power plants and infrastructure. The reality is that Trump's strategists, both Henry Kissinger and Steve Bannon, know that China's infrastructure investments are going to win the game in Eurasia against the United States, which lacks economic muscle. In the classic approach of trilateral geostrategic stability between the United States/Russia/China, Beijing is the weakest from a military point of view, so days after being anointed with his military mandarinate, geoeconomic Emperor Xi urged to build a strong army in the midst of the new era of socialism with Chinese characteristics. In the Chinese liturgy, Xi was ratified as General Secretary of the CPC Central Committee. But he also serves as President and head of the emblematic Central Military Commission, the real power behind its hierarchical structure. Xi urged the armed forces to prepare to form a world-class army by the middle of the 4. South China Morning Post, SCMP, a Hong Kong newspaper owned by Jack Ma of the famous Chinese online sales company Alibaba, reveals that Xi shake up China's military leadership by creating a smaller commission under his command, as part of the accelerated modernization of the armed forces. The United States, with its various Democratic and Republican presidents alike, has dedicated itself to waging wars in the four corners of the planet, in order to selfishly prosper through its war economy and its omnipotent military-industrial complex. While China promises development to countries that want it through its attractive infrastructure policy, which is subsumed both by the Silk Road and by the financing of white credits from the mysterious AIIB Bank. Anja Manuel, from The Atlantic, considers that China is quietly reconfiguring the world through its infrastructure initiative, which summarizes the Silk Road, which can manage investments up to $8 million. China is growing rapidly as the most extensive commercial empire in the world. Suffice it to compare with the Marshall Plan of $800 billion, in present value, of the United States, compared to the astonishing investments of China, which has already invested $300 billion and plans to invest $1 million more in the next decade, when China alone has granted more credit to developing countries than the World Bank. A few days before Trump's official visit to China, Beijing launched, for the first time in a decade, a $2 billion bond issue in Hong Kong, a day after the CCP granted a second term. 5 years to Xi. The amount is symbolic, since most of China's debt issuance is in renminbi. This spectacular measure by China, issuing bonds in dollars, has to do with the Silk Road and the construction of infrastructure with developing countries that participate in their prosperity. The Chinese Vice Minister of Finance, Xi Yaobin, stated that the issuance of bonds in dollars demonstrates the willingness to open to investments. According to Wang Xiangwei, of the SCMP, the new team, a dream team, more pragmatic, that accompanies Xi in his leadership, carries a high significance for China's economy, with an important shift with a focus on market-oriented reforms, of offer cut, supply side. Li Qiaoi and Song Shenxia of the Global Times assert that the 19th Congress and Xi's notable inauguration point to China opting for quality growth and that modernization will be achieved 15 years ahead of schedule. The development plan from 2020 to 2050 will have 2 stages, and the objective will no longer be doubling the GDP, but rather opting for higher quality growth, developing China as a great modern socialist country, which will be moderately prosperous in 2020. Modernization will go beyond the vulgar economism of GDP growth and will incorporate greater concern for social well-being, regional balance, national security, and political cohesion, in the Chinese way. The uncertainty they see on the horizon concerns the degree of openness to global capital, which can denature and destabilize China. The promises that the geo-economic emperor Xi made and for which he will be audited historically and politically are to eradicate poverty in 2020, return to decontaminated blue skies and make China a modern country in 2035. You will judge him by his achievements. 3 Trump categories: Russia and China strategic rivals. Superscript 3. With his legendary verbose rudeness for domestic consumption, Trump enunciated his national security strategy, ESN, which he defined as principled realism, which marks a clear break with Obama's catastrophic legacy and where he classifies Russia, to a lesser extent, and China, to a greater extent, from strategic rivals. The British newspaper Daily Mail makes an acceptable summary where it highlights that for Trump's ESN those who challenge the prosperity of the United States belong to 3 categories: 1. The revisionist powers, China and Russia, identified as rivals who wish to shape a world antithetical to the interests and values of the United States; 2. Rogue states, North Korea and Iran, where he attacked his predecessors for this; and 3. Transnational organizations, such as the jihadists. Incongruously, despite considering China and Russia rivals, Trump invites them to collaborate with the United States to subdue North Korea's nuclear aspirations. Jim Garamone, assigned to the Pentagon, lists the 4 pillars of the ESN: 1. Protect the American people, their home, and the sacrosanct American way of life, with frank dedication to the completion of the ignominious wall with Mexico. 2. The economic one, which, for the first time, is part of national security. 3. Preserve peace through force. The classic militaristic maxim of the Roman Empire of the 4th century AD, Si vis pacem, para bellum, if you want peace, prepare for war, and 4. Expand the influence of the United States, which begins with building wealth and power in the United States itself, a vision of powerful, sovereign, and independent nations that respect their neighbors. No good. Brian Bennett, of the Los Angeles Times, from the fiefdom of the Democratic Party's resistance to Trump, criticizes that the controversial president has placed the immigration system which affects Mexicans like no one else as a threat to security national, while degrading climate change which is not considered as such. Bennett highlights the discrepancies between Trump's comments and his document, and judges that he has been very compliant with Russia. By the way, both Trump and Vladdy of Arabia spoke twice during ESN week when the Geoenergy Czar thanked his counterpart for having alerted the CIA of an attack in St. Petersburg. Is Trump seeking, at Kissinger's behest, a G2 with Russia against China? Russian geostrategist Andrew Karibko judges that the ESN sounds more like an INFOWER strategy. For Karibko it is a hybrid war, a combination of soft, military, and economic power to achieve its objectives, through which the United States employs the similar techniques with which it accuses Russia and China. Andrew Karibko argues that the United States' top geopolitical priority is to prevent Russia and China from completing the transition from the US-led unipolar world order to the emerging multipolar world order. The connection between InfoWars and the economic power of the United States is permeated in the document that abounds in the threat of cyber attacks that include the information and disinformation war. Implicitly, the United States military fears Russian multimedia capable of dismantling the aura of invincibility that the Pentagon has tried to establish. The fourth Trumpian pillar advocates the need to expand the influence of the United States, which, according to Andrew Karibko, means the operation of non-military means through which it attempts to counteract the Silk Road that attempts to advance the concept of Indo-Pacific region with the pernicious end of a confrontation between China and India. Can Trump aspire to expand the influence of the United States with his abstruse decisions such as the unilateral recognition of Jerusalem as the fake capital of Israel, which have earned him universal ostracism, which the Times of Israel admits, the United States and Israel alone against the world? China's reaction is no less fierce and criticizes that the United States security strategy is blinded by its arrogance and false beliefs. For the editorial of the unofficial Chinese portal Global Times, Trump highlights the rivalry between Beijing and Washington that may be the result of changes in the balance of power, so the United States can place greater resources to rival and pressure China, with the hope that Beijing will seek cooperation with Washington on terms dictated by the United States. The Chinese portal considers that the ESN exhibits a tough stance that is based on the power of the United States, rather than international rules. It demonstrates Washington's undisputed insistence on its global hegemony and that neither Beijing nor Moscow will accept it. It is shocking that China anticipates Russia's position, which denotes the tacit strategic alliance of great significance between the two Eurasian superpowers. The Chinese portal rejects Trump's fallacious arguments about Beijing's presence in the South China Sea and its supposed antagonism with the countries of Southeast Asia when neither the United States nor neoliberal Atamite Mexico realize the meaning of the Regional Association Comprehensive Economic Policy, RCEP, led by China, which has annihilated the Pacific Partnership and dislocated the Chimerical Pacific Alliance. The editorial exhibits Washington's reluctance to accept China's rise. But it cannot keep China in check given its immense size and colossal economic volume when Washington's anguish is deeply rooted in China's growth and the consequence of the waste of U.S. influence. The portal considers that the rise of China is endogenous, so all the strategic deployment of the United States to contain it will be in vain, and if Trump wants to intensify the military confrontation and cool down the trade of China and the United States, then let him try it. Megafew. Trump can't take on North Korea without Russia and China, how could he tear apart Beijing and Moscow together? A subtle threat comes from ancient China. If Trump wants to penetrate the deep water realm of geopolitics, he will not be as good a swimmer as his predecessors. It is worth remembering that the great helmsman Mao Zedong 61 years ago, when China had not yet reached the summit of the geo-economic emperor Xi Jinping, called the United States a paper tiger and forced the Nixon/Kissinger duo to negotiate with him, after the defeat of the United States in Vietnam and Southeast Asia. The serious problem is that for almost a generation, with Republicans and Democrats alike, the United States does not know how to deal with its decline, and the only thing it has caused is the alliance of Russia and China. For geopolitical confrontation of the United States and China over lithium, unrests in Chile and coup in Bolivia. In 3 articles I explain the primary role of lithium as a geopolitical mineral, chaos in Latin America, agony of neoliberalism with the rise of remilitarization, the lithium coup of Bolivia with the blessing of the OAS and the United States. Opportunity for mining companies and lithium fever, blow in Bolivia, Anglo-Saxon investment in Sonora, and Tesla in Germany. Oil and geopolitics specialist F. William Engdahl exhibits the confrontation between the United States and China over lithium, which explains the unrest in Chile and the coup in Bolivia. The tensions between the United States and China over Chinese economic plans probably also include counteract China's influence to control the main strategic lithium reserves. According to Engdahl, the demand for lithium is enormous in China, in the European Union and in the United States, when it develops its own geopolitics that are nothing dissimilar to the control of oil. China dominates the new big global game for lithium control, while Chinese entities control almost half of global lithium production and 60% of electric battery production capacity. For Beijing, lithium is a strategic priority when, according to Goldman Sachs, which describes lithium carbonate as the new gasoline, China could supply 60% of the electric cars on the planet. The rivalry between China and the United States reached Australia and Chile, where the white gold miner Albemarle of the United States prevails. Today the largest lithium producer in the world, the Australian Talison Lithium Incorporated, is controlled by the Chinese company Tianqi, which handles more than 46% of global lithium production. The Chinese mining company Camc Engineering operates a large plant in Bolivia to produce potassium chloride, beneath whose extraction lies the largest known lithium reserve in the world in the Salar de Uyuni. Already in 2014, China's Ligne Dake Trade had built a lithium-based battery pilot plant at the same location. 9 months before the lithium coup, President Evo Morales sponsored the strategic partnership of Xinjiang TBEA Group Co. Limited of China, with 49%, and the Bolivian State Lithium Company, YLB, for $2,300 million. Engdahl fears that Bolivia's far-right evangelical coup government will annul lithium deals with Chinese companies. He comments that the cancellation of the APEC summit on November 16 takes on another meaning when, in addition to the bilateral meeting between Trump and Mandarin Xi, it was considered to make essential trade agreements between China and Chile. The Mandarin Xi planned to be accompanied by a delegation of 150 business leaders, in which they highlight the reinforcement of Chilean copper exports that have plummeted by half in a decade, as well as Beijing's participation in the exploitation of lithium in Chile, which may constitute the objective of United States interventions despite the Pinochet neoliberalism of the cornered President Sebastián Piñera. The aliens to which Piñera's wife alluded, in relation to the wave of massive millennial protests, may be part of the color revolutions incited by the United States to prevent the exploitation of Chilean lithium by China, whose company Tianqi is associated with the Chilean SQM. Precisely in this regard, I addressed that it is also not improbable, from a geopolitical point of view, circles close to the Chilean presidency affirm that the riots and destabilization are orchestrated from abroad and with very precise objectives, that at foreign hands, which are always have meddled in Chile, it is not convenient for them to have Trump's bilateral meeting with Xi, a meeting that may serve to announce their trade agreement that would give a break to the global economy. By the way, in 2017 there was a substantial increase in agreements for the exploitation of global lithium, in which Mexico, Sonora, appears with 5% of the contracts in the fateful phase of the neoliberal Etamite Luis Vide-Garay, who managed his I crave the country's inalienable resources. 5. Weakened and lagged, the United States seeks to break the alliance of Russia and China. Obama's worst mistake, for which he will be judged by history, is having pushed Russia into the arms of China, which Trump could not remedy, who followed Kissinger's advice, at 97 years old, to create a G2 of the United States and Russia against China, which failed miserably. Financial Times, July 26, 20, spokesperson for the Rothschild bankers and their globalists, encourages the United States to exploit the fissures in the relationship between Russia and China, since their touted association is not as vigorous as the one they formulate Xi and Putin. Their perfidious intrigue lies in a laconic phrase from the Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, former director of the CIA and zealot Zionist evangelist, who blurted out about the strategy of using Russia to counter China, "I think there is that opportunity." The Financial Times quotes the influential Steve Biegun, Deputy Secretary of State, who is confident that the United States can be more agile in finding the seam of the Russia-China relationship, since such a seam is due solely to its mutual determination to challenge the United States. He also quotes Elbridge Colvin, a former Pentagon official who worked for the National Defense Strategy. "Our goal is to ensure plenty of space between Russia and China and for the United States to reduce irritants in its relationship with Moscow." After tying knives over chimerical symbolism that would mark the distancing of Russia and China, the Financial Times reverses the opinion of experts, unidentified, who dismiss as naive the idea that Washington could use Moscow against Beijing. He quotes Bobo Lowe, from the Lowy Institute, an ultra-conservative and mega-neoliberal Australian think tank, who argues that between Russia and China, Moscow has little interest in preserving the existing world order when Beijing has been the biggest beneficiary of this order and he only seeks to adjust and gain more weight in his breast. Additionally, the Financial Times cites a forthcoming publication from the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace that argues it is magical thinking to imagine that the United States can drive its wedge between Russia and China. The very influential Sputnik portal questions whether the plan for the United States to unite with Russia against Russia is viable. He quotes the doctor in political science, Vasily Koshin, who highlights the multiple advantages of Russia in its relationship with China. Any joining an anti-China coalition would be suicide for Moscow due to a huge land border with the Asian country, of a total of 4,179 kilometers. Vasily Koshin recalls that the confrontation with China was one of the main factors that ruined the USSR because the construction of military infrastructure in the vast territories of the taiga, boreal forest, hit the Soviet economy more than the responses to the developments of high technology of the United States. Koshin claims that a confidential agreement between the United States and Russia is technically impossible. Washington itself has destroyed all channels of consultations with Moscow since 2014 and is also not ready to change its approach to the situations that led to the conflict with Russia. They seem like just fantasies. In order to talk about it, a total revolution in U.S. foreign policy must occur. Maria Zakharova, spokesperson for the Russian Foreign Ministry, described the United States' attempt to involve Russia in its anti-China campaign as naive. Pompeo's statements about the possibility of dragging Moscow into the United States' anti-China campaign is another attempt. Naive to complicate the Russian-Chinese partnership, to drive a wedge in friendly ties between Russia and China. According to Zakharova, Russia intends to further strengthen cooperation with China, as the most important factor in stabilizing the situation in the world. Today Russia and China contemplate the triple civil war/class war/cultural war and the centrifugal forces that weaken the United States, and they better wait for the result of the presidential election on November 3 to position themselves with greater vigor. The world will be tripolar or it will not be. 6. Carter gives Trump the secret of Chinese success: don't waste any cents on wars. It is worth remembering the phone call that former President Carter, a Democrat, received from Trump 16 months ago, when he expressed his concern that China has surpassed the United States. Carter, now 95 years old, divulged the content of his talk to the Maranatha Baptist Church with a bibliocentric characteristic, which, by the way, has a headquarters in Pachuca, Hidalgo, in his homeland of Plains, Georgia. The word Maranatha comes from Aramaic, the Semitic language of Christ still preserved by the Maronite Catholic Church of Lebanon, which means the Lord is about to come. Trump told Carter that he was worried because China got ahead of us, to which the former president suggested that he was right to be alarmed. It was precisely Carter, advised by his then National Security Advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, who established diplomatic relations between the United States and China in the historic year of 1979. Previously, former President Nixon, with his former National Security Advisor Kissinger, had visited the great helmsman Mao Zedong and his Prime Minister, Zhou Enlai, in 1973, to build the first bridges. According to Carter's version, Trump feared China's growing economic strength and calculated that, according to economic models, China would surpass the United States as the first global economy in 2030. Well, here the economic models were wrong, since today the GDP, when measured by its purchasing power, surpassed the United States. And it will not be long until the nominal GDP of China overtakes the United States, when the world experiences the Chinese century that supplants the failing American century of fortiori, after the COVID-19 pandemic that left the two main Anglo-Saxon financial economies of the United States and Great Britain, while China resumed, in the second quarter of this year, its upward path with a growth of 3.2%. Which shows that the economic models do not work, or they did not have COVID-19 on their radar. Carter asked his congregation, since 1979, "Do you know how many times China has had war with anyone?" And he answered, "None. And we have remained in wars." Carter noted that in its 242 years of history, at that time, the United States had only enjoyed 16 years of peace, being the most warlike country in the history of the world, which is due to the proclivity of the United States united to force other countries to adopt American principles. Carter's brutal criticism was in crescendo. The United States was squandering $3 million, trillions in English, in military spending, while China boasts around 30,000 kilometers for high-speed railways. Carter reveals the secret of China's success, that they have not spent a single cent on the war, and that is the reason they have surpassed us almost in all areas. The former president argues that if the United States had invested in infrastructure instead of so many wars, it would have high-speed railways. It would have bridges that were not collapsing, it would have properly maintained roads, and its education system would be as good as that of South Korea and Hong Kong. And Carter focused only on the infrastructure disaster in the United States and did not address China's astonishing technological advance, from Huawei's 5G to its recent moon landing on the dark side of the moon. Well, it seems that so far Trump has listened to Carter when it comes to not waging more wars in the world, except for his suffocating geo-economic wars and financial and tariff sanctions that sometimes tend to cause much more damage than the military wars themselves, as is the flagrant case of Iran, to satisfy its ally Israel and its Zionist evangelist followers of the two Mikes, Pence and Pompeo. It follows, then, that perhaps Trump is bluffing in a military war against China, whose theatrics would only serve his re-election. A trade war between China and the United States. 1 Deaths from ATP and NAFTA, rise of the Chinese RCEP, the largest global trade agreement. Superscript 1. To try to alleviate its tremendous global trade deficit of goods without services of $750 billion a year, Trumponomics swaps multilateralism for bilateralism, through which the United States imposes its military/atomic will. The United States' top 4 goods trade deficits are with China, $347 billion, 40%, Japan, $69 billion, Germany, $65 billion, and Mexico, $63 billion of dollars. All the secret multilateral projects with a geopolitical focus of the Bushes, Clintons, and Obamas are being buried by Trumponomics, ATP, against China, TTIP, against Russia, and TISA, against the world. I will not add fuel to the fallen tree of the annihilated FTAA and the Puebla Panama Plan, PPP, to which the Fox/Castañeda-Gutman duo grotesquely adhered, which preserved the interests of the United States and Israel more than those of Mexico. By the way, 15 years before Trump appeared, the disaster of Mexican migration in the United States was largely due to the infatuated insolence of the Fox/Castañeda-Gutman duo, who rejected an agreement under the unparalleled diplomatic concept of complete enchilada. What a level! All of the United States projects and treaties to dominate the regions and the world have been dismantled: FTAA, PPP, ATP, TTIP, TISA, and now the dying NAFTA, while China has quietly accelerated the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, in order to counter Obama's geopolitical mercantilist irredentism. The core of the RCEP 16 is made up of the 10 members of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, with 3 neo-economic superpowers, China, India, and Japan-, 2 Anglosphere countries, Australia and New Zealand and South Korea, which together represent half of the world's population and 30% of global GDP, $21.4 trillion. The mercantilist treaties of the West are dying, including the besieged European Union, while the little-publicized RCEP 16 is positioned as the largest free trade agreement on the planet, but with a clear regional focus where China nolens volens has emerged as its conceptual leader. An ancient civilization like China does not cook at the first boil, which is why it has been very cautious in leading free trade on a regional and global scale. Here the nuances are seminal: Anglo-Saxon globalization is financialist, while the globalization promoted by China is economicist. The Chinese Prime Minister, Li Keqiang, threw a bucket of ice water at the mercantilist novices of Latin America, inseminated by failed neoliberalism, who hallucinate exchanging the ATP 12 for the RCEP 16 and the United States for China. We will not exceed our scope to do things that China should not do. The serious problem of mercantilist reductionists is that they lack geopolitical culture and ignore the limits imposed by reality when China wishes to strengthen its regional positioning, while refusing to imitate the irredentism of the United States in Latin America, whose failed neoliberal regimes have been orphaned after the Trump supremacist contempt. It is one thing for China to have attended the funeral of the ATP in Vina del Mar, Chile, where the representative of the United States even came to supervise the neoliberal unrest in Latin America, and another is to stick to a scheme that collides with the cosmogony and the interests of China, which is not going to abandon its Asian allies to please the mountebanks of Etamite neoliberal Mexico, who are more confused than usual. Bai Ming, a researcher at the Chinese Academy of International Trade and Economic Cooperation, dismissed the rhetorical exuberance that China will replace the United States to become the leader of free trade. China must conclude the RCEP 16 negotiations before launching into dream adventures, such as the buried ATP. China's trade priorities include free trade agreements with the ASEAN 10, as well as a trilateral agreement with South Korea and Japan, countries with which Beijing has delicate geopolitical problems due to Trump's interference. Beyond its related region, focused on RCEP 16, China's priority is not in the ATP, buried by Trump, but in the land/maritime Silk Road, whose project and path are in danger, in my opinion, for the imminent manipulation of jihadism by the CIA in Xinjiang, China, India, and Iran. May and does not expect to gain much by joining the ATP, cooked by Obama against China, which is full of content that violates basic economic rules, in addition to reflecting Western values that undermine economic equity. I understand that the ignorant Mexican negotiators, who suffer from an anachronistic directionless mercantilist neoliberal addiction, do not read the Chinese press, but it is surprising that they do not follow their mentors in the United States, specifically the Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, for its acronym. In English, Shiro Armstrong, of the CFR, states that the ATP, a single-state project, is dead, and it is futile to wait for its resurrection when, without the participation of the United States, most other countries will have little incentive to continue, as the premier Japanese, Shinzo Abe, who admitted that an ADP without the United States is meaningless. The United States and Japan account for 79% of the total GDP of the deceased ADP. Armstrong comments that the most promising opportunity to strengthen the Asian rules-based economic order may be RCEP 16. Correctly, Armstrong argues that RCEP 16 differs from the buried, absolutely US-centric ADP 12, by promoting a cooperation agenda in which developed countries are expected to help less developed ones. 2. Militarization of trade by Trump, economic nationalism and national security. Superscript 2. The true trade war with which Trump has threatened the world will be known in all its magnitude on Tuesday night, March 13, when the winner of the election is known in an electoral district 48 kilometers south of Pittsburgh, corner of the western part of Pennsylvania that gave Trump his victory in 2016, Financial Times, March 9, 18. According to the neoliberal and free trade newspaper Financial Times, the battleground district that Trump won by 20% shows an unexpectedly close race between Rick Saccone, a 60-year-old Republican and Air Force veteran, who boasts that it was Trump before Trump was Trump, and Catholic Democrat Conor Lamb, a 33-year-old Marine and federal prosecutor, who often appears with former Vice President Joe Biden. Pennsylvania is the steel state and will constitute the experimentation laboratory for the crucial midterm elections in November, when Trump stakes his fate between ignominy and re-election. Since Donald Trump launched his threat to impose a 25% tariff on steel and a 10% tariff on aluminum on imports from the United States, many things have happened sequentially that have led to the delimitation of his electoral crusade. Nationalist, who has fractured his team in the White House between globalists and nationalists with the announced resignation of his chief economist Gary Cohn and the promotion of both the superhawk and xenophobe Peter Navarro, trade advisor, and Wilbur Ross, Secretary of Commerce, the rebellion of the majority of the congenital free traders of the Republican Party, led by its Comerol leader, Paul Ryan, who painted his line, to the exemption of its two supposed trade allies in NAFTA who suffer. Trump's sharp sword of Damocles to grant even greater concessions to the limit of opprobrium. For the Financial Times, the crucial question now is how aggressively Trump will push his trade agenda with the imminent decision to take action on the theft of China's intellectual property that will mark a dividing line, and will determine the identity of the replacement. From the outgoing Cohn, Financial Times, March 7, 18. For economist Eshvar Prasad, a China expert at Cornell University, escalation of trade hostilities between the United States and China now appear imminent and inevitable. Trump's projected threats of a trade war have led the European Union, increasingly distant from the eastern coast of the North Atlantic and China, to claim to opt for retaliation. Nick Beams persuasively argues that Trump's invoking national security as a guiding principle for the implementation of steel and aluminum tariffs points to the dynamics of the ongoing U.S. trade war being linked inextricably to the rise of militarism and the growing danger of war. Beams himself, 4 days earlier, said that Trump was questioning the international trade system that the United States itself had established. This is an incompatible conflict between the nationalist economy and the global economy. According to Beams, the post-war, World War II, order was based primarily on the global economic supremacy of the United States. However, the succeeding period was characterized by two interconnected processes: the greater integration of the world economy through the globalization of virtually all production processes and the present decline of the United States in the face of its historical rivals and the emerging, especially China. Beams recalls that the Smoot-Hawley tariff measures of June 1930 triggered a full-scale trade war that played an immense role in creating the conditions for the outbreak of World War II. Daniel McCarthy, editor of the conservative magazine Modern Age, advocates for Trump's America First economic nationalism, which he believes will be beneficial to the United States and differs from free trade ideology with three distinct objectives: 1. Maintain the industries necessary to prevail in a large-scale war; 2. The need to preserve a middle layer in the national economic order when a secure middle class is essential for the well-being of a constitutional republic; and 3. Foster prosperity. According to McCarthy, for free traders, economic nationalism is simply unnatural, an effort to artificially control aging industries, and they forget that technology eliminates more jobs than trade. An editorial in the Chinese newspaper Global Times denounced that Trump is building the great economic wall of the 21st century. Behind its economic wall, the United States is resurrecting a series of companies that are more expensive than the world average, in addition to the fact that the prices of raw materials in the United States will increase with the consequent suffering of its exports, which will make the superpower a strange country, not counting the rise in the cost of the infrastructure that the United States so needs. The Chinese newspaper judges that Trump may receive more support than opposition in the short term with such policies that will help his re-election. The problem is that the tariff euphoria offsets previous domestic tax cuts, when the U.S. government is short of capital after such cuts, so the increased tariffs, however small, will contribute to the coffers of the government. Another problem consists of Trump's tariff taxonomy according to the matrix principle of national security and the category of friendly countries, when the United States imports 4 times more steel than it exports and depends on steel from more than 100 countries and regions, according to the BBC. It is one thing that China is the largest steel exporter in the world, and another is that it is ranked 11th as the largest exporter of the United States, which has several of its supposed allies among its top 10 sources of supply, such as Canada, Japan, South Korea, Mexico, etc. In a tweet, Trump proclaims, "The United States has an $800 billion trade deficit due to our very stupid trade deals and policies. Our jobs and wealth have been given to other countries who have taken advantage of us for years, making fun of how stupid our leaders have been. Nevermore." One of the multivariable objectives of Trump's tariff agenda is to force China to negotiate with the United States an annual deficit of $100 billion, through Trump's simple equation that imposes tariffs on countries with which the United States has deficits. And that will serve to balance trade. In the phase of liberal collapse, will there still be someone who delusionally professes free trade, when Trump is heading towards a new arms race against Russia and China, as can be seen from his new military budget that affects medical and social spending? 3. The failure of Trump's global trade war. Superscript 3. Trump's colossal trade deficit, which grew 12.5%, permeates his entire pugnacious strategy against the countries with which the United States maintains deficits when the negotiations with China reach their epilogue, on whom he has not been able to impose his trade war either. As time goes by, it is detected that Beijing is winning the game. They have not been good weeks for Trump, who failed in his second summit with the North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un, and then suffered the rejection of his national emergency in the Senate, where 12 Republicans defected to impose his wall against Mexico in unilateral form. Trump contemplated compensating the substantial reduction in taxes to his plutocratic allies, who benefited from a cut of 35 to 15%, which was approximately equivalent to a tax gift of around $800 billion. Others estimate his tax gift at double. The Trump-style compensation is likely to have come from his blithe accounts of another equivalent amount of about $800 billion of the United States' global trade deficit with most of the countries with which it trades, and where China holds first place, with a deficit of $419.2 billion. Now the United States trade deficit, in goods alone, has reached a record figure of $891 billion, which is celebrated by the New York Times, one of its main adversaries in the media. It should be noted that the gross domestic product, GDP, measures both goods and services, and this announced deficit only concerns goods. In the opinion of the New York Times, the increase in the United States deficit is due, to a large extent, to some factors beyond Trump's control, such as the global economic slowdown and the relative strength of the dollar, which weakened foreign demand of American goods. The anti-Trump newspaper adds that the widening gap was also exacerbated by both the trade war that the president escalated last year and his $1.5 trillion tax cut, which has been largely financed by government debt. Managing casinos, successful real estate companies and the iconic Trump Tower in New York is not the same as doing it in an unorthodox way with the rest of the world, particularly with China, Japan, and Europe, which are not easy to digest, as unfortunately happened with Mexico in the final stage of the outgoing President Pena, who was literally beaten by the new NAFTA, renamed TMEC, particularly in the rural sector and cyber services. Money does not come out of nowhere, and it was to be expected that the gargantuan reduction in taxes on plutocrats, who curiously finance electoral campaigns in the United States, would affect the legendary deficit of the United States that Trump sought to compensate with his failed global trade war. In the opinion of the New York Times, strict tariffs on Chinese goods slowed the Chinese economy, but at the cost of affecting U.S. exports, which declined almost 50% last December. The New York Times quotes Brad Setzer, a specialist in international economics at the influential Council on Foreign Relations, who maintains a conspiracy theory that China encouraged the devaluation of its currency, the yuan, against the dollar in order to mitigate the rise of Trump's tariffs. In his global trade war against Tyrians and Trojans, Trump exclaimed that China and the European Union were taking advantage of the United States. Larry Kudlow judged the inevitability of the United States trade deficit with the rest of the world because the United States grows faster and buys more of foreign goods. Now, what oratorical resource will Trump resort to diagnose the explosive trade deficit of the United States despite his pugnacious but sterile protectionist measures? Like the trade shots against China and the European Union, protectionist measures backfired. In the ongoing negotiations between Washington and Beijing, the only substantial thing the United States has achieved is the sale of American products such as soybeans and liquefied natural gas. Today, part of the negotiations between the United States and China focuses on a relative revaluation of the yuan that has strengthened again. Paul Krugman, Nobel Prize winner in economics and fierce critic of Trump, reproaches him mercilessly, how the man of tariffs has become the man of deficits. Krugman criticizes Trump that deficits have increased, both trade and budget, when the latter has reached an unprecedented level with the exception of wars and after the greatest economic crises. He also fulminates that Trump's twin deficits denote his dishonesty and ignorance. Krugman reverses course to clarify that neither the budget deficit nor the trade deficit represents a clear and current danger for the United States economy, when it is a norm for advanced countries to go into debt with their currencies. In Krugman's opinion, trade deficits have almost nothing to do with tariffs or other restrictions on trade, behind which it stands out that the United States has low savings compared to other countries, which was exacerbated by the enormous cuts taxes for the rich that reduced national savings. It is sometimes overlooked that the United States economy is based on consumerism, as a high percentage of its GDP and with high debts, compared to China, which has one of the largest savings rates in the world as a percentage of its GDP. Justin Fox, columnist for Bloomberg, a notoriously anti-Trump portal, judges that Trump has widened the trade deficit and states that it cannot be fixed if its meaning is not first understood. Fox states that the trade balances of manufactured goods in the United States are now much more negative than at the beginning of the 21st century, when the deficit in durable goods is today at a record level compared to the later 19th century as a percentage of the GDP. Fox believes that Trump has focused almost exclusively on tariffs and bilateral trade negotiations and has ignored the macroeconomic and financial forces at play, including the strength of the dollar and the decline in oil imports, so his efforts to reduce the trade deficit seem doomed to failure. The American researcher Wayne Madsen, former investigator of the National Security Agency, NSA, attacks Trump, whom he describes as the warlord of economic savagery and who, with his neoconservative administration, wages an economic war through the combined imposition of tariffs and economic sanctions against countries on 6 continents. According to the Wall Street Journal, a newspaper very close to Trump, at the annual session of the National People's Congress, China is moving to appease the United States with a law that prohibits the theft of foreign trade secrets through quiet last-minute amendments as part of a concession to the United States' main complaint in the trade negotiations. specifically about the forced transfer of technology, as part of a crucial compromise to reach an agreement with the United States. Another symbolic concession is to stop promoting the autarkic concept of Made in China 2025, which Trump decries as protectionist. The best thing that can happen to Trump is to achieve a trade tie with China. And he needs it with so much accumulated failure. Will China save Trump from the boxing in which he cornered himself? For China with 129 companies exceeds the United States with 121, Fortune 500 global ranking. In the top 10 places in Fortune's income ranking of the top 500 companies, capitalism with Chinese state characteristics shines, with 3 compared to 2 from the United States, 2 from Great Britain, 1 from Saudi Arabia, 1 from Germany and another from Japan. China Daily reports that for the first time China has 129 companies compared to 121 in the United States. 119 come from Beijing, to which 10 from Taiwan should be added. The sectorization of companies in the United States and China is going. Aerospace and defense, the United States and China are tied with 6 companies each. Clothing, United States only with 1 company. Chemicals, tied with 1. Energy, China emerges spectacularly with 23 companies compared to 13 in the United States. Engineering and construction, China alone with 8 companies, compared to the orphaned United States whose infrastructure leaves much to be desired. Finance, China is 28 ahead of the United States 27 in its once impregnable fiefdom. Food and pharmacies, 4 from the United States and 0 from China, one of its vulnerabilities. Healthcare, the United States crushes 2 from China, which has remained in acupuncture, with 15 companies. Household products, United States with 1 company compared to 0 in China. Industry, China 7 companies compared to 5 in the United States. Materials, China overwhelms the United States with only 1 with 15. Media, United States with 1 company and China 0. Automotive and parts, China surpasses the United States by 7. Retail, United States with 10 companies compared to 4 in China. Technology, they are practically tied, the United States with 12 and China with 11. Telecommunications, practically tied, the United States with 4 and China with 3. Transportation, 6 from the United States compared to 4 from China. Wholesalers, China with 10 surpasses the United States 3. If you add the 129 Chinese companies and the 121 from the United States, you get half of the total companies. Even more serious is that of the 193 countries attached to the UN, only 34 appear, 17%. What is relevant is not today's cash cut in the ranking but rather the trends that will accentuate China's preeminence in the face of the inexorable decline of the United States, which still surpasses Beijing in the unquantified military category in the global Fortune 500, where Washington is surpassed. For the supremacy of Russia. Anomalously, Russia only has 4 companies, 3 hydrocarbons: Gazprom, Lukoil, Rosneft Oil, and Sberbank in non-competitive places, on a par with Mexico, which has 2 state-owned companies, Pemex and CFE, despite the neoliberal cataclysm, and 2 private companies, America Mobile and FEMSA. By geoeconomic sport, I point out the number of companies from the other 8 countries in the top 10 places in GDP measured by purchasing parity power. India, India Reliance Industries, Indian Oil, Oil and Natural Gas, State Bank of India, Tata Motors, Bharat Petroleum, and Rajesh Export. Of its 7 companies, it has 3 oil companies, being an importer of hydrocarbons although in mediocre places. Japan, 52 companies that come from its glorious neoliberal era, of which 35, 67.3%, exhibit a pronounced declining trend. Germany, 29 and of them 17, 58.6%, with a declining trend. Great Britain, 16 of which 10, 62.5%, with a declining trend, firstly its oil predator BP. France, 31 companies and of them 17, 54.8%, with a negative trend. First comes its oil company Total. Brazil, 8 companies, 7, 87.5%, with a negative trend. First there is Petrobras. Indonesia only appears, Pertamina, oil refining. Out of geopolitical morbidity, I place Holland, which has always caught my attention due to its triangulation with Great Britain, 11 companies with 6, 54.5%, with a declining trend. First comes the oil company Royal Dutch Shell. Oil revenues reign, while China daily claims that R&D, investment of 2.18% of its GDP, and innovation, with government assistance, are behind its success with the leadership of aviation, railways, and 5G technology, whose indelible seal is Huawei, more than 87,800 global patents, $14.77 billion of investment in R&D, fifth in the world, more than Microsoft, Apple, and Intel, and revenues of $58.3 billion in the first half, despite the Trump's trade war. 5. Soros tries to torpedo a Trump trade deal with China. George Soros, at 89 years of age, is trying to torpedo Trump's imminent agreement with China, which has been facilitated by the defenestration of former National Security Advisor John Bolton, who wanted to fight 7 wars in the world against Russia, China, Korea of the North, Iran, Syria, Afghanistan, and Venezuela. In order to panic Wall Street investors, Soros morbidly asks if Trump will sell out the United States for Huawei. He begins by praising Trump, before bashing him mercilessly. Trump's greatest and perhaps only foreign policy achievement has been to develop a coherent and genuinely bipartisan policy toward Xi Jinping's China, for declaring Beijing as a rival strategic and position Huawei as a threat to national security, which prevents U.S. companies from doing business with Huawei. Soros, a vulgar CIA agent and scarecrow of the Rothschild slave bankers, as several top-level researchers have shown, handles the very boring "here comes the wolf" against China, and that it used for a generation against the USSR/Russia. China is a dangerous rival in artificial intelligence and learning machines, but it still depends on almost 30 U.S. companies that supply Huawei with the main components what it needs to compete in the 5G market. As long as Huawei remains on the U.S. blacklist, it will lack crucial technology and will be seriously weakened. But the misanthropic mega-speculator, with a transvestite philanthropist mask, fears that Trump may soon undermine his own policy towards China and cede his advantage to Beijing. He bases his prejudice on Trump removing restrictions on Huawei. He wants to arrange a meeting with President Xi Jinping as the 2020 election approaches and make a trade deal with him, and he wants Huawei's statute to be on the table of negotiations as one of their bargaining pieces. Soros lambasts that this is not the first time that Trump has made an ill-conceived concession to China when he lifted restrictions on ZTE, another Chinese telecommunications company of lesser caliber than Huawei. Trump seems desperate for an arrangement with President Xi, in order to boost the stock market and the economy, and thus improve his chance of being re-elected, placing his electoral interests before the interests of the United States. Rather, it seems that what Soros globalist group does not want is for Trump to be re-elected. Since when have globalists been interested in the interests of the United States, where 99% of the population has been excluded from their plutocratic model? Soros appeals, again with the dead man's bag, to Congress to prevent Trump's attempts and hallucinates that Trump will bail out the telecommunications giant managed by the Chinese Communist Party, Huawei. Soros concludes with a phrase suitable for oligophrenics: my interest in defeating Xi Jinping's China vs. R&D beyond U.S. national interests. At last? And won't a Trump 11 no deal affect the world? Soros makes the wrong stock bet and exposes the true visible reason for his eternal aversion to China. The social credit system that Beijing is building, if allowed to expand, will sound the death knell for open societies in China and the world, since the despots will be eager to buy the know-how of Chinese companies, being politically and financially dependent on China, and thus expand China's political control systems in the world. The Sputnik portal judges that Soros promotes the trade war between the United States and China and, in its English version, comments that Soros has spent a fortune to support Trump's opponents, in addition to having financed the mendacious Steele document to derail the United States' relationship with Russia. 615 RCEP, the largest geo-economic bloc in the world headed by China, without the United States or India. Almost a decade ago I detected the inexorability of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, as a response to the geopolitical siege and geo-economic isolation of China with the TPP of the Obama-Hillary duo and their failed pivot policy. By leaving the TPP, Trump began his multidimensional war against China. I have also postulated the new dynamic towards deglobalization with vibrant regionalisms of the three largest geo-economic blocs on the planet, North America, the European Union and China's RCEP. Catherine Wang, from the SCMP portal, sings China's victory with the 15 RCEP finalized in a virtual meeting in Hanoi, Vietnam, 10 Southeast Asian countries, ASEAN, 3 geo-economic powers of Northeast Asia, China, Japan, South Korea, and 2 Anglo-Saxon countries, Australia and New Zealand. The regional characteristic of 15 RCEP must be emphasized, the largest geo-economic bloc on the planet with a third of the global GDP, $26.2 billion, and with 2.2 billion inhabitants, when it will reduce tariffs and will integrate the regional supply chain, which extends Beijing's economic influence in the area, with the exclusion of the United States and the hibernation of India. The pact will take effect in the next 2 years, after ratification by all its members, when the elimination of tariffs at least 92% of the goods sold will be immediate for some and gradual for others over a decade. It has been reported that at least 65% of the service sectors will be fully open with increased limits on foreign participation. Bloomberg comments that it is still uncertain how, Joseph, Biden's team will approach trade deals and whether it attempts to re-enter the 11-nation TPP. The general clauses notably include the transfer of technology to less developed countries such as Laos, Myanmar, and Cambodia, which discriminatively did not happen with the previous NAFTA or the current USMCA. Apart from the comprehensive agreement, China and Japan achieved a historic agreement with the bilateral reduction of tariffs. HSBC Stuart Tate explained that intra-Asian trade, which is already greater than Asia's trade with North America and Europe combined, will pull the economic center of gravity towards the Asian region. The 10 countries of the ASEAN bloc already surpassed the European Union as China's main trading partner this year. He Wen, a researcher at the Center for China and Globalization, commented that trade between Asia and Europe now represents 70% of China's total trade, when Beijing's bilateral trade with the United States has clearly declined. Trump thus suffers a major setback for not having been able to restructure his supposed global supply chain excluding China. The fundamental point is that 15 RCEP provides comprehensive stability to the supply of the regional supply chain. According to the Global Times, the 15 RCEP runs in parallel with the Continental Silk Road, specifically, with the train from China to Laos and the other high-speed train built by China that connects Jakarta, capital of Indonesia, with Bandung. Wang Jianjiao comments that RCEP will end U.S. hegemony in the Western Pacific and proposes the concept of open regionalism that can still reign corporate India and welcome the United States. Jianjiao alleges the parallel existence of 2 global supply chains in Asia and North America, with China and the United States as their respective leaders, when most countries, notably including European economies, will participate with both, which reflects my hypothesis of the new technological bipolarity of the United States vs. China/Russia. 2. Geofinancial war. 1. The weak paradoxical strength of the post-hegemony of the United States, its superdollar. Superscript 1. The Texan-Israeli portal Stratfor, which claims to be the CIA of U.S. transnationals, headlines with toxic arrogance that there is nothing that stands in the way of the dollar. His 3 forecasts: 1. Although potential U.S. policy moves may undermine the dollar, its days as the world's reserve currency are unlikely to end any time soon. 2. there are no strong candidates to supplant the dollar, since other leading national currencies have had setbacks that limit their attraction for investors, and 3. Alternative currencies such as special drawing rights, the IMF's virtual currency, or the Bitcoin face stability issues, because its operation depends on cooperation between the parties that may not be sustained. Stratfor recalls the glory of the pound sterling during the heyday of the British Empire in the 4th century. But then the empire's wars in the 4th and its decline pushed the dollar to become more important, supplanting the pound as the dominant world currency, at the Bretton Woods Conference in 1944. Mohammad Mahathir, visionary former Prime Minister of Malaysia, dared to confront the mega-speculator George Soros, a vulgar CIA agent accused of having caused the dragon effect in Asia by promoting the launch of the gold dinar. Perhaps the reckless Mahathir was saved from the US lynching because he enjoyed China's protection. Since then, the reign of the dollar as the global reserve currency has survived unscathed, with some riots in the Arab world, when Iraqi Saddam Hussein and Libyan Muammar Gaddafi dared to challenge the pricing of hydrocarbons in dollars to replace it with the euro and or gold, which earned the first his hanging and the second his lethal sodomization. Then the 6 Arab petromonarchies of the Gulf threatened to launch their currency, the Gulf, which did not prosper or lead to regicides and or sultancides, but witnessed the rise of Iran as the sword of Damocles in the region. Stratfor asks how much longer the dollar can maintain its elevated status, which depends on both the continued power of the United States and the status of any potential successor currency. The United States has accentuated its decline when the potential currencies of its geofinancial competitors, concentrated in the BRICS, are not going through optimal times, with the notable exception of the Chinese yuan, which has begun its upward odyssey. The absence of competitive currencies has resulted in a fatal attraction for the superdollar that has begun to bury the euro, which the Federal Reserve takes advantage of to engage in deregulated printing of dollars, as happened after the bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers and its consequent global crisis. With its massive injection of liquidity for $4 billion of quantitative easing that led China to protest vehemently, as General de Gaulle had done sterilely. Stratfor recalls the criticism of the former French finance minister, and later its president, Giscard d'Estaing, who in the 1970s criticized the exorbitant privilege of the United States that could incur deficits and that in other countries would engender worries about paying their debts. According to Stratfor, few currencies can be considered reliable successors to the dollar, which holds 40.72% of global payments compared to a meager spectrum, the ailing euro 32.87%, sterling 7.49%, Japanese yen 3.06%, Canadian dollar 1.87%, Chinese yuan 1.68%, Swiss franc 1.53%, and others 10.78%. He judges in counterpoint that the financial arterial circulation shared with the entire globe makes the host country, the United States, vulnerable to forces outside its borders, which has made the dollar a sword, instrument of international influence, and a shield against external pressures. It states that the status of global reserve currency is based on 2 pillars, faith and inertia. It is inferred that faith is very weak and volatile when other countries have no other refuge option, and neither does China, which has plethoric reserves of dollars in treasury bonds, does not want to shoot itself in the jugular and prefers, naively, a negotiated or transitional solution. Stratfor recognizes that breaking faith requires a powerful force like 2 world wars or a change that unfolds over a long period of time. The Texan-Israeli portal considers that Trump's arrival has called the dollar into question, as is the case of Turkey, which wants to escape the dollar trap. Trump promised that he would resolve the national debt by buying back dollars at a substantial discount. Plus, according to Stratfor, there is a second way to reduce the debt through inflation, so the Federal Reserve could print enough money to simply devalue the dollar. It has been axiom in the West that whoever achieves global colonial conquests or wins world wars imposes its world order, its financial system and its hegemonic currency. A serious error of the Soviet model was its extreme financial vulnerability that the British have handled like no one else and whose hieratic mysteries, as demonstrated by Mervyn King, former governor of the Bank of England, in his disturbing book The End of Alchemy, have been inherited by its imperial/globalist successor, today in clear decline, the United States. On a geostrategic scale, the United States competes for the New World Order with Russia and China, but still exercises its diminished post-hegemony through its speculative financialist globalization of magical services, not to be confused with economist globalization, where China and China prevail. India, with its spurious management of Wall Street, the city, and the global places on the periphery that they control, example Mexico. The United States prevails with its internet monopoly through the services of GAFAT, Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, Twitter, which has not yet seen viable competitors, and its toxic propaganda in the disinformation post-truth era, which is beginning to be pierced with the advent of the shocking Russian alternative multimedia, Russia Today, Sputnik, Russia Insider, etc. Russia exhibits the disturbing vulnerability of its currency, the ruble, when it is still trading its plethora of hydrocarbons in the city and Wall Street that eat away at its military power. Nothing compares to the supremacy of the superdollar that is part of the hegemonic bond of the United States that has been criticized by China, whose currency, yuan, is still in a global embryonic phase. Stratfor may argue whatever it pleases, but now, in the midst of global disorder and the protectionist/isolationist retreat of Trumpism, Russia and China are not resigned to standing idly by when they seek to unseat the superdollar in the theater of geofinancial war. 2. The militarization of the dollar and the geoeconomic impacts of the United States vs. China. Superscript 2. I leave aside the strange death of the Chinese ambassador in Tel Aviv 4 days after the Zionist evangelist, now Secretary of State and former Director of the CIA, Mike Pompeo visited Israel in order to dissuade Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu from ceasing his digital cooperation with China. He also ignored that the Mandarin Xi is prepared for the worst scenario of armed confrontation of the United States against China, according to Reuters, who not infrequently devotes himself to tying knives to bring grist to the mill of Anglo-Saxon interests. As of today's cash cut, the United States and China have engaged in a fierce biological war, where they blame each other for the origin of the mysterious COVID-19, which took on overtones of a pharmacological war with the race for the vaccine. Trump's war, first commercial and then technological with 5G, against China escalated to the level of geoeconomic war with 3 impacts, which include the weaponization of the dollar, according to the China portal. Daily. The 3 impacts in question are defined in the investment and trade segments, but in the analysis they take on a genuinely geoeconomic character. The first impact deals with the militarization of the dollar, as the armed arm of United States foreign policy, which operates through the imposition of unilateral punitive sanctions with the threat of excluding companies from the SWIFT payment system. Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, of the dollar, and that the enemies of the United States such as Iran/North Korea/Venezuela/Cuba/ the Lebanese guerrilla Hezbollah/ etc. suffer. China Daily failed to cite the book Treasury Wars, The Unleashing of a New Era of Financial War, by Juan Zarate, a baby Bush official, who, with the duffel bag of counterterrorism, inflicted serious damage on the enemies of the United States. The second impact consists of Chinese action designed to counteract the militarization of the dollar and thus provide another option to investors and traders. It represents the further development of a payment system based on the renminbi, the Chinese currency, as an alternative to the dollar payment system. Well, as the Asians would say, this is equivalent to wagging the tail of the tiger, since dollar centrism is the true power that the United States still has when it has been displaced by Russia in the military field and by China in the geoeconomic field. It should be noted that in China they are very aware of the size and scope of the hegemonic bonus of dollar centrism, which is equivalent to almost 10% of its GDP. China has already begun to experiment, in 4 cities, with the launch of a sovereign digital currency to position itself as a competitor and/or alternative to dollar centrism. The third impact refers to any U.S. withdrawal from trade with China, when Beijing will have to commit more to strengthening the miraculous Three Silk Roads. For China Daily, the Three Silk Roads are better than ever, with dynamics in their favor to establish an alternative to the trade and exchange structures dominated by the protectionist markets of the West. He points out that medical and equipment aid to the countries that are part of the Three Silk Roads is an exercise of soft power, and praises the Silk Road International Chamber of Commerce, SRCIC, for example. Its acronym in English. He concludes that the loss of, or reduction in, U.S. markets, as a result of a deliberate U.S. policy of isolation and disengagement, as a form of punishment, does not necessarily constitute a fatal blow to China's economic progress, although it will affect. At this point, it is not easy to intimidate China. 3. Historic launch of sovereign bonds in yuans by Russia, let the dollar shake. Superscript 3. Since 2017, Russia has planned the first sale of yuan bonds in order to attract investors seeking funds, according to the Wall Street Journal. For some reason, the rumored $5 billion sale did not materialize. The roadshow had been led by the Chinese ICBC, the world's first bank, with Russia's Gazprom Bank. The yuan bonds issued outside of China are known, in a friendly way, as dim sum bonds in reference to Chinese gastronomic snacks, and will be listed on the Moscow Stock Exchange. This has the virtue of accelerating the internationalization of the yuan, which will soon be the second global reserve currency, because China has the largest reserves and gold in the world, with $3.4 billion, trillions in English. Data from 2020, when the United States is far behind in a meager 20th place with $123.3 billion, even behind Mexico with $175.3 billion, figures from 2017. When the entire Chinese ethnic circuit is added, China, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Macau, its reserves reach a staggering $4.6 billion. The reservations are now yellow. Due to Western sanctions, Russia seeks to seduce Chinese investors, when Chinese banks have invested in Russian firms in the oil and gas sector since 2016. SCMP, owned by Alibaba, based in Hong Kong, displays a fascinating graph of how imperial powers since the year 1400 have lost their status of imposing their reserve currency on the world: Portugal and Spain between 1400 and 1575, Holland and France after 1750, Great Britain from the late 19th century to 1925, and the United States from Bretton Woods, 1944, to the present. Once again, Russia is trying to launch sovereign bonds denominated in yuan at the end of 2020 or at the beginning of 2021. Russia and China seek to break the umbilical cord with the dollar because Washington uses access to the global payments system with dollars as weapon to punish countries and individuals for breaking their laws, even outside the United States. Moscow and Beijing have still not managed to implement a new system for direct payments of their currencies, the yuan and the ruble. Unusually, JP Morgan and the British Central Bank have suggested that it is time for the dollar to give up its status as global currency reserve, since the alternative threatens the world like a deflationary supernova. William Pesek, author of the book Japanization, What the World Can Learn from Japan's Lost Decades, who is obviously prone to sinophobia, argues that the dollar's malaise is not yet the yuan's gain, since, while markets are right to lose faith in the dollar, the Chinese yuan is not yet a safe haven alternative. The Attorney General of the United States, William Barr, attacked the Chinese Communist Party for succeeding in its predatory economic policies by having become the world's manufacturing matrix and, supposedly, practicing an economic blitzkrieg to replace the United States. United as the global prominent superpower. William Barr commented that the United States has become dangerously dependent on China for rare earth materials, primarily used in technology, medicine, and even the military hardware industries. While Barr was ranting against Chinese communism, Beijing announced its recovery in its post-COVID-19 phase with growth of 3.2% in the second quarter of 2020, leaving the rest of the world behind. Unlike the over-indebted G7, and its speculative and hyper-consumerist scheme, Russia has very little debt, 19.5% of its GDP, one of the lowest in the world compared to the United States with 104.3%. The end of the hegemony of the dollar is approaching. 4. Will China choose its nuclear financial option facing Trump's war? Beyond Trump's multidimensional war against Beijing on several fronts blaming COVID-19, Hong Kong, Taiwan, the South China Sea, Xinjiang, India's border with China in the Himalayas, engines are heating up for a financial war, and China could opt for its nuclear option, getting rid of the United States debt. A masterstroke that China is keeping refers to the nuclear option, the withdrawal of the treasury bonds it holds for $1.08 trillion. Orange Wang of the South China Morning Post comments that tensions on several fronts and at various levels between Beijing and Washington have put China's access to the US dollar on the table, to the extent that Zhou Lei, former vice director of the Department of the International Liaison of the Chinese Communist Party, demands the decoupling of China from the dollar system when the signals of financial war have increased, the global monopolistic position of the dollar in the financial sector gives it an advantage, so the United States means a growing and severe threat to China's further development. Zhou acknowledges that the dollar will become a higher risk issue that has us by the throat. Zhou diagnosed that the United States has been able to have great influence with the dollar-dominated international payments system, the SWIFT system, to extend its extraterritorial jurisdiction, through its policies outside the United States, which includes sanctions against Russia and Iran. Which implies sanctions against energy suppliers, which may endanger China's energy security. China holds more than $2 trillion in foreign investments, most of which are denominated in dollars and are located in developing countries. Zhou advises that China should accelerate the internationalization of the UN, more quickly increase cross-border payments and create arrangements for the UN, establish payment mechanisms in local currencies with more countries, and create conditions to maximize the use of the Chinese currency in the global industrial supply chain. Pressure from U.S. lawmakers has led to a series of laws to punish China for its alleged crimes in Xinjiang and Hong Kong, while a Trump administration task force looks for ways to force Chinese companies listed on the Wall Street Stock Exchange to share its internal accounting. According to Zhou, Beijing should not dismiss the determination of Trump and the U.S. Congress, so the Chinese leadership must consider that the viability of the break with Washington may be inevitable, to such a degree that the ultra-xenophobes in the United States, who blame China of the pandemic, instead of its catastrophic management, they are considering demanding stratospheric compensation, very similar to war damages. As if the above were not enough, former Chinese official Zhou warned that China must prepare for a global food crisis and the return of international terrorism. Karen Yung of the South China Morning Post comments that news reports from the United States suggest that White House officials have already begun to entertain the idea of canceling all or part of the $1.1 trillion in debt owed to China. Karen herself, in a more recent article, comments that, in reference to the new Hong Kong security law by mainland China, the threat of U.S. sanctions on the Hong Kong issue, Trump signed an executive order that terminated Hong Kong's special status, presses urgently for Beijing to cut its dependence on the U.S. dollar. The problem with the financial decoupling of the United States and China lies in knowing what the selection of foreign investors will be and whether they will use the yuan instead of the dollar. The most mysterious thing is that, in the midst of the United States' multidimensional war against China, Beijing has modestly increased its holdings of treasury bonds in the month of May by $10.9 billion, despite growing tensions. Trans-Pacific and the threats of financial war between the two largest economies in the world. It remains to be assessed what the impact will be on the future of Hong Kong, which still maintains its own currency, the Hong Kong dollar. Once the leading capitalist financial center, where China oxygenated its financial lungs by accessing global markets. Here it agreed on more than 70% of its payments offshore, which can affect both the value of the yuan and its affordability, not to mention its objective of internationalizing the UN. It is no secret that since the serious financial crisis of 2008, tolerated by Barack Obama, China decided to gradually strengthen its currency, which is why it has signed swap arrangements with almost 40 central banks in the world. Part of China's strategy to avoid the suffocation of dollar hegemony, based on the SWIFT payment system, bordered on China's secret 25-year agreement with Iran, and with military blessing from Russia. China's retaliation, according to Orange Wang, consists of applying the nuclear option of getting rid of its holding of U.S. debt, and which, in the opinion of unidentified analysts, is highly unlikely due to the damage it would cause to both countries, as well as to the global economy. According to Zhou Hao, a prominent emerging markets economist at Commerzbank, the data on China's holdings in Wall Street stocks is lacking, so it is really difficult to look for this data from a particular angle. Does it result and highlight, then, that, worse than the nuclear option of getting rid of the United States debt, China still has a hydrogen bomb that would consist of collapsing the Wall Street stock market, which would be lethal for the aspirations Trump re-electionists. In China they mocked the sanctions on the 92 million members of the Chinese Communist Party by the Trump administration, and it seems that the large-scale preparations for an all-out financial war involve several strategies unknown to the general public. As it is, Orange Wang comments that China does not publish figures for its holdings of U.S. Treasury bonds, which means that the data from the U.S. Treasury Department can only tell a part of the real amount, since Beijing is believed to use third-party proxies to purchase U.S. government bonds. Could China's purchase of $10.9 billion in May be one of the classic baits taken from the Manual of the Art of War, by Sun Tzu, from 4 BC? It should be noted that the path to annihilating China, both by Trump and by the bipartisan Congress, will not be easy when China has the largest reserves of gold and foreign currency on the planet for $3.1 billion, compared to very poor reserves of the United States of $123 billion. It is notable that China does not publish its true holdings of gold reserves either, the price of which this year has increased almost 28% to date. 5. End of the era of the hegemonic dollar, according to Stephen Roach. Of all the factors that the United States still boasts as the former unipolar superpower, which now has to share spheres of influence with China and Russia in the geo-economic and military spheres, its omnipotent dollar remains its greatest power when not even China, with its renminbi/yuan, nor Russia, with its valetudinary ruble, still appear on the geo-financial radar. Within the increasingly dysfunctional IMF, the US dollar, because there are other dollars from Canada to Singapore, is the queen of its currencies that make up the five-party special drawing rights along with the euro, the renminbi/yuan, the Japanese yen and the pound sterling. At the level of global currency exchange, the dollar still constitutes 61%, followed by the euro, 20.5%, leaving far behind the Japanese yen, 5.7%, and the pound sterling, 4.6%. It is widely believed that the beheadings of Iraqi Saddam Hussein and Libyan Muammar Gaddafi were due to their audacity in attempting to convert the sale of hydrocarbons from dollars to euros. For some time now, Martin Feldstein, former chief advisor of the Economic Council under Ronald Reagan and member of the macabre globalist/monetarist group of 30, has been advocating for a controlled devaluation of the dollar, somewhat similar to the Plaza Agreement, in order to stimulate United States exports that have perished in the face of the astonishing rise of China. Stephen Roach, former chief Asia economist at New York-based investment bank Morgan Stanley and author of Unbalanced, US-China Codependency, warns of the end of the dollar's exorbitant privilege and its likely collapse by the collapse in U.S. domestic savings and its current account deficit gap. Financial Times, October 4, 20. Roach has the luxury of calculating, qualitatively, that the collapse would be a maximum of 35% by the end of 2021. He draws attention that such a mega devaluation is more structural than personal, regardless of who wins in the elections for the presidency of the United States, between Trump and Biden, who does not even mention them. Roach states that it was an accident that was bound to happen, although the explosion in the government deficit related to COVID is the immediate source of the problem, when the thin cushion of the net domestic savings rate left the United States vulnerable to any shock, do not say to the COVID, going from 2.9% of the gross national income from 2011 to 2019, 8 years, it constituted less than half of 7% from 1960 to 2005, 45 years. According to the Congressional Budget Office, CBO, the estimated federal deficit for 2020 is at 16% of GDP, which will decline to 8.6% in 2021. According to Roche, the implications will be ominous for the future of the United States, since without any savings from foreign surplus borrowing, growth becomes impossible, which will continue to gradually erode the special privilege of the dollar as the dominant reserve currency. Thus, foreign lenders will demand concessions that come in two forms, in adjustments to the currency and /or interest rates. Roche judges that the interest rate channel has been effectively closed, so adjustment will be forced by a weak dollar when the Federal Reserve has promised to maintain its near-zero interest rate policy for several more years. He predicts that the alternatives to the once invincible dollar are the renminbi/yuan, gold, he forgot the Mexican silver, and cryptocurrencies, in unison with the now devalued euro that has begun to be stimulated by a pan-European fiscal policy of $858 billion. 3. Technological war. 1. Trump visits China, next global leader in artificial intelligence in 2030. Superscript 1. The ambassadors of China and the United States have unleashed themselves to advance the agenda and even results of the momentous meeting between Trump and the geo-economic Emperor Xi. Cui Tiankai, Chinese ambassador to the United States, dismissed Trump's mercantilist attacks on Beijing's alleged predatory practices and urged the loquacious president to look in the mirror. According to the Washington Post, Ambassador Cui outlined the muscular view of China's foreign policy and urged the United States and its allies to make greater efforts toward a negotiated solution to Pyongyang's nuclear program. Cui commented that China has advanced many diplomatic proposals in this regard. It turns out that Cui does not understand that Trump seeks to sell weapons in any way possible by aggravating tensions in all the hotspots on the planet. Ambassador Cui predicted that there will be an agreement between Trump and Mandarin Xi on pursuing new economic partnerships and by building a 100-day economic plan. He added that the trade deficit with the United States is due to structural factors since the United States has a more advanced position in the global production chain, which is why he stated that in the long term China wants more trade. Balanced and announced that next year Shanghai will hold the first International Import Summit. By the way, China exhibits a trade deficit in the services category, with which Washington overwhelms the entire world. Terry Branstad, recently appointed ambassador to China by Trump, had the luxury of writing an article on the Global Times portal and commented that the North Korean nuclear dispute will form a nodal part of the negotiations. One thing is the vulgar cheap cantina bravado to which the loquacious leaders of the United States and North Korea have confined themselves, and another is the secret negotiations between Washington and Pyongyang, as I reported exclusively to the Sputnik portal, not to mention the negotiations. Washington's triangulated relations with Moscow and Beijing, imperative and mandatory partners in a resolution for the denuclearization of the entire Korean peninsula. Terry Branstad assumes that the relevant delegation of 28 businessmen from the United States will sign a Memorandum of Understanding, MEO. China will operate a relative opening, which we had already argued, through the issuance of dollar bonds in the Hong Kong market, in the areas of social networks, insurance, manufacturing, agriculture, and medical instruments, where the United States will launch very significant agreements. The 28 U.S. companies will take advantage of China's transition to a consumer economy. General John Kelly, Trump's chief of staff, acknowledged on Fox News that China had gained considerably over the United States in terms of trade, but that this did not mean that they were enemies. In passing, General Kelly avoided passing value judgments on the successful system of government of the Chinese people. The enthusiasm of Chinese multimedia about the win-win relationship between the two largest geo-economic superpowers on the planet is noticeable. Mandarin Xi will give Trump a state visit plus reception in the Forbidden City, which is unusual. In my opinion, China has detected that what Trump is looking for, beyond his bluffing jeremiads, is to revive the ailing economy of the United States, where Beijing will be able to play a primary role when Chinese investments in the United States were close to $50 billion in 2016. The wastewater treatment company Environment plans to close a mega deal for $900 billion with the contractor Guangzhou Guangdong Environmental Protection Industrial Group and the Chinese manufacturer Hangzhou Iron and Steel, which will involve 800 textile companies in the eastern province of Zhejiang and 80 wastewater treatment plants in Guangdong. Environment is part of the great delegation of companies from the United States, from energy giants to technology firms to soy sellers. Today China imports 37% of soybeans from the United States. Soybeans are to China what Michoacan avocados are to the United States today. China's hydraulic market is as colossal as the country itself, when Trump dramatizes the trade deficit in order to extract as many concessions as possible from the Asian giant. Before Trump's momentous visit, the American cyber cabal GAFAT, Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, Twitter, went ahead to China where it envisions launching succulent businesses. The Chinese government stated that Facebook and Google can return as long as they respect Chinese laws. The problem with GAFAT is that, in addition to starting huge businesses, it is dedicated to changing the regimes of its hosts through its obscene espionage. Eric Schmidt, boss of Alphabet Incorporated, a Google subsidiary, warned that China would surpass the United States in the megastrategic field of artificial intelligence, AI, in 2025 and then dominate the industry in 2030, despite the fact that the United States has been the pioneer. This issue is not minor since the GAFAT cabal of Silicon Valley is associated with the Pentagon, specifically the Defense Innovation Board, DIB, segment. You don't have to be a genius to understand the crucial meaning of technological advantage in innovation in times of war. Eric Schmidt thinks not only in vulgar monetary terms, but also in how to win the war through the military application of AI. Alphabet/Google's flirtation with Iran drew powerful attention, with which the United States should repair its relations, since the Persians have the best computer scientists in the world, so it would be advisable, in optics nothing Zionist Eric Schmidt, who were in the United States and worked for Alphabet/Google. Two important facts: the fierce xenophobe Peter Navarro is not on the list of travelers to China, nor is Ivanka, Trump's daughter, who sins of xenophilia. It seems that Trump got rid of the two extreme poles of him, in reference to China by the time being. Most American analysts are not as optimistic as their Chinese counterparts, and William Pesek believes that Trump is playing with time and at the end of the day he will lean towards the trade war preached by xenophobe Peter Navarro, author of the books Death by China and the Coming China Wars, not to mention its geostrategists, the nonagenarian Kissinger and Steve Bannon, who see a total war against China as inevitable. We would be, according to William Pesek, in the phase of tranquility in Beijing before Trump's commercial storm, whose commercial epilogue in the masochistic and surrendering Etamite neoliberal Mexico, to me trial, will mean a global deterrent example, punching bag. 2. Geostrategic significance of the Chinese landing. Superscript 2. Napoleon had already warned in 4 about the Chinese awakening. In the midst of China's military tension with Trump and the beginning of trade negotiations between the two largest geo-economic superpowers on the planet, Beijing carried out the feat of a moon landing on the dark side of the moon on January 3, as an exhibition of its prodigious technological advance when it bursts into space. In unison with Moscow and Washington, China sends pristine signals of its unconcealable power. Since the 4th century, when the United States did not yet exist, China had been a pioneer of colossal scientific advances, gunpowder, compass, printing press, etc. Innovation is inherent to Chinese DNA, which suffered a humiliating eclipse due to the 2 opium wars of the 4th century waged by Great Britain. A century later, China once again embarked on its ascending career in the history of civilization. The former scientific editor of the Royal Academy of Chemistry, Cambridge, today a fierce political analyst, Finian Cunningham, states that China has positioned itself to be a global leader in technology, and crudely exposes the envious commercial vandalism of the United States. United. Unlike the previous moon landings by the United States and Russia, the Chinese module Chang'e 4, the lunar goddess of her mythology, was able to navigate the dark side of the moon. The moon landing in the dark side presented serious communication problems that were overcome by a scale satellite that allowed triangulated messages. China thus joins the cutting-edge exploration in space together with the United States and Russia, which would establish the Tripolar order in the Milky Way, which we have formulated for Earth. Finian Cunningham states that the United States/Russia/China are the only countries that have placed missiles and astronauts in space using their own engineers and technology, and comments that last year, for the first time, China launched more rockets into space, 38, than any other country. Stephen Lee Myers and Zoe Mao of the New York Times have no choice but to accept the space feat of the Chinese lunar landing when the United States and Russia have not yet landed on the dark side of the moon. The feat will not stop, as China is expected to launch a series of missions that are likely to put it at the head of the space race. According to NYT reporters, China is preparing to operate its third space station in 2022 and place its astronauts on a lunar base by the end of that decade, in addition to sending probes to Mars, which include returning samples to the Earth from the Martian surface. The United States incites Taiwan against its motherland, while China is likely to colonize the moon, where it captures its immense energy supply, especially helium-3, which provides 10,000 years of energy, source of fuel for nuclear fusion controlled when 40 grams of helium-3 can replace 5,000 tons of coal. While Mexico flagellates itself with its unpresentable huachicolaros, the Chinese feat constitutes the touchstone of exploration in the Milky Way, where the moon can be the base for refueling its space missions. I don't want to imagine, on a terrestrial level, all the military secrets that must be protected in China, and that would cause an unpleasant surprise in the event of a war with the United States. Finian Cunningham interprets that the timing of the Chinese feat was appropriate when Trump seeks to prevent the rise of Made in China 2025, of technological autarky, not to mention his 3 Silk Roads. How does Trump intend to achieve Chinese technological suicide on Earth when the United States has been surpassed in lunar exploration? Where are Trump's absurd claims that China steals American technology and intellectual property? The best is coming, not only the Huawei case, at a time when Apple has collapsed, but the advance of its supersonic missiles and artificial intelligence, where China challenges the technological hegemony of the United States. 3 new arms race of 5G between the United States and China, where Huawei leads. Superscript 3. 3 days before the crucial visit of Chinese Vice Premier Liu He to Trump, in order to reach a truce in their trade war, the Department of Justice intensified the confrontation, accusing Huawei of all the crimes that have occurred and to have occurred, which they do not sound credible at all, when there is no evidence, except for the arrests of 2 Huawei employees accused of espionage by Poland, where the United States seeks to build a military base, Fort Trump, to try to intimidate Russia. NYT published an extensive report titled The New 5G Arms Race Between the United States and China, where Washington pushes its allies to fight Huawei, through the U.S. network. 5 Eyes of the Anglosphere. Trump has equated China's technological advantages, in particular, its leadership in 5G, the 5th generation of mobile telephony, as a threat to United States national security. How, then, will Trump catalog China's moon landing on the dark side of the moon, where the United States has been left behind? According to United States strategists, cited by NYT, any country that masters 5G will gain economic, espionage, and military advantage for most of the century, when the transition to 5G, more than an evolution, would be a revolution. It will be almost more important than electricity. Shocking. 8 years ago, the ubiquitous NSA broke into Huawei's headquarters in search of a non-existent Chinese threat, according to Snowden documents. What attitude will Israel adopt that has been connected to the Silk Road? Will he betray the United States or go with China? Global Times, unofficial spokesperson for the Chinese Communist Party, rejects the NYT's mind-blowing report as typical of American thinking that sees the mere commercial competition of 5G as an arms race and gives too much importance to the dominance of technology. Global Times criticizes that the United States is a hegemon in the economic and technological fields and thinks that China also has the ambition to dispute the dominance of 5G, which it views with a zero-sum mentality, causing negative impacts when the globalization promotes the integration of the interests of all countries. It should be noted that, in contrast to the parasitic and speculative financial globalization of the ailing Anglo-Saxon squares of Wall Street and the city, Chinese globalization is economical and based on infrastructure, through its prodigious 3 Silk Roads and its prodigious self-sufficient technological innovation Made in China 2025, which Trump intends to torpedo. Global Times judges that, in the future, the power of a few select countries will no longer be able to dominate the entire world, in clear allusion to the decadent unipolarity of the United States that completely ignores the rules of business and savagely suppresses to Huawei, which constitutes the most severe persecution in decades of globalization. The Chinese portal ridicules that Washington has no evidence of Huawei's alleged espionage, except for imaginary accusations, and only seeks to deprive Chinese companies of their right to lead 5G technology, so it uses geopolitics instead of market rules that will bring chaos to some extent, but not for long. How safe the Chinese feel? Global Times considers that globalization will probably drown out the rhapsody of the 5G arms race and that the suppression of Chinese high-tech transnationals such as Huawei and ZTE is a strategic move by the United States, so in its environment externally, the two companies will have difficulties in the short term, which they will have to counteract by developing their technologies with cheaper products and demonstrating that their boycott will cause more losses than benefits. What position will Mexico take, trapped in the geopolitical cage of the United States since 1848? 4. China passes the United States in the blockchain technological race. What vadis United States? The speed of technological innovations is astonishing. At the end of October, 2 momentous news reverberated both in the United States: quantum computing and in China adoption of the blockchain by Mandarin Xi that will disrupt orders as game changers. Google performed a calculation in just 3 minutes and 20 seconds, which the maximum supercomputer would complete in 10,000 years, which would give it quantum supremacy that would have implications for national security and cryptography and even to open the way for the creation of new medicines, which explains NYT. The technological battle between the United States and China acquired gigantic geopolitical dimensions that cannot be analyzed with the outdated models of the old Cold War and the failed unipolarity of the United States, when its supposed allies such as Great Britain and Germany engage in 5G. Of Huawei, the Chinese transnational exorcised by Trump's trade war. For a year and a half, Mandarin Xi was very clear about the new generation of the Industrial Revolution that reconfigures the global economic structure based on artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things and the blockchain. In a session of a Politburo study group of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, Mandarin Xi urged the application of blockchain technology to sectors including digital finance, the Internet of Things, smart manufacturing, the transaction of digital assets and supply chain management. She emphasized that blockchain technology should be used to increase connectivity between cities regarding information, capital, talent, and credit research on a larger scale, as well as use its data sharing model for maintenance and utilization of government data services at a transdepartmental and transregional level. China seeks to strengthen its prevalence in cyberspace, the digital economy and the advancement of socio-economic development through blockchain technology. The Chinese portal Global Times affirms that China was ahead of the United States on the new front of the technological race with its advances in the blockchain, one of the main game changers that will shape the future of innovation and economic growth. Global Times comments on the anguish, before a hearing in the United States Congress, of Mark Zuckerberg due to Chinese leadership in blockchain technology, the framework for Bitcoin when Facebook's pound sinks. 3 years ago, a seminal document of China's 13th five-year plan listed blockchain as an important area to develop in the Internet Plus, as part of the desired autarky proclaimed in the Made in China 2025 concept. According to Roger Wang, head of the Southeast Asia Blockchain Alliance, based in Indonesia, China's massive consumer market and the rise of technology giants such as Alibaba, Tencent, and Baidu drove the adoption of blockchain technology. In terms of scale, there is no country that can compete with China for now, but admitted that the United States remains the dominant player in R&D in fundamental technologies that China is beginning to tie. In early March, Josh Rajan of the Washington Post admitted China's lead over the United States in blockchain. The great strategic competition between the United States and China will be won or lost based on who controls the rules and systems that govern trade, communications, and security of the four. Josh Rajan confesses that the Trump government opted for a broad plan for the development of artificial intelligence, but lacks a strategy for blockchain in the face of Chinese advance. In the midst of its civil war, quo vadis the United States? 5. The new era of quantum computing, the technological race of the United States and China. Google announced its quantum supremacy with a revolutionary invention, a quantum computer that can perform calculations in 200 seconds, which on a classic supercomputer, like the Summit at Oak Ridge National Laboratory, would take 10,000 years. Quantum computing is based on quantum mechanics, which explains the strange behavior of extremely small particles of matter. 7 years ago John Preskill proposed the concept of quantum supremacy, the point at which quantum computers can do things that classical computers could not. Bloomberg appealed to cautious optimism. It was an immense achievement by any measure when a rudimentary quantum machine improved the fastest supercomputer by a factor of 1,080. Quantum computers defy human intuition, according to Bloomberg, which warns of some risks. 1. The global race to dominate quantum computing is heating up with unpredictable consequences, and 2. Advanced quantum computers may one day threaten the public key of cryptography that protects information in the digital world. Such systems are based on hard mathematical problems that quantum computers could theoretically be able to crack with ease, so security researchers are working to create post-quantum systems and parameters. The scientific journal Nature summarizes, in its abstract, that the promise of quantum computers lies in the fact that certain computational tasks could be executed exponentially and faster on a quantum processor than on a classical processor. He refers to Google's Sycamore processor and its dramatic increase in speed compared to all known classical algorithms, as an experimental realization of quantum supremacy that heralds a computational paradigm. For a more general audience, David Yafbelany explains, in the New York Times, the scientific feat of Google in its research laboratory in Santa Barbara, California, which since the 1980s has been searching for the holy grail of the speed of the computational calculation, quantum supremacy. Immediately, zealous IBM researchers announced that the ideal simulation of the same task can be performed on a classical system in 2.5 days with much higher fidelity. The implications for national security and cryptography are immeasurable. China, with its also revolutionary adoption of blockchain technology, entered into technological competition with the United States in various areas, from 5G to quantum technology to artificial intelligence, AI. In the opinion of David Yafbelany, like all leaps in technology, quantum machines are double-edged. One day they may strengthen advances in AI, but they may also overwhelm the encryption that protects computers and is vital to national security or even digital commerce sites. Hence, Yafbelany argues, the governments of the United States and China consider quantum computing as a national priority when China invests $400 million in a national quantum laboratory. China leads the race to protect data from quantum encryption. China holds twice as many quantum technology patents as the United States, but 3 times fewer quantum computers. What China and the United States define as national security, from hydrocarbons to food to sophisticated technology, has ceased to be so for the villagers of countries overwhelmed and intoxicated by the propaganda, now outdated, of neoliberal globalism. 6. United States vs. China, trade truce, technological war, and new front in the Arctic. Trump's trade war against China got a truce with a dare-free deal that minimally halted the tariff battle that benefits the United States. China will await the outcome of Trump's impeachment in the Senate and/or his re-election when the technological war over Mike Pompeo intensifies and a new front opens in the Arctic. There is a patent fatalism in Washington strategic circles about the inevitable U.S. war against China, embodied in Thucydides' trap theorem and the Crow Memorandum in Kissinger's book on China. In his book Destined for War, political scientist and relevant Pentagon consultant Graham Allison exposes his Thucydides trap theorem: when one great power threatens to displace another, war is almost always the result. In his controversial book on China, Kissinger, still very close to Trump and his Talmudic son-in-law Jared Kushner, unarchives the famous Crow Memorandum that dealt before the outbreak of the First World War on the inevitability of war between Great Britain and Germany, which exemplifies the Anglo-German rivalry as an omen of what may await the United States and China in the fore. Here it does not matter whether Allison and Kissinger are right or not, but rather they represent the thinking fashion of the two reigning parties in the United States, with their respective strategists who are listened to by the president in turn. In the midst of his domestic shipwreck, due to the vicissitudes of his impeachment in the Senate, Trump achieved two resounding electoral commercial triumphs: his Phase 1 dairy-free agreement with China, and his overwhelming TMEC agreement with Canada and Mexico, that he plans to use for his re-election. Trump extols his trade achievement with China for propaganda purposes, while he has raised many skeptical and antiseptic eyebrows about the implementation of the controversial Phase 1, let alone whether there will be a second phase. It seems that in exchange for the respite it granted to Trump for his flagrant interventionism from Hong Kong to the Islamic province of Xinjiang, China preferred to absorb some losses relative to its immense GDP, which in terms of purchasing parity/purchasing power already exceeded to the United States, through its voters' remote-controlled purchases of $200 billion in 2 years, while Trump maintained the punishment of his $360 billion in tariffs. Thus, after 2 years of fruitless trade war, United States tariffs on Chinese goods will be 19%, compared to 3% at the beginning. China loses here. Photos of the ceremony at the White House symbolize the state of things. It should be noted that the Chinese Xi Jinping did not attend and sent Vice Premier Liu He, who was always in charge of the negotiations, to represent him. Trump's face exulted in triumph, while the face of the Chinese vice president exhibited the distant perplexity of him, not smiling at all. Trump's triumph is a choreographic electoral victory with little substance, since he could not subdue China, whose multimedia foresaw that it was not a one-sided victory, but rather a win-win. China tried, as far as possible, not to deviate from the axioms of the WTO, the IMF, and the G20. One day before Trump's choreographed electoral signing of the flawed trade agreement with China, the pugnacious Secretary of State and former CIA Director, Mike Pompeo, intensified the campaign against Huawei before members of the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, in the Commonwealth Club, of San Francisco, who urged them to break their associations with the Chinese government and its related companies. In an undiplomatic attack, given the trade agreement the day after, Pompeo described China as a true Orwellian state and referred as an example to follow that none of us would have installed Soviet technology. It is striking that Pompeo gives the USSR as an example when, in relation to the assassination of the iconic Iranian General Soleimani ordered by Trump, his first reaction was to call his Russian counterpart Lavrov to promote a de-escalation in the Middle East. Excessively emotional, Pompeo exclaimed to the technological leadership of Silicon Valley that the United States faces a challenge from China, which demands every fiber of its innovative abilities, and urged them to cooperate more with United States government agencies, in order to stop the Chinese military from using our own innovation against us. So he was alerting his allies of the private risks and massive security in case they were connected to the construction of their 5G networks by Huawei. Perhaps Pompeo is unaware that, not long ago, several giants of the geostrategic jewels of Silicon Valley, Google, Facebook, and Microsoft, proposed that the Pentagon control artificial intelligence. As if the above were not enough, a delegation from the United States National Security Council, led by Matt Pottinger, is pressuring Great Britain to distance itself from Huawei's 5G network, since otherwise the United States would interrupt its sharing of spy data with London. Simone McCarthy, of the South China Morning Post portal, argues that the next frontier of the US-China battle is for global control, from the South China Sea to Africa, where the Arctic comes to the forefront. According to McCarthy, China's 2018 Arctic White Paper, defining itself as a quasi-Arctic state, sparked skepticism in Washington as Beijing lacks military ambition. No one is saying that it is very likely that Russia's strategic partnership with China is likely to give Beijing its long-awaited military/nuclear/hypersonic umbrella in the Arctic. None other than fundamentalist Zionist evangelist Mike Pompeo, who has positioned himself as Trump's scarecrow, attacked China at the Arctic Council for its whims in the Arctic. Pompeo criticized the Polar Silk Road that China intends to build in the Arctic, in addition to its two other continental and maritime Silk Road projects. For the Pentagon, the Chinese scientific presence in the Arctic, where they are trying to develop a GPS system that covers its pole, opens a military avenue for China, which includes its submarines. Trump will do everything possible to block Chinese irredentism in the Arctic, so his offer to buy Greenland can be interpreted for that latter purpose. The Chinese corridor in the Arctic and/or its projected Polar Silk Road depend on the contribution of Russia and the consent of the surrounding Nordic countries. McCarthy cites Russian Artyom Lukin, a researcher at the Far Eastern Federal University, who recognizes that without Chinese participation, it will be difficult to achieve major projects in the Russian Arctic, due to their immense costs and technological complexity. For Lukin, Russia has all the military assets in the Arctic, all the capabilities, when China is just a guest, whose value lies in its willingness to invest. Whatever it may be, China's subtle advance in the Arctic has made Trump and his scarecrow Pompeo nervous. In my view, the chaos, confusion, and flips of Trump and Pompeo underscore America's strategic desperation in the face of the dual rise and partnership of Russia and China. 7 Democrats and Republicans merge in Munich vs. China and Huawei's 5G. The worst thing that the naive leaders of the world can do is take sides with Democrats and/or Republicans, who are two sides of the same coin when it comes to the national security of the United States and its interests, as was notorious in the Munich Security Conference in its 56th version, where Democrats, led by Nancy Pelosi and Adam Schiff, failed defenders of Donald Trump, merged with their supposed enemies of the Zionist evangelist duo Pence-Pompeo and the Pentagon Secretary Mark Esper, representatives of Trumpism, to jointly attack China and Huawei's 5G. The Catholic Amazon Nancy Pelosi, from the immorality of the United States war system, moralized the dispute with Huawei's 5G, which she reduced to a dilemma between Chinese autocracy and the democracy of the information highway. Nancy Pelosi does not know the system she runs in the United States, which is not a democracy, but a proto-theocratic plutocracy, both in the phase of yesterday's Democrat and today's Republican Trump and the hybrid candidacy of yesterday's Republican and today's Democrat Mike Bloomberg, with a fortune that has already reached $65 billion and who, together with George Soros, lubricated the candidacy of Nancy Pelosi. Neither Germany nor France nor Great Britain, whose conservative Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, is Trump's great ally, have bowed to U.S. threats to abandon Huawei's 5G. Nancy Pelosi, as if she were a vulgar Trumpian, criticized that Huawei's 5G network would allow China to spy on the communications of U.S. allies, to which China replied that the latter persists in monopolizing democracy, control global cyber to carry out its espionage. Pelosi threatened that those who opt for Huawei will have to pay a high price, democracy. When asked if she agreed with President Trump's China policy, she responded, without blushing, "We agree on this point. And in others more than hidden." Chinese diplomat Fu Ying asked Nancy Pelosi what was her explanation for why the United States transnational companies that have operated in China for decades have not been able to change the Chinese political system, and that now it turns out that Huawei alone threatens the democracy of the West. Touch. Days before, the Washington Post mouthpiece of the establishment and owned by Jeff Bezos, boss of Amazon, reported that the CIA has been spying on the encrypted communications of governments around the world for 5 decades, thanks to the secret installation of the security company Crypto AG, in Switzerland. If Europe rejected Huawei's 5G, it would be forever held hostage to the United States and far behind China. Defense Secretary Mark Esper warned that the world is now in the era of great power competition, so we must move beyond low-intensity conflict and prepare once and for all for high-intensity war, which is the same spiel from the 2018 Pentagon report. Mark Zuckerberg, of Facebook, and the Iranian Foreign Minister, Javad Zarif, also participated in spectacular fashion at the Munich Security Conference, which made Tyrians and Trojans nervous. The diatribes of Republicans and Democrats, alike, against Huawei's 5G go far beyond a prosaic trade war and the hilarious defense of democratic values that do not exist in the United States. Rather, it reflects the accelerated decline of the West, in particular, of the United States, its former technological superpower that has already been surpassed in several areas by Russia's military hypersonic panoply and by the scientific exploits of China, today doubly quarantined by the strange coronavirus and the siege of the United States, which began with the containment of Barack Obama and continues desperately with Trump, while Russia and China have codified a strategic partnership whose secret scope is unknown and has left the United States behind. 8. Digital Currency War, Facebook vs. China. The United States' multidimensional war against China was exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, which both geo-economic superpowers blame for its origin, and escalated into a new digital war between Facebook's Libra cryptocurrency and the experimental launch of the RMB by the Central Bank of China in 4 cities. The project to launch the Pound, Facebook's controversial cryptocurrency, which, by the way, suffered strong criticism about its digital tyranny by skeptics, accelerated the program, which had been in hibernation since August 2019, of the electronic currency RMB, electronic renminbi, from the People's Central Bank of China that has just started a series of payments tests in 4 major cities, 1. Shenzhen, 2. Suzhou, 3. Chengdu and 4. The new suburb Xiong'an in the south from the capital. Beijing, in addition to considering its management in the host cities of the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympic Games, according to China Daily. Those of us who have visited China can argue that the 4 cities were selected with long-term geographically strategic criteria. The RMB, technically known as Digital Electronic Currency Payment, DCEP, not to be confused with cryptocurrencies, uses blockchain technology. Facebook's Pound responded within days of the experimental start of the RMB/DCEP and appointed as its first chief executive the Israeli-American Stuart Levy, controversial financial czar against terrorism with baby Bush and Barack Obama. Levy was characterized by his exaggerated harshness against Iran, North Korea, Libya, and the enemies of Israel, more than those of the United States itself. Also interesting was his unusual, how contradictory, appointment in 2012 as the main legal executive of HSBC Holdings, which was penalized for its gargantuan money laundering from 2013 to 2015, in addition to having been implicated in the fetid Swiss leaks laundering. Levy will begin his arduous task in July, from Washington, where he will confront regulators and politicians that the digital currency project will not become a haven for drug traffickers and money launderers. According to the Financial Times, a globalist British newspaper linked to the interests of the Rothschild slave bankers and his instrument George Soros, welcomes his appointment as an important step for the Pound to operate independently of Facebook. What kind of financial sleight of hand can Levy invent so that the pound operates far from the tentacles of Facebook, one of the geostrategic jewels of Silicon Valley, today with a market capitalization of $603.61 billion, and which recently has he distanced himself from his former partner Soros to move closer to the Trump/Netanyahu axis? The financial laxity of the pound led Visa, MasterCard, and PayPal to leave American Mark Zuckerberg's project. Global regulators, according to the Financial Times, have forced the controversial Zuckerberg to forget about his ambitions to move to a completely permissionless system, in which anyone can participate without the control of any authority, as was the original vision of the controversial cryptocurrency Bitcoin. After having strongly reversed course, the Libra Association will now maintain centralized surveillance of the developers who build the network, in addition to installing a financial intelligence unit, which, unfortunately in the West, punishes the enemies of its regimes and turns a blind eye to the mafia transactions of its allies. Levy told the Financial Times that the new digital financial entity must have the support of the United States in any global financial effort, while he praises its necessity due to the pandemic and its low cost for remittances. Incidentally, Facebook named its first 20 highly controversial members of its eminently globalist independent watchdog corps. The escalating electoral rhetoric of Trump, who fights against necrophilous ghosts for his terrible handling of COVID-19, has led to certain types of threats to collect multimillion-dollar damages from China, whom the Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, accuses of having deliberately manufactured and spread the Wuhan virus, while Chinese officials respond that it is a biological weapon from the Pentagon. Although Larry Kudlow, White House economic advisor, has rejected the hitherto strange idea of canceling the plethora of debt from the United States to China of $1.1 trillion equivalent to Mexico's nominal GDP, Karen Yung, from South China Morning Post, based in Hong Kong and owned by Alibaba, comments on China's threat to reduce its holdings in U.S. Treasury bonds, which is equivalent to a nuclear option that would be bringing the drums of war between Beijing and Washington to an irreversible paroxysm. After the serious financial crisis of 2008, caused by the deliberate speculative and parasitic orgy of Wall Street, China began to weigh its options to stop being enslaved to the financial system of the dollar, which is the true power that the United States still has left. Against its two rivals, Russia and China. 7 years ago, the prestigious Chinese Academy of Sciences exposed the iniquitous hegemonic bonus of the United States, for simply unilaterally imposing the dollar-centric system, which at that time constituted almost 10% of global GDP. According to China Daily, Beijing fears the militarization of the dollar as the main force of U.S. foreign policy and that it inflicts damage through punitive unilateral sanctions, which has led China to counter with the experimental test of a commercial payment system based on the RMB currency. A sovereign digital currency provides a functional alternative to the dollar payment system and mitigates the impact of any sanctions or threat of exclusion on both a country and a company. The DCEP/ERMB could also facilitate integration into globally traded currency markets with reduced risk of politically inspired disruption. Very distraught, the British newspaper The Guardian, very close to mega speculator George Soros, comments that the ERMB/DCEP will be used to subsidize transportation in Suzhou, while in Xiong'an the experiment will focus primarily on food and retail. An ace up China's sleeve that is whispered in the financial circuits of Hong Kong and Shanghai is the underpinning of the ERMB/DCEP with gold reserves securitized on the Shanghai Gold Exchange, a gold-bearing digital renminbi. A document from the Bank for International Settlements, BIP, the central bank of central banks, based in Basel, Switzerland, has warned, since January 2020, about the imminent arrival of central bank digital currencies. One of the characteristics of the new post-COVID-19 world order will be the acceleration of the cashless society and the beginning of the end of the iniquitous dollar-centric system. To fully enter the field of digital currencies, in the confrontation of the private cryptocurrency, Facebook's Pound, and China's state DCEP. 9. The new technological bipolarity, United States vs. China/Russia. Former Australian Prime Minister Kevin Rudd warns that China fears the dollar, as well as progressive decoupling with the United States. Former British diplomat Alastair Crooke argues that Germany and the United States are pushing Russia to ally technologically with China. The United States with its allies is 7 years ahead of China, while it has surpassed the United States in 5G and AI. In a recent interview, via Zoom, by Mark Ditley with former Australian Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Kevin Rudd, now President of the Asian Society Policy Institute, the well-known politician who speaks perfect Chinese Mandarin, warned that there are 3 things that China still fears the United States. The dollar is one of them. It is striking that Rudd gives too much importance to the cornered dollar, when none other than the notable American economist Stephen Roach, now a fellow at Yale University, who was in charge of the Asian branch of the Morgan Stanley Investment Bank, has told the Financial Times, October 4, 20, the end of the hegemony of the dollar due to its collapse in domestic savings and the deficit in its current account. Today the word decoupling is very fashionable in the Anglo-Saxon world and is openly used in reference to the multidimensional fracture between the United States and China, in particular, in the technological field, which is spreading at its maximum intensity. Kevin Rudd warns that the progressive decoupling of China with the United States is taking place in several fields: trade, direct investments, technology, and financial markets. In the area of economic decoupling, the former Prime Minister comments that the United States operates with 3 formal instruments of power: 1. The new export control regime; 2. The new powers granted to the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFIUS; and 3. The entity list that channels the sanctions and includes the list of people and companies that the United States government judged as risk to national security, which has affected the Chinese companies Huawei and Semiconductor Manufacturing International Corporation, SMIC, the largest in China, from acquiring the final semiconductor/chip technology anywhere in the world. Rudd comments that the recent changes to the entity list virtually limit semiconductor exports to a defined list of Chinese companies from anywhere in the world, as long as they are based on U.S. intellectual property. In the opinion of the former Prime Minister, the Chinese response has been very cautious, pending the result of the presidential election in the United States, but he warns that decoupling is irreversible, regardless of the identity of the next president, and that it will operate in 5 areas well defined: 1. The global supply chains where the United States depends on China, such as medical equipment and pharmacological items; 2. Critical technologies when the balkanization of the Internet, the splinternet, is becoming a reality; 3. For the moment, the decoupling of the global supply of semiconductors to China will be partial, not only to 5G and artificial intelligence, AI, but also to semiconductors in general, since the centrality of microchips to computational power, for all purposes and the spectrum of application in the military and civil economy, is immense. 4. Direct investments between China and the United States will shrink to 0, and 5. Decoupling in the talent market in U.S. universities for Chinese students. As things stand, the world is heading towards a division into 2 technological spheres with Chinese and American parameters. Kevin Rudd claims that Chinese semiconductors are slower than their American counterparts, which is likely to remain that way for a decade. To a certain extent, since China will switch from silicon to graphene to increase its speed, as argued by Brazilian Pepe Escobar. The former Prime Minister asserts that Chinese microchips will consistently remain 3 to 7 years behind the United States, Taiwan, and South Korea, that is, behind Intel, TSMC and Samsung. Kevin Rudd agrees that a binary technological world is coming, and that China's leadership in 5G technology and AI will force countries from Europe to Southeast Asia to take sides, as India, which despised the 5G from Huawei and China. Alastair Crooke, former MI6 spy and former British diplomat as advisor to former Chancellor Javier Solana in the European Union, diagnoses that the recent Clean Network program, by the pugnacious Mike Pompeo, leads to a very similar Sarajevo moment, which led to the First World. Crooke judges that the defining event of this post-COVID era, regardless of who wins the U.S. election, will likely be the decoupling of the United States with China. The divorce will encompass the technological decoupling of telecom, from Huawei's 5G, decoupling of Chinese multimedia and conversation platforms, chats, purging all Chinese technology from the entire US microchip ecosystem, China's disconnection from the Internet, application storage, undersea cables, and access to US cloud data storage systems. Mike Pompeo's Clean Network program is literally one step away from declaring trench warfare. The nodal thesis of the former British diplomat is that today, the United States demands that Europe break with Russia and China, when the United States has entered into an internal crisis, and even in the best perspective it cannot replace the Asian axis in most technological spheres. Crook cites an Asia Times article, where David Goldman argues that the cumulative impact of a series of sanctions against Russia has pushed Russia into a strategic alliance with China, which includes close cooperation with China in 5G telecommunications and research and development, R&D, of semiconductors, when Russia's economy may be the size of Italy, but its brain is bigger than its body, where more engineers graduate each year than in the United States, and they are very well trained. In parallel, Pepe Escobar affirms that the great advance in semiconductors in South Korea is due to the presence of prominent Russian technicians. By the way, a heavyweight of the influential Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS, based in Washington, its China expert Scott Kennedy announced that he will have a webinar under the auspices of the Deputy Director of the pro-Japanese Asia Times portal, David Goldman, where he will state that the United States is losing the technological war, which can seriously damage the economy and national security of the United States. Scott Kennedy's presentation is titled How America Lost Its Power, Way America's Tech Warfare vs. China. According to Scott Kennedy, the campaign to isolate Huawei and the ultimate initiative to decouple technology threatens its historic success and accelerates China's technological independence. The world is heading inexorably towards technological bipolarity, United States vs. China and Russia. 10. Semiconductor War of the United States against China. Superscript 1. Brazilian geopolitical scientist Pepe Escobar addresses, from the Chinese perspective, the semiconductor/chip war, which Trump has waged against Beijing and which exhibits its notorious vulnerability, like the one also denotes the United States in rare earth minerals, 80% of which are produced by China, and which are necessary for Washington in its technological areas and, in particular, its very sensitive military segment. Today China suffers from a severe problem of shortage of semiconductors/chips, in which the United States stands out with its allies in Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan, who are 7 to 10 years ahead of Beijing, when the new technological bipolarity spreads. Of the United States vs. China/Russia. The level of technological research for chips would be very similar between China and the United States allies, Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan. China's problem lies in its limitation in quantum physics, which prevents it from jumping from 5 to 3 nanometers, which is why it is already looking for new materials, such as graphene, to replace silicon. According to Escobar, the Chinese are updating the privileged photolithography process of the United States, nanometric chips, to a new procedure without photolithography, capable of producing smaller and cheaper chips. It is the general opinion of those in the know, on both sides of the Pacific Ocean, that China has a huge advantage, of a minimum of 10 years, over the United States in 5G and artificial intelligence, AI. A serious obstacle that Huawei faces is supplying itself with the supply chain that the United States practically monopolizes with its allies. Escobar reports that the Huawei game consists of investing heavily in a very intimate R&D, research and development, relationship with Russia, recruiting some of its best technology talents, notoriously very competent in mathematics, physics, and in rigorous work of design. So the Chinese company bought the Russian facial recognition company Vocard. Escobar adds that, astonishingly, some of the best tech brains in South Korea are Russian. To alleviate the brutal boycott by the United States, Huawei established a 5G innovation ecosystem in Thailand, the first of its kind in the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, 10 ASEAN. The 10 ASEAN has more than 654 million people and a nominal GDP of $3.17 billion, more than India, 6th place, with $2.9 billion, and less than Germany, 4th place, with $3.86 million. For practical purposes, the 10 ASEAN occupies the 5th place globally. Global Times boasts that Huawei's project in Thailand marks the beginning of an industrial chain liberated from the United States, as Chinese investment in Australia declines. Huawei retains enough chips for the production of its 5G equipment, when its strategy for its high-end smartphones, which use 7nm chips, will be transferred to other Chinese players such as Xiaomi, Oppo, and Vivo. More than anything, Huawei's Harmony OS, which features a more efficient system than Android, will be able to continue with less demanding chips. Huawei is thus rearranging the chips it still has to redirect them to more strategic areas of 5G and AI, where it maintains the lead over the United States. In Escobar's opinion, Beijing's leadership is not unaware of the emergence of South Korea as a strong geopolitical and geoeconomic actor in East Asia, which should be inextricably linked to China's access to the next generation of chips. Escobar does not eliminate the high probability that Huawei will achieve a wide-ranging technological cooperation deal with Samsung. The suffocation of the United States is being compensated by China through its strategic operation with the 10 ASEAN Geo-Economic Bloc and the largest and most prosperous geo-economic bloc in the world, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, 15 RCEP, which has 3.615 million inhabitants with a nominal GDP of $27.3 million. 4 Nationalist Vaccine War. 1. China accuses the United States of having planted COVID-19 in Wuhan. United States appoints the ambassador. Superscript 1. With pandemics, as in wars, the first victim is the truth. We enter a dual diagram of implausible truths and lies and plausible truths and lies, where the perception of the population is more important than reality. The speed and quality of communication counts a lot here, as the United States Center for Disease Control, CDC, learned after having suffered the disaster of its misinformation and its terrible communication with H1N1. In the United States, the clash between Trump and the renowned infectious disease specialist Tony Fauci was notorious. Due to the origin and peculiar spread of COVID-19, expertise must fall to the triad of infectologists/immunologists/pulmonologists, who are the ones who treat patients, and not to epidemiologists who, due to their limited theoretical training without clinical practice, ignore the care of the sick. China charged that the US military could have brought the virus to the Chinese city of Wuhan. What did not happen in the previous H1N1 pandemic, when the geopolitical/geoeconomic demons of today were not unleashed, which come together to form a perfect storm? Zhao Jian, spokesperson for the Chinese Foreign Ministry, published a video of Robert Redfield, head of the US CDC, where he points out that coronavirus was found post-mortem in several Americans who were diagnosed with the flu. Zhao reacted virulently to Redfield's video. When did patient zero appear in the United States? How many people are infected? What hospitals were they taken to? It was probably the US military who brought the epidemic to Wuhan. Be honest. Reveal the data on SARS-CoV-2 infection in the United States. The United States must explain everything to us. A State Department source leaked to Reuters that the United States had summoned China's ambassador to clarify comments by his spokeswoman. A propaganda war broke out between China and the United States, which accuse each other of the origin of the new virus. Mike Pompeo, Secretary of State and former CIA director, called COVID-19 the Wuhan coronavirus, referring to the first outbreak in the important central Chinese city. Already lined up, Pompeo fulminated against the Chinese disinformation that hid the true data and the real number of infected people. There are theories about the accident of the coronavirus experimented and/or planted as a bacteriological weapon and of which the three superpowers have been accused, the United States, Russia, with the terrifying excavation, and China, whose top specialist affirms that COVID-19 may not have originated in China. Before his death, the brilliant astrophysicist Stephen Hawking warned about the aggressions of biological weapons to the human race, and COVID-19 has all the characteristics of a biological weapon. The pandemic has caused preventive measures on the planet, while the propaganda war to endorse the origin of the coronavirus rages with fury in the Middle East. The Times of Israel, very defensive, highlights the position of Anti-Defamation League, ADL, researcher Alex Friedfeld, who dismisses the conspiracy theory that Jews created the virus. Friedfeld judges that the most popular of all is that the Jews use this virus as a means to enrich themselves, since they were the ones who manufactured it and will take advantage of the collapse of the markets through their insider information, insider trading. So far there is no evidence in this regard. Hassan Nasrallah, leader of Lebanese Hezbollah, condemned Trump and his administration as the worst liars for hiding the true scale of the pandemic in the United States, in the midst of a battle that resembles a world war. In the post-truth era, will we ever know the truth? 2. Putin congratulates China for its global health Silk Road, and Foreign Affairs is concerned about the United States. Superscript 2. COVID-19 does not disrupt the new Tripola global order, it only deepens it. Trump's close friend Breitbart News states that in a call to Xi Jinping, Putin praises China's response to the coronavirus. TASS praises the success of the Chinese government and people in countering the spread of the pandemic. Tsar Vladimir Putin appreciated China's contribution to safeguarding the health and security of people in the world. The United States and China blame each other for the origin of COVID-19, while the public communication of Tsar Vladimir Putin and Mandarin Xi shows that Russia adopts Beijing's position. China benefited, in the midst of the serious pandemic, from the brutal drop in oil prices that severely affected the United States shale oil/gas industry. Mandarin Xi has been very active in his phone calls. On March 16, he spoke with the Italian Prime Minister, Giuseppe Conte, in order to fight the epidemic and contribute to the construction of the global health Silk Road. China seems to have controlled the pandemic and is now providing its help, both in equipment and personnel, to several countries, Italy, Spain, Iran, Panama, Serbia, etc. In the United States, Trump rectified his initial indifference and went on a spectacular counteroffensive, declaring war on COVID-19, to the point of dropping $1 million from helicopters, in the extravagant style of Ben Shalom Bernanke, former governor of the Federal Reserve, and has invoked war powers the Defense Production Amendment with the signing of his March 18 executive order on the hierarchy and allocation of medical resources and health. He draws attention to his hierarchical emphasis on health over economics. Trump must be terrified by the inside information on the performance of COVID-19, when it should be noted that his Treasury Secretary, the Israeli-American Stephen Mnuchin, very close to his son-in-law Jared Kushner, comes from the Goldman Sachs brokerage that has just published a Dantesque report on the devastating impact on the United States economy. He is amazed that Trump's acceptance has increased to 55%, despite the healthy/economic/oil/stock market crash. The Politico portal, very close to Soros and the Democratic Party, notes that the virus pushes the United States' relationship with China to a fracture, which can undermine the future of global stability. There is even no shortage of Trump's enemies who allege that he uses the pandemic to advance his agenda against China and reduce taxes for electoral purposes. Kurt Campbell, former Assistant Secretary of State for East Asia and Pacific Affairs under President Obama, publishes in Foreign Affairs magazine, mouthpiece of the influential Council on Foreign Relations, that the coronavirus can reconfigure the global order when China maneuvers for its international leadership, while the United States falters. Campbell alleges that as Washington falters, Beijing is moving quickly and expertly to take advantage of the rift created by the United States' mistakes, filling the void to position itself as the global leader in the pandemic response, so it works to offer its own system, provide material assistance to other countries and even organize other governments. He embraces the well-publicized display of overwhelmingly Chinese-made aid supplies, masks, respirators, and active pharmaceutical ingredients. 3. Trump turns to China for his war vs. COVID-19. Superscript 3. More than the vaccines for COVID-19, what is important are the geostrategic calls, like that of the Mandarin Xi to that of his counterpart, Tsar Vladimir Putin. On March 27, less than 20 hours after the virtual G20 summit, Trump and the Mandarin Xi engaged in a call, little publicized by the United States multimedia cover UPS, but highlighted by the unofficial Chinese spokesperson Global Times that highlights his change in attitude, and that Trump himself posted in a tweet, "I just concluded a very good conversation with President Xi of China. We discuss in great detail what destroys large parts of our planet. China has gone through this stage and developed a powerful understanding of the virus. We are working closely together. My deepest respect." For Global Times, the call between Trump and Xi is the best proof that the United States health system needs urgent help from China. The seriousness of the situation in the United States forced Trump to express his desire to ask help from China. According to the Xinhua news agency, Mandarin Xi urged Trump to strengthen macroeconomic coordination policy to stabilize markets, maintain growth, safeguard the well-being of populations, and ensure the openness, stability, and security of global supply chains. Now China sets the tone for the global health Silk Road. Unlike Trump's misanthropic health sanctions against Iran, China supplies medical supplies and ventilators to the United States for its battle against the pandemic. In the midst of health balkanization, Trump was hit by the Black Swan, an unexpected event of great impact. Rather, it is the Asian metaphor of gray rhinos. There they are, but no one wants to see them until they charge. Following the classic carrot and stick script, plutocrat Trump requests medical help from the Chinese Communist Party, while dealing a geopolitical blow on the same day by signing the Taipei Amendment, which promises support for the diplomatic alliances, a total of 15 compared to 180 that recognize China, of the renegade island of Taiwan, and which undermines the One China policy, which was the substrate of China's relations in the phase of the Mao Zedong/Zhou Enlai duo with the Nixon/Kissinger duo in the early 70s. Global Times is very severe about this and criticizes that while the United States is plagued by the coronavirus, it is dedicated to playing with politics when it fully uses the Taiwan card to engage in strategic games with China. Laura Zhou, from the Hong Kong-based SCMP portal, comments that China's mask diplomacy worries the West. To a certain extent, because Italy and France have established deep health relations with Beijing to mitigate COVID-19. China has launched a health offensive focused on Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and Asia, and now the United States itself to send its medical experts and provide the required medical supplies. Now China has taken off the gloves and responds to the insults from Brazilian President Bolsonaro, as well as those coming from the United States. The day after the Taiwan Amendment, Global Times attacked Trump for having failed to inappropriately deal with the outbreak, calling it the new Chernobyl of the United States and Europe. China managed to tame COVID-19 and has launched its global health Silk Road, the last nail of COVID-19 in the coffin of globalization that, unfortunately, exposed even its promoters of the British neoliberal financial monarchy, Prince Charles and the first conservative Boris Johnson, to present a positive test for the coronavirus. 4. Drug war of the United States against China. In the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, an unprecedented drug war arose between the United States and China. Of the top 10 global companies of the new Big Pharma, 2 Chinese companies climbed, China Resources, first place, and Sinopharm, fourth, compared to 3 from the United States, Johnson & Johnson, second, Pfizer, fifth, and Merck, eighth. 11 years ago, when I addressed Big Pharma as the pharmacological power of the United States in the world, no Chinese company appeared in the optimal positions, compared to the overwhelming number of pharmaceutical transnationals, when, of 12 Western ones, the United States held one oligopoly of 7, Great Britain 2, Switzerland 2, and France 1. In 2009 I argued that with or without the sudden outbreak of unprecedented infections, the 21st century is destined to be eminently biological, where immunity, genetics, biochemistry and virology will play a determining role, and when the pharmacological armamentarium will be strategic in nature, so those countries that have nanobiotechnological wisdom, a fiefdom of the United States, like it or not, will have great progress and may even have control of the human race, voluntarily or involuntarily. And I added that, sadly, here the immense vulnerability of the BRIC, Brazil, Russia, India, and China, stands out, not to mention Latin America and the Islamic world, which have neglected the very relevant pharmacological field. With a market share approach, in 2018, the global pharmacological market reached almost $1 trillion, trillion in English, where no Chinese company appeared and which placed Big Pharma, in control practically Anglo-Saxon, among the 5 main incomes on the planet, after hydrocarbons, narcotics, the sale of weapons and human trafficking. Without COVID-19 on the horizon, the sudden emergence of Chinese pharmaceutical companies was evident when now with the pandemic unleashed in the United States, while it has been suppressed in China, a multidimensional war has been unleashed between the two geo-economic superpowers, whose relationship has deteriorated to the lowest levels prior to the flirtation in the early 1970s of the Nixon and Kissinger duo to establish diplomatic relations, to the detriment of the USSR. The pandemic, which supposedly originated in the city of Wuhan, Hubei province in China, has been contaminated by the electoral factor in the United States, where Trump is seeking re-election through a brutal rhetorical campaign against China, whom he blames for all evils of the planet, including the lethal virus COVID-19, without any evidence until now. Beyond the well-known Sinophobia of Peter Navarro, White House economic advisor, who after his book Death for China, 9 years ago, now explicitly blames China for having spread COVID-19 with the aim of harming the United States, Trump, in search of suitable scapegoats for his re-election, has escalated his war of words against Beijing, accusing it of seeking by all means the victory of Joe Biden, presidential candidate of the Democratic Party. The strategy of Trump and the supremacist Republican Party is pristine, to hit China and Biden equally, whose son, Hunter, has been exposed in his less than aseptic dealings with Beijing. Due to Trump's accusations, Hunter, who also carries his fetid business dealings with the Ukrainian gas company Burisma, resigned from the board of directors of the Shanghai-based BHR Fund Management Company. China also took off the gloves, and with its official and unofficial bodies responds to the allegations of today's Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, who has evilly come to call COVID-19 the Wuhan virus. The Global Times attacks the contempt for science on the part of the United States. Likewise, it shows that it is the first country to surpass the mark of 1 million infected by the pandemic, because it ignored the advice of professionals and for having allowed conspiracy theories to flow that control its political agenda, which is inconceivable in a country that, like the United States, is highly advanced in the fields of science and technology. In the Fortune 500 global ranking, 2019, surprisingly, among the top pharmaceutical companies, the company China Resources stands out as number 1. Of the 10 companies in the global Big Pharma, where no Chinese companies appeared, today 2 have emerged: China Resources, first place, and Sinopharm, fourth place, compared to 3 from the United States, Johnson & Johnson, second place, Pfizer, fifth place, and Merck, eighth place. It is striking that Switzerland has 2 companies, Roche Group, third place, and Novartis, sixth place. The other 3 Western countries are represented by Germany with Bayer, 7th place, France with Sanofi, 9th place, and GlaxoSmithKline, 10th place, from Great Britain. It is important to note that the 3 pharmaceutical companies in the United States have declined in several places, a similar phenomenon suffered by Germany, France, and Great Britain. Switzerland has relatively retained its places, improving them somewhat, while the two Chinese companies have catapulted spectacularly, China Resources with an increase of 11.9% in its revenues and Sinopharm with 15.7%. This new big pharma global of 10 companies has revenues of $573,431,900. The drug war escalated to unsuspected heights due to the race between the United States and China to develop a vaccine against COVID-19. The WHO, vilified by Trump, whom it accuses of being China's accomplice, published on April 11 the landscape of vaccine candidates, which includes more than 70 vaccines in development, led by the Chinese company CanSino Biologics Inc. and two biotechnology companies from the United States, Moderna Incorporated and Inovio Pharmaceuticals Incorporated, the latter supported by the controversial Bill Gates, who claims that his vaccine would take between 12 and 18 months. Much of the domestic dispute between Trump and Bill Gates, an ally and partner of mega speculator George Soros, is due to the fact that the controversial billionaire, who has just left the board of directors of Microsoft, has not only sided with the WHO, but which also maintains excellent relations with the Chinese government. At today's cash cut, according to Scott Gottlieb, former director of the FDA, Food and Drug Administration, he did not hide his anguish that China has gone ahead of the United States with the clinical trials of its vaccine developed by CanSino Bio, compared to the two companies from the United States, Inovio and Moderna. The University of Oxford in Great Britain has joined the race to launch the vaccine, which announces that it will be ready in September, and the Indian company Serum, which will have it in a year. If before the unprecedented outbreak of COVID-19, China and the United States had already started their drug war surreptitiously, now the development of the antiviral vaccine will further deepen their open battle pending the winner of the presidential election of the November 3rd, between Biden and Trump, which will define many things on the planet. 5. Nationalist vaccine war, the West against China. To the unbridled escalation of Trump's multidimensional war against China has been added the vaccine war and its corollary stock market war. China and other Western countries are battling to develop the first COVID-19 vaccine, which would give the first discoverer technological supremacy and unparalleled geopolitical power. In this phase of Trump's multidimensional war against China, about to penetrate the forbidden zone of a Cold War, his unprecedented pharmacological war stands out, where two Chinese companies China Resources and Sinopharm stand out in the top 10 of Big Pharma, measured by their income. Significantly, the Wall Street Journal from the Fox News television group very close to Trump describes vaccine nationalism as a new dynamic in the race to crush the coronavirus, which centers on domestic management to first immunize its population, which would lead to a blockage of exports of its endogenous productions as well as its developers in the United States and its geopolitical reach, without providing the identity of the country that is leading. The Wall Street Journal points out that the coronavirus vaccine would represent a monumental prize for the country capable of manufacturing it on a large scale, a civilizational triumph comparable to the moon landing. It would allow the victor to revive its economy many months ahead of others and then select which allies would then get their shipments, focusing the global recovery on their medical production. It cites in a haphazard manner the preclinical and clinical evaluations of several WHO countries, as of May 22, but does not provide the probable first place in the vaccine war. The salient part of the article is that most Western pharmaceutical companies, in line with WHO guidelines, would vaccinate hospital workers first. According to my own compilation, as of April 11, China had the lead over the other Western vaccines from its omnipotent Big Pharma members, who produce one of the largest businesses on the planet that borders on $1 billion. The Chinese biological company CanSino Bio was winning the vaccine race against two American companies, Inovio, owned by Bill Gates, and Moderna. Even the very controversial Bill Gates accepts that his vaccine would take between 8 and 12 months to be ready. Scott Gottlieb, former director of the Food and Drugs Administration, FDA, in a resounding interview with CBS did not hide his concern that China is ahead of the United States. It thus follows that of the 10 main candidates, 5 are Chinese, 4 are Americans and 1 is Swedish-British. In turn, the Indian company Serum plans to produce 400 million doses in 2021 and has entered into strategic alliances with Codagenix from the United States and Themis from Austria, but does not provide much public data in this regard. There are 4 phases of testing, according to the European Vaccine Initiative, which are based on WHO guidelines. The Chinese CanSino Bio vaccine appears to have been displaced from its previous first place by the vaccine from Oxford University's Jenner Institute, in partnership with the Swedish-British pharmaceutical company AstraZeneca. Until a certain point, let's see. The first place of the Oxford University/AstraZeneca vaccine is very strange, since it did not appear in the previous WHO list of April 11. At the end of April, the University of Oxford boasted that it had beaten the Chinese vaccine and that its vaccine would be ready by the end of September. This is where the problems begin with the scrutiny of what the University of Oxford/Jenner Institute and the statement from the Swedish-British company AstraZeneca have published and publicized. After the wobble of the Oxford University vaccine, which did not pass the test of clinical trials in monkeys, the United States company Moderna, in collaboration with the National Institute for Allergy and Infectious Diseases, NIAID, which presides over the prestigious infectologist Anthony Fauci, had a shot in its stock market shares that, in the process, boosted the hitherto ailing New York Stock Exchange despite the fact that Moderna did not provide any evidence of its alleged findings. It is disturbing that the resounding failure of the trial in monkeys by the Jenner Institute/University of Oxford was published on May 18 and that 3 days later, with the same associated vaccine, AstraZeneca has thrown its bells into flight, intending to supply 400 million doses in September, and another 1 billion doses next year. By the way, the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, BARDA, of the United States government, invested more than $1 billion in the associated Jenner Institute/Oxford University/AstraZeneca vaccine. I leave aside the terrible accusations of the Congresswoman of the Republican Party from Wyoming, Liz Cheney, 53 years old, daughter of the controversial Vice President Dick Cheney, responsible for the war against Iraq, who charged that China had made the strategic decision to expand the coronavirus deliberately to ensure that the world suffered economic damage, while the Chinese government reverted that COVID-19 was a product of the United States Biological Weapons Laboratories, which was planted by the Pentagon during the military games held in Wuhan. I also ignore the accusation by Piers Corbyn, 72, and brother of none other than Jeremy, leader of the British Labour Party, that Bill Gates and George Soros created the coronavirus to reduce the global population with a poisonous antidote. Piers Corbyn said that the COVID-19 pandemic had already been simulated in October 2019 by the mega-billionaire monsters Bill Gates and George Soros, who seek global control. Due to his fierce criticism of Trump, the FDA may have retaliated against Bill Gates to stop his company Inovio's testing program. Meanwhile, the Global Times lambasted the toxic xenophobia of White House trade advisor Peter Navarro, who accused China of seeking vaccine supremacy. Global Times reported that it is the United States that seeks a monopoly on the vaccine. By the way, Chinese President Xi Jinping, during the deployment of the 2 sessions, his important annual political meeting, commented that the development of the vaccine in China will be a global public good and will constitute China's contribution to ensuring the accessibility and affordability in developing countries. Xi's Samaritan stance collides with the selfish behavior of Anglo-Saxon and Western big pharma, which, formally and surreptitiously and subliminally, would use the vaccine for eminently geopolitical purposes. 6. Does Russia win the geopolitical war of vaccines against COVID-19? According to the WHO, 6 vaccines entered the final phase 3 of clinical trials, where the following stand out: 3 from China, CanSino, Sinopharm, and Sinovac, an Anglo-Swedish one, Oxford/AstraZeneca, another American, Moderna/NIAID, and a hybrid, from 2 Chinese companies BioNTech/Fosun associated with the American Pfizer, a member of Big Pharma. The controversial WHO omits, maliciously or by commission, the resounding launch of the Russian vaccine that will be the first in the world against COVID-19 and that Russia's Gamaleya National Research Center is preparing to register, which is enthroned as the Sputnik moment, in allusion to the satellite launch in 1957, and which placed the former USSR in the first place in the space race before the United States. For 4 months I have been following the race for the first place in vaccines between Chinese and Anglo-Saxon companies, when the Russian company did not appear on the radar. Hence, the announcement by Kirill Dmitriev, director of the Russia Direct Investment Fund, a sovereign wealth fund, is astonishing, who announced the launch of the first vaccine in the world for these days, maybe August 10. Mikhail Murashko, Minister of Health of Russia, stated that the mass vaccination is scheduled for October, and the first to receive the drug will be doctors and teachers. Low blows from competitors have not been long in coming in the United States, where they are expressing their concern about the safety of the Russian vaccine. In the previous section I referred to the unleashing of a nationalist vaccine war between the West and China, since the first country to discover the first world vaccine would obtain biotechnological supremacy and unparalleled geopolitical power. The Wall Street Journal mentions vaccine nationalism and its new dynamics in the race to crush the coronavirus that focuses on national management and its geopolitical reach. The coronavirus vaccine would represent a monumental prize for the country capable of manufacturing it on a large scale, a civilizational triumph comparable to the moon landing. It would allow the victor to revive his economy many months ahead of the others and then select which allies would then get their shipments. Surprisingly, no Russian company appears in the top 10 of Big Pharma, measured by its revenue, where 2 Chinese companies stand out, China Resources, first place in the ranking, and Sinopharm, 4th place, compared to 3 from the United States, Johnson & Johnson, 2nd, Pfizer, 5th, and Merck, 8th. The 2 Chinese companies did not appear either 11 years ago when I addressed the current ranking of Big Pharma, which constituted an Anglo-Saxon quasi-monopoly. In these 11 years, the panorama of Big Pharma has changed dramatically. Today, with its vaccines, both Russia and its Sputnik moment and Chinese ingenuity are about to overthrow the Anglo-Saxon pharmacological quasi-monopoly. 7. Sputnik moment and Putin moment, world's first Russian vaccine against COVID-19. The scheduled announcement of the Russian vaccine against COVID-19 turned out to be accurate, which earned Tsar Vladimir Putin's presidential announcement. According to the influential portal Sputnik, this morning the first vaccine against COVID-19 in the world was registered, in a meeting with the cabinet of ministers. The Russian Tsar noted that the most important thing is to ensure that the vaccine is safe and effective. The Tsar declared that one of his daughters had been successfully vaccinated. In parallel, the Minister of Health, Mikhail Murashko, confirmed that the Gamaleya Institute vaccine showed its high effectiveness and safety in clinical trials. All the volunteers who were administered the vaccine developed antibodies and none of them presented serious complications. According to Sputnik, the Ministry of Health stated that the Russian vaccine against COVID-19 guarantees immunity for up to 2 years. The double injection scheme allows for the generation of lasting immunity with the use of vector vaccines. Russia has been a world leader in vaccine research, and Sputnik exposes the secret of the 2 vectors, which is a unique technology. Behind this speed is Russia's experience in vaccine research that uses adenoviruses, that are found in human adenoids and that normally transmit the common cold, as vectors, which can engender genetic material from another virus in a cell. The gene from the adenovirus, which causes the infection, is extracted and a gene with the code for a protein from another virus is inserted and helps the immune system to react and produce antibodies that protect against infection. Russia has already received requests from 20 countries from Latin America, hopefully Mexico, the Middle East and Asia for more than 1 billion doses. Attention is drawn to the deliberate sabotage of the controversial WHO, which had a budget of $5.6 billion for 2018 to 2019 when the United States contributed 15%, which today is hostage to the controversial Melinda and Bill Gates Foundation, with obscene globalist interests, and those who are its main contributors when Trump stopped financing it. Disturbingly, the Gavi Alliance comes as the third donor to the WHO, after COVID-19, the United Kingdom, with its former socialist prime ministers Gordon Brown and Tony Blair, and the Prince of Wales, the Davos World Economic Forum, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the public/private group Gavi seek the establishment of a world government from their G20 platforms, vaccines, and the Great Davos Reset. Another bizarre contributor is the National Philanthropic Trust, which I now skip, while noting that under the cloak of ominous philanthropy many megabillionaires commit the worst crimes against humanity. Today it is very serious that it is no longer possible to distinguish, from the point of view of financial engineering, what is the difference between the WHO and the globalist interests of Bill Gates, when the WHO seems more like a globalist organization that seeks to impose the interests of Microsoft, with Johns Hopkins University the geopolitical substrate of the invasion of Iraq, with the Straussian neoconservative Paul Wolfowitz and the epidemiological designs of billionaire Mike Bloomberg. Jealousy and low blows have not been expected as much from the WHO itself as from the Anglo-Saxon multimedia, from The Guardian to the Financial Times, with their conspicuous globalist interests, who question Moscow's ability to develop a safe and effective inoculation so quickly. FT, August 11, 2008. Sabotage by the WHO and Microsoft of the Russian Sputnik V vaccine. The WHO became a vulgar branch of the controversial Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, its first donor. The globalist Microsoft, founded by Bill Gates, has a market capitalization of $1.36 billion compared to the meager budget of the WHO, which, with the departure of the United States, has $4.76 billion, 30 times less than Microsoft. The Sputnik moment and the Putin moment regarding the world's first vaccine against COVID-19 aroused the envy and fury of the Anglo-Saxon multimedia media, attached to globalism and sown in the geopolitical and pharmacological race for vaccines. Beyond the expected skepticism about the safety and effectiveness of the Russian vaccine, it was striking that the controversial WHO has joined the unfounded criticism of its Anglo-Saxon patrons, as noted by one of the main advisors to the Director General of the WHO, the Canadian English Dr. Bruce Aylward, trained by the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. It should be noted that the Russian pharmacological feat, if effective, leaves behind both the British AstraZeneca vaccine from the University of Oxford and the Chinese CanSino Bio vaccine. He brushed aside previous WHO controversies, which were conspicuous by his absence from investigating the health effects of the Fukushima nuclear disaster. Also the role of its director between 2004 and 2017, the Sino-Canadian Margaret Chan Fung Fu Chun, for her terrible handling of the H5N1 avian fever outbreak in 1997, at the head of the Hong Kong Health Department, not counting the bizarre waste on their gruesome journeys. She also ignored the WHO's poor handling of the 2014 Ebola outbreak in West Africa. The WHO has been severely criticized for its biased, politically motivated analyses of its classification of potentially carcinogenic substances. Worse still, the WHO squanders more than $200 million a year, which is far more than it collectively invests in malaria, tuberculosis, AIDS, and mental health problems. The financing of the WHO is terrifyingly disturbing when its 20 main donors are scrutinized under the globalist public-private partnership, PP, scheme, which the World Bank put into financial fashion for the transition from catastral disposal to the full privatization of the jewels geostrategic of developing countries. With Trump's resounding departure, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation came in first place as a donor to the WHO, followed by the United Kingdom, and in fourth place was the controversial Gavi Alliance. An entire Anglo-Saxon globalist project to control human health. I have already pointed out how the Gavi Alliance constitutes the medical key for the world government of the Davos Economic Forum, in unison, again, of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation as the first donor to the recent Global Vaccine Summit under the auspices of the United Kingdom, and which raised almost $9 billion, double the WHO's annual budget. Is the Gavi Alliance, with Anglo-Saxon globalist blessing and whose main donor is the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the Trojan horse of the WHO? Today the WHO suffers from a notorious Stockholm Syndrome and is operating its Great Reset implemented by the World Economic Forum in Davos 2021. It was not without reason that the British AstraZeneca vaccine from the University of Oxford was selected as the first vaccine manufacturer in the COVAX facility, led by the Gavi Alliance. Is that where the anger against the advance of the Russian vaccine comes from? Why does the globalist Anglosphere want to control both pandemics and the health of the almost 8 billion inhabitants in the biosphere, according to the global population clock? Now Bill Gates has exhibited a strange new vocation for pandemics and vaccines that were not part of his academic training, which by the way did not conclude. It should be noted that in mid-July the United Kingdom authorities, specifically, the National Cybersecurity Center, NCSC, perhaps knowing the enormous progress of the Russian vaccine, reported, without evidence, that Moscow tried to steal the vaccine data from AstraZeneca/Oxford University. Today Microsoft, the controversial WHO seems to be its vulgar subsidiary, co-founded by the controversial Bill Gates, holds first place in the United States, measured by market capitalization, and second place on a global scale, behind the Saudi oil company Aramco, with $1.36 billion and which has left behind Apple, $1.28 billion, third place in the global ranking. Amazon, $1.23 billion, fourth place. Alphabet, $919 billion, fifth place. Facebook, $584 billion, sixth place. The almost absolute control not only of the WHO, but also of the statistical dominance by epidemiologists of Anglo-Saxon globalist entities, such as Imperial College London and the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, is disturbing. It is widely known that Imperial College London's ominous COVID-19 report significantly influenced the implementation of confinement measures in the United Kingdom and the United States, where the mathematical models of prominent epidemiologist Neil Ferguson shined brightly. Incidentally, Neil Ferguson was forced to resign after his married lover visited him at his London home twice without respecting the social distancing guidance he himself had demanded. Today, the criticized epidemiologists, for not being credible, at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health are setting, in an implausible way, the tone for the course of the pandemic in the world without any external and/or foreign control. The disturbing thing is that Johns Hopkins University was the ideological and strategic seat of the Straussian neoconservatives, led by Pentagon Undersecretary Paul Wolfowitz, who directed the invasion and destruction of Iraq. Likewise, the pecuniary interests of globalist Michael Bloomberg, former mayor of New York and ally and co-religionist of mega-speculator George Soros, with a fortune of $54.9 billion, contribute to the application of public health policies at the controversial university. In an interview with the Wired portal, the financial predator Bill Gates, who operates under the mask of a philanthropist, similar to his ally George Soros, divides the world between rich and poor, when the rich world should surely end the pandemic of COVID-19 at the end of 2021, while the remaining would do so at the end of 2022. Curiously, Gates has been left behind in the pharmacological race with the vaccine from his company Inovio Pharmaceuticals. Trump has financially favored the Moderna company more, where infectious disease specialist Anthony Fauci appears as an associate, through the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases that he directs. Despite this, Gates was optimistic about the effectiveness of the COVID-19 vaccines, warning that there will be a difficulty in their distribution. It will not be an expansive, low-cost solution for the rest of the world. The real world requires a new WHO, more plural and less elitist, far from Anglo-Saxon globalist controls. 9. The Russian Sputnik V vaccine goes, while the United States accelerates its election vaccine. The Russophobic Financial Times, FT, September 4, 20, and the Wall Street Journal had no choice but to admit that the Russian Sputnik V vaccine provides credible, safe, and effective with a substantial production of antibodies to combat the ominous COVID-19 as demonstrated by the prestigious British medical journal The Lancet. The Sputnik moment of the Russian vaccine is real despite the understandable, self-interested pharmaceutical skepticism of the Anglo-Saxon big pharma companies that were left in the way. China, which also has 2 pioneering vaccines, has entered into cooperation with Russia to mutually and clinically test their vaccines. Russia and China are also testing other COVID-19 vaccines with their military researchers. Those who know the most about biological weapons in the world are the United States and Russia, so it is not overlooked that Moscow and Beijing are now focusing on the military field when it is unknown if the United States operates in the same direction. Now in the United States, those who have sharply criticized the Russian vaccine that skipped phase 3 are moving to imitate Sputnik V to have a vaccine ready 3 days before the crucial presidential election in the United States. Despite all the flaws, the British AstraZeneca vaccine is competing for first place with the Chinese vaccines, especially from CanSino. The problem has become exquisitely geopolitical, when the controversial WHO today finds itself under the Anglo-Saxon rule of Gavi and the entire pharmaceutical fauna of Bill Gates and Michael Bloomberg that control the research and minds of its epidemiologists. The once prestigious Food and Drug Administration, FDA, and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention have hinted that they are willing to accelerate the electoral vaccine and have it ready 3 days before the presidential election, so they sent a guide to each state to prepare for the distribution of the vaccine from November 1, in particular, for high-priority groups. Dr. Stephen Hahn, FDA Commissioner, in an interview with the FT, August 30, 20, commented that his acceleration to skip phase 3 was not aimed at helping Trump's re-election. By the way, Trump had previously accused members of his archenemy Deep State of working within the FDA to complicate clinical testing efforts for COVID-19 vaccines, in order to delay results until after the presidential election on November 3. Immediately, the day after Trump's speech, the FDA granted an emergent use authorization for the treatment against COVID-19 that uses blood plasma from recovered patients. The Financial Times, along with The Economist, has never hidden its aversion to Trump and warns that the decision of Dr. Hahn, director of the FDA, to approve the vaccine is probably one of the most important and sensitive in the history of the public health of the United States. Dr. Hahn commented that the convergence of the pandemic with the political season will not affect his decision. Incidentally, the controversial governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, of the Democratic Party, who has clashed with Trump over his handling of the pandemic, criticized the convenience of having a miracle drug on hand for Election Day, without specifying whether it was the controversial electoral vaccine that the FDA came up with. As expected, Trump commented that he was not looking for the COVID-19 vaccine to be approved on November 1 for his re-election purposes, but because he wanted to save people. An electoral vaccine 3 days before the vote will benefit Trump more than Biden. 10 mega scandal, Bill Gates' polio vaccine was harmful in Africa. Superscript 1. Background. In the midst of the vaccine war of 3 blocs, the Anglo-Saxon, the Russian and the Chinese, that seek global leadership, the WHO and Microsoft sabotage of the Russian vaccine was disturbing when I exposed the litany of previous controversies of the OMs. After the publication by The Lancet, which contemplates great promise of the Russian vaccine, the United States has now performed a spectacular somersault when it is preparing to launch its electoral vaccine 3 days before its presidential election. Facts. On September 2, Maria Cheng of the U.S. agency AP, from one of its headquarters in London, headlined that the UN reports a new outbreak of polio in Sudan, caused by the oral vaccine. The AP report was taken up by 21st Century Wire and by the lapidary Zero Hedge in the United States. 21st Century Wire openly disputes that the oral polio vaccine is sponsored by the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, GPEI, a consortium supported and financed by the controversial Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. 21st Century Wire comments that the WHO has been forced to admit that a major international vaccine initiative is currently causing a deadly outbreak of the very disease it was supposed to eradicate, causing the deaths of scores of young people living in Africa. According to 21st Century Wire, The most recent drug-induced pandemic began in Chad and Sudan, and the culprit is a vaccine derived from poliovirus type 2, which is a dangerous new strain that may soon jump continents, causing deadly outbreaks around the world. Perhaps this phrase sounds alarmingly fatalistic, but in any case it should put the permissive WHO itself on alert. It is surprising that the Bill Gates vaccine has been teleologically and theologically harmful in 3 Islamic countries, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Iran, which can lend itself to geopolitical conjectures. Also in 2019, the government of Ethiopia, where Tedros Adhanom, the director of the WHO, is from, ordered the destruction of 57,000 vials of the oral type 2 polio vaccine. The same incident happened in India. The portal in question reports that the debacle of Big Pharma, the Anglo-Saxon pharmaceutical oligopoly, which now has the high competitiveness of China, is not new, and that after having spent $16 billion in 30 years to the eradication of polio, now the fauna of the GPEI/Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation have accidentally reintroduced polio, which shattered their exaggeratedly vaunted hope of eradicating polio in 2019. 21st Century Wire alerts philanthropy for the first COVID-19 vaccine experiment in Africa through the Gavi Vaccine Alliance, also funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The most ironic thing is that a week before the deadly outbreak, the WHO had exulted that Africa was free of the savage polio virus, which it called an emotional and incredible day. No comment. Conclusion. Unless underreported, or deliberately hidden, the number of cases in the deadly new outbreak appears small. It is also disturbing that the WHO itself, massively financed by the controversial philanthropist Bill Gates, admits that its vaccine has been harmful in 12 African countries, not counting its Islamic effects in Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Iran. Better here I stop, because I do not want to issue a hypothesis of ethnic pharmacological and geopolitical cleansing through certain types of vaccines promoted by globalist philanthropists, who openly push the agenda of one world government, from the financial square of the city in Great Britain. 11 AstraZeneca, trapped between its iatrogenes and its stock games. Superscript 1. I have pointed out that the British AstraZeneca vaccine was stumbling and that it had the complicity of the WHO. The British vaccine manager reported on the adverse reaction of a volunteer to JP Morgan Chase, the first investment bank in the United States, which reveals her iatrogenicity and her underlying stock market games. The strong setback of the British AstraZeneca vaccine from the University of Oxford, due to a severe adverse reaction, epitomizes the chronicle of a well-publicized failure, which forced clinical trials to stop in phase 3, which will have a strong impact in testing the other AstraZeneca vaccines. AstraZeneca's shares plummeted 8% in just one day and, incidentally, the Wall Street Journal warned that many vaccines could be affected in their stock prices. The adverse reaction involved a female volunteer who showed a neurological inflammation of the spine known as transverse myelitis. With the Anglo-Saxon vaccine crusade, it is estimated that the Wall Street stock market had obtained juicy profits of at least $100 billion, which will probably begin to collapse. For more than 3 months I have stated that AstraZeneca has a huge obstacle since, prior to the clinical trial of both Phase 1 and Phase 2, which began in June, it is not taking into account its resounding failure with the clinical trials in monkeys. It was notable that its failure in testing in monkeys, exposed on May 18, was worth 3 days later a very nuanced press release from AstraZeneca where it acknowledged that the vaccine may not work, but it is committed to progressing the clinical program quickly to increase manufacturing at risk. Since then, that is, more than 3 months ago, I asked if AstraZeneca was informing or misinforming and if it was also recovering in health. In retrospect, it is likely that the stock bets of AstraZeneca, which holds 7th place in the Big Pharma top 10 list, have influenced its concealment of the failure of the monkey trials. It should be noted that the investment bank Wellington Management, based in Boston, has a capital of more than $1 billion, is the main holder of AstraZeneca shares with only 2.57%. Since the failure of the tests on monkeys, on May 18, the maneuvers of the controversial AstraZeneca vaccine caught my attention, which even seemed to have the complicity of the controversial WHO, which is why I pointed out when it had not yet appeared the Russian Sputnik V vaccine on the radar that the vaccine war entailed a corollary of a stock market war. Already on April 11, in front of the misleading WHO ranking, I expressed that China had the lead over the other Western vaccines of its omnipotent members of Big Pharma, which generate one of the main businesses on the planet that borders on $1 trillion. By magic, 46 days after April 11, the WHO placed the AstraZeneca vaccine in first place and demoted the Chinese CanSino Bio vaccine to second place. It was when I commented the first place of the Oxford University/AstraZeneca vaccine is very strange, since it did not appear in the previous WHO list of April 11, when the University of Oxford boasted of having been ahead of the Chinese vaccine and that its vaccine would be ready by the end of September. This is where the problems begin with the scrutiny of what the University of Oxford/Jenner Institute and the statement from the Swedish-British company AstraZeneca have published and publicized. Knowing the feat of the Russian Sputnik V vaccine, I once again warned, on my Facebook account, about the danger inherent in the British AstraZeneca vaccine, which, by the way, had been legally protected from iatrogenic complications due to any harmful side effects. Now the Anglo-Saxon world has gone into damage control when its star AstraZeneca vaccine has suffered a resounding setback and leaves two vaccines from the United States as its substitutes. That of Moderna, which has the support of the National Institutes of Health, in addition to the probable stock market participation of Anthony Fauci, Trump's pandemic czar. That of Pfizer and BioNTech SE. The United States also has two others, still far from the front lines of the nationalist vaccine war, Novavax and Johnson & Johnson. In September the Russian Sputnik V vaccine is going from strength to strength, in unison with the Chinese CanSino vaccine. The most relevant thing is that Trump had opted for the AstraZeneca vaccine to begin vaccination in the United States before the presidential election on November 3, according to the Financial Times, which I described as an electoral vaccine. Another problem with the British vaccine lies in the fact that it had only recruited 10,000 volunteers, when the scientific agencies of the United States government require 30,000 volunteers to pass the desired authorization. Up to this point we can assert that the British vaccine did nothing well. The entire propaganda machine of the United Kingdom, with its allies in the United States, tries to dilute the failure of the AstraZeneca vaccine by commenting that such setbacks are usually common as a routine part of its development. For some reason, the shadow of the stock market intrinsic to the British AstraZeneca vaccine has loomed in all its phases. Pascal Soriot, chief executive of AstraZeneca, was asked why the information about the adverse reaction of the female volunteer was revealed at a private event organized by J.P. Morgan Chase. Soriot reported that the imminent resumption of clinical trials of the British vaccine, which uses the attenuated form of an adenovirus to trigger the protection of the immune system, will be in the hands of a committee of independent experts, as if he already knew his opinion in advance. It should be remembered that Wellington Management is one of the main shareholders with 1.5% of the legendary American bank J.P. Morgan Chase, which went from first place in 2018 to seventh place globally in 2019 in its market capitalization, which shows that the stock market war is the corollary of the vaccine war that most of the time does not take into consideration the lives of patients or their flagrant iatrogenies. The Russian-American writer Dmitry Erlov, who became known for his astonishing writings about the probable collapse of the United States, in a recent interview with Sputnik, in its German version, explains the reason for the success of the Sputnik V vaccine that already formed part of the USSR arsenal in the 1980s and that was now reused, with a different payload, to develop immunity against the coronavirus. This is why the Russians have done it so quickly and with so much effort success. Since it is about reusing an existing technique with a slight modification. The real thing is that Sputnik V ousted the British AstraZeneca vaccine from its false first place, with all the taxonomic tricks of the WHO. 12. The fall of the British AstraZeneca vaccine leaves free passage to the Russian and Chinese vaccines. Superscript 1 Superscript 2. The British AstraZeneca vaccine had a strong setback in phase 3 when it had already shown its failure with the monkeys and was now caught between its iatrogenies and its stock market games, in addition to pillorying the complicity of the WHO and the deceptions of their rankings. Today the first global spots are occupied by the Russian Sputnik V vaccine and the Chinese one from CanSino. Now Russia and China have more vaccines in their arsenals, several of which have been tested on their militaries. By the way, as has been pointed out, the Sputnik V vaccine had already existed since the 1980s in the USSR to counter a war with biological weapons, when all it did was reuse an existing technique with a slight modification, which explains the success of its speed, according to the Russian-American writer and engineer Dmitry Erlov https://bit.ly/33by-RFS. The WHO has not yet recovered from its ominous collusion with the controversial Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, on the issue of its polio vaccines that were harmful in Africa/India/Iran/Pakistan/Afghanistan, and stubbornly remains in first place from its controversial ranking, of September 9, to the British AstraZeneca, despite its resounding failure. The battered WHO taxonomy places 4 Chinese vaccines in the top 10, CanSino, 2nd, Sinovac, 5th, Wuhan Institute of Biological Products/Sinopharm, 6th, and Beijing Institute of Biological Products/Sinopharm, 7th. By magic, the Russian vaccine Sputnik V, from the Gamaleya Institute, now appears in questionable third place. In fact, it would be first, tied with CanSino. On the American side, 4 vaccines appear, Johnson & Johnson, 4th place, Moderna, 8th, of which vaccines are Anthony Fauci is a shareholder, BioNTech/Fosun Pharma/Pfizer, 9th, and Novavax, 10th. By the way, the exaggeratedly publicized Inovio vaccine, from the controversial Bill Gates, has fallen far behind, in 15th place. To date, the overwhelming majority of the first 10 vaccines in their final phase are Chinese, 4, Americans, 4, a Russian, and a more British one, from AstraZeneca, shoehorned in by the WHO. Now it turns out and highlights that the dithyrambic electoral vaccine that the Food and Drug Administration and the CDC had planned to launch before the presidential election on November 3 was nothing less than the now hibernated British AstraZeneca, according to revelations by the Financial Times, 24/08/20. Infectious disease specialist Anthony Fauci sees it as highly unlikely that one of the 9 finalist vaccines will be available at the end of October, and it was striking that he confessed that he was willing to accept a vaccine that is at least 70% effective. Why such a hurry? Then, Fauci asserted that if a vaccine were approved at the end of 2020 or at the beginning of 2021, it would take another year for its developers to manufacture it and thus distribute a couple of 100 million doses, enough to immunize the majority of the population of the United States. It stands out that within the nationalist vaccine war, and its corollary of stock market games, the marketing propaganda wars go in parallel, as is the case of the Wall Street Journal that blasts China for inoculating hundreds of thousands of experimental vaccines against COVID-19 outside of clinical trials, despite its dangers. The Wall Street Journal is angry that 3 Chinese pharmaceutical companies, which are still in phase 3, have begun experimental inoculation outside the rigorous canons of the controversial WHO, in particular, with their military. And he criticizes that China and Russia seem eager to begin the use of their domestic vaccines, seeking to restart their economies and claim a global public relations victory. The first positions of Russia and China have the United States against the wall. 13-second serious mislead of the British AstraZeneca vaccine. Superscript 1 Superscript 3. The New York Times, NYT, places the Swedish-British AstraZeneca vaccine in the spotlight with the exhumation of a second serious neurological case, of 2 women with transverse myelitis, inflammation of the spinal cord. Experts are concerned that AstraZeneca is not transparent with the cases mentioned. The experimentation of clinical trials in phase 3 has led to enormous skepticism in public opinion in the United States, according to recent surveys. With due respect to all vaccines, particularly the controversial AstraZeneca one, a server had exposed the failure in its experimental phase with monkeys. The United States, which would have been the main consumer of the failed vaccine, has stopped its clinical trial. In its sophistic 111-page protocol, AstraZeneca has decreased its effectiveness by up to 50%. How's that? The faltering Swedish-British vaccine has skipped all the hurdles, including the minimum number of experimental cases under the fallacy of having a vaccine for emergency use. Dr. Eric Topol, a clinical trial expert at Scripps Research, San Diego, United States, indicated that both the AstraZeneca vaccine and the two American ones from Moderna and Pfizer exhibit a problematic characteristic: they have relatively mild cases of COVID-19 to measure its effectiveness, which may hamper efforts to determine whether the vaccine prevents moderate or severe disease, whose plans are not shared by the public when Britain's regulators have not been transparent in their decision to resume testing. And who regulates their pseudo-regulators? Unusually, the Russian portal Sputnik agrees with NYT. The testing of the vaccine based on chimpanzee adenovirus had been repeatedly questioned due to the dangerous lack of sufficient trials on chimpanzee viruses, as well as the unclear consequences of serious new technology. It is striking that the chimpanzee adenovirus, tested by AstraZeneca, had never been used before in any approved vaccine in the world, unlike the human adenoviral vector, which has been widely studied and used. Russian scientists claim that due to the absence of long-term studies of these vaccines, no one knows whether they present a risk of cancer or affect fertility. Nodal data: the chimpanzee adenovirus is only used by AstraZeneca, while the other vaccines from CanSino, China, Johnson & Johnson, United States, and the Russian Sputnik V, from the Gamaleya Research Institute, use human adenovirus. The prestigious British medical journal, perhaps the best on the planet, The Lancet, had approved the results of phases 1 and 2 of the Sputnik V clinical trials, concluding that the Russian vaccine is safe, effective, and does not cause any adverse effects. I had pointed out that the very controversial AstraZeneca vaccine was Trump's electoral vaccine, to be used before November 3 and help him re-elect, in addition to having demonstrated his eminently stock market character. In reality, the Sputnik moment of the Russian vaccine and the success of two Chinese ones, CanSino and Sinovac, in addition to 3 from the United States, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, where the famous Italian-American infectious disease specialist Anthony Fauci has interests, and Pfizer, have not so far shown any setbacks before the once unavoidable Phase 3, which seems to have experienced its best times due to the urgency and geopolitical reach of obtaining global leadership. Britain is losing its global control of vaccines through its monopolistic vaccine alliance and its disruptive Gavi, medical key to the Davos World Government. 14. Regional balkanization of vaccines by the United States and Great Britain. Superscript 1. The marathon to position itself in the top 10 of global vaccines against COVID-19 reflects the tripolarity between Russia, China, and the Anglo-Saxon axis of the United States, Great Britain, which are fighting for the leadership of Phase 3. Without pointing out again the very biased ranking of the WHO, it is enough to place the famous Russian vaccine Sputnik V and the 3 Chinese ones in the first places, CanSino, Sinopharm, and Sinovac, together with 3 others from the United States, where Johnson & Johnson, which has the competitive advantage of inoculating a single dose, has left behind Moderna and Pfizer/BioNTech of Germany. Inovio, by Bill Gates, has been left far behind. Instead of cooperating, as both Tsar Vladimir Putin and the Mandarin Xi Jinping have expressed, today the 3 competitive vaccines of the United States have moved more towards a regional balkanization, and the interested pressures of the US government that has lost its influence will weigh heavily. Leadership in the top 10 of Big Pharma, where China burst into first place. Anglo-Saxon balkanization has no practical future, since due to its advertised schedule of selective delivery of its doses, it will not be able to satisfy the needs of more than 7.6 billion humans. Whoever the consecrated discoverer, its manufacturer, and its mercantilist distributor, it is impossible for a single country to meet the needs of all the nations that tend towards a regional balkanization of vaccines by the three superpowers Russia/China/the United States. It will be understandable that nations that have trade agreements with each of the three superpowers will have to adapt to the Darwinian demands of their major partners. Beyond the imperative primary protection of health professionals, a huge flaw in its upcoming distribution will benefit the wealthy first, before the dispossessed. Today the largest investor is the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, BARDA, of the United States, which has financed Anglo-Saxon vaccines with $10 billion. According to Deutsche Bank, Britain has invested the largest and most diversified vaccine portfolio, when measured per capita, and has pre-ordered more than 5 doses per citizen, with 6 leading vaccine candidates of pharmacological sequestration or mortgage of 5 years per citizen, while other rich countries in the G7 and the Anglosphere, 13% of the world's population, have purchased more than half of the promised doses, according to Oxfam. Financial Times, September 23, 20, hurt by AstraZeneca's second setback, comments that 9 vaccines out of 300 candidates are in Phase 3, with some awaiting approval for emergency use this year. It is detected that the Financial Times has not yet ruled out the emergency use of the British vaccine, whose clinical trials have been suspended in the United States. Without hesitation, he confesses the pragmatic objective not totally preventive or curative of symptomatic COVID-19 infections, as is the case of AstraZeneca, Moderna, Pfizer/BioNTech and Johnson & Johnson. What AstraZeneca is looking for, according to its researcher Andrew Pollard, is that a vaccine prevents people from being admitted to hospitals, going to intensive care or dying. What kind of pragmatic vaccine? Only the American Johnson & Johnson vaccine and the Chinese CanSino vaccine experience a single inoculation dose, while the other 7 contemplate 2 doses that will only provide immunity for 1 year. The securitization of vaccines and its big pharma has turned out to be ominous, to which none other than Sir Patrick Vallance, Britain's main scientific advisor, succumbed, who was caught with more than 43,000 shares worth $764,445 of the British pharmaceutical transnational GlaxoSmithKline. How beautiful! 15. The obscene securitization of Anglo-Saxon vaccines. Superscript 1. Patricia Lewin, from Sputnik, comments that without knowing the effectiveness of the vaccines, pharmaceutical companies have received enormous sums of state money and have seen their share prices skyrocket, obtaining fabulous profits. Previously, Sputnik criticized the fact that pharmaceutical companies signed million-dollar contracts so that the first doses are almost exclusively from the United States, Great Britain, and Europe, when the most optimistic forecasts indicate that 61% of the world's population may not have access to a vaccine before 2022. Is there an Anglo-Saxon vaccine war vs. Russia and China? Lower drug prices now, LDPN, fulminates against Big Pharma's profits with government subsidies to increase its stock price and make profits without the vaccine. LDPN shows that this year, until the end of August, the market value of the 8 Anglo-Saxon biotechnology companies listed on the S&P 500 stock index exceeded $600 billion, with an annual growth of $13 billion. The Nasdaq Biotech Index has grown 20% so far this year, as 2 of Big Pharma's biotech companies have never produced a vaccine and Moderna's has never produced a drug. No good. According to Patricia Lee, the United States government has delivered $19.8 billion through direct contracting without competition, contests, or conditions, and exposes the stock market bubble of vaccines, mostly financed with public money or by universities, almost all public, that carry out the bulk of the research. Even if the vaccines fail, as in the flagrant case of the British AstraZeneca, the big pharma transnationals will not assume any loss. According to Oxford-based Oxfam, Moderna received almost $1.5 billion from Trump and will sell its subsidized vaccine to Americans at a maximum of $15 per dose, while for the rest of the world it will be worth $35, 2.3 times more. Pfizer, which will inoculate 2 doses, places the price of each one at $19.50, for a total of $39. Globalist logic, both stock market and market, prevails in the distribution of vaccines. Great Britain will have 5 doses for each of its inhabitants, while Bangladesh would obtain 1 dose for every 9 inhabitants. How beautiful! Why are British entities so concerned about global health? The regional balkanization of vaccines by the United States and Great Britain worsens, and the globalist Financial Times, September 23, 20, exposes the amount invested in candidate vaccines against COVID-19, both by governments and by international organizations to finance and procure vaccines, based on data from Airfinity, a software company based in London, which places on a graph the ranking of the investments of 6 entities. 1. BARDA, part of the Operation Speed of Light, Warp Speed, from Trump, $9.5 billion from the government and $2.5 billion external dollars. 2. European Union Alliance, $2.5 billion from governments and $2.2 billion external dollars. 3. Government of Great Britain, $2.2 billion from the government and $2.1 billion external dollars. 4. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, $2.1 billion of its own. 5. CEPI, Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness, $895 million, and 6. The Government of Brazil, $500 million external dollars and $100 million government dollars. The excessive and bizarre interest in vaccines from the controversial Gates Foundation is noteworthy. It is highly disturbing that CEPI, based in Oslo, Norway, a NATO member country, has also been founded by Gates, whose foundation also created the Gavi Alliance. The Holy Alliance of the Davos/NATO World Economic Forum with the Gavi/COVAX/CEPI triad stands out. Since when do globalists, who tore the planet to pieces, care about human health with their big vaccine business? V. Regional Wars of the United States vs. China. 1. The South China Sea. A. Beijing criticizes Obama for creating a second Middle East in the South China Sea. Superscript 1. While receiving Henry Kissinger and Christine Lagarde, director of the IMF, in Beijing at the 2016 China Development Forum, the Chinese leaders, through their military strategists, take the time to warn the beginning of an endless conflict, in the style of a second Middle East, if Obama persists in his provocations against China in the South China Sea, where the Philippines has just allowed the access to U.S. military forces in disputed areas. It is striking that, at 92 years of age, Kissinger, controversial former Secretary of State, today a great ally of the Rockefeller Foundation and the oil company ExxonMobil, who has just been received by Tsar Vladimir Putin, is so loose between Moscow and Beijing. The United States has just announced that its military forces will have a rotating presence in 5 bases in the Philippines, one of them, the Antonio Bautista Air Base, near the disputed Spratly Islands, in the hot South China Sea, through a security agreement 10 years old. The United States has been pulling several countries in Southeast Asia's decapolar bloc, especially the Philippines and Vietnam, to confront Beijing over supremacy in the South China Sea. The planned placement of a defensive missile system by the United States in South Korea in retaliation and reaction to the recent nuclear test, miniaturization of an alleged hydrogen bomb and its possible satellite placement, as well as missile launches by Pyongyang, they have made China and Russia, bordering North Korea, very nervous. Defensive missiles against North Korea constitute an excellent justification for the United States to further besiege China and Russia in the Far East. Chinese military strategist Peng Guangqian lashes out at U.S. mendacious scheme in South China Sea. U.S., perhaps concerned about its declining influence and suspicious of China's rise, has engaged in a number of petty actions in the South China Sea, when Washington is the least qualified to criticize others for their militarization, as it has an overwhelming number of nuclear submarines, stealth bombers, massive nuclear aircraft carrier groups, and warships in Guam and Hawaii. Peng laments that if the South China Sea is militarized, the United States will be the main culprit, due to its instructions as well as its joint military exercises, which have put the region in pandemonium. Furthermore, he criticizes that the United States has established a military network around the western part of the Pacific Ocean. Peng concludes, fiercely, that the United States is not a country in the region, nor a complaining party in the South China Sea. Matthew Allen, in the relevant Russia Insider portal, argues about China's exasperation, when one of the world's great economic and military powers warns of a second Middle East, it is best to listen. Especially when it coordinates its foreign policy with Russia. Obama's hostility to China is long-standing, as evident from his controversial interview with The Atlantic magazine. More than Russia, Obama has determined that China is the true enemy of the United States, when all its hostile acts reveal it, from its pivot policy to the mercantilist siege of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, of which neoliberal Atamite Mexico is a part until its incursions into the South China Sea under the pretext of allowing free navigation. As if Beijing likes to suffocate and disconnect from the outside. What did the Chinese geostrategists mean by the hemorrhagic metaphor of a second Middle East? Regional wars, regime changes, remote-controlled color revolutions and balkanizations in the 10 countries of Southeast Asia, all operated by the United States and which have been in the original Middle Eastern matrix for at least a quarter of a century. It seems that China is willing to acclimatize at will or suffer the heartbreaking metamorphosis of both confrontation and cooperation, the classic stick and the carrot policy, which the United States inflicts on it. Simultaneously, Roger Baker, of the Texan-Israeli portal Stratfor, which claims to be the CIA behind the scenes, argues, in reference to a very debatable and erroneous previous text from 8 years ago on the geopolitics of China, a closed great power. According to the biased and self-interested view of the United States and Israel, that China has 3 primary geopolitical imperatives: 1. Maintain internal unity in the Han-majority Chinese regions, 2. Maintain control of its buffer regions, Xinjiang, Tibet, and Mongolia, and 3. Protect the coast from foreign encroachment. The United States has tried, through various tangential means, to destabilize the Buddhist Tibet and Sunni Islamic provinces of Xinjiang, while preventing Beijing's dominance in the disputed South China Sea, where it has encouraged other regional countries that also claim maritime sovereignty. In Baker's opinion, Chinese economic growth has created a 4th imperative, to protect China's strategic trade routes, its resources and its markets from foreign prohibition, which is why it seeks means to secure its vulnerable lines of supply. Expand its maritime presence and extend its international financial and political presence. Thus, China's 4 geopolitical imperatives collide with 2 of the United States' 5 imperatives, specifically the 4th and 5th. 1. Dominate the greater Mississippi Basin, translation, control of the Gulf of Mexico. 2. Eliminate all land threats to the greater Mississippi Basin, translation, neutralize Cuba. 3. Control of oceanic approaches to North America, control the Caribbean Sea, translation, implement Spigman's geopolitical axioms. 4. Control of the world oceans. Translation, against China, and 5. Prevent the rise of any potential challenges, translation, Russia and China. Baker says, the United States views the rise of China and the expansion of the Chinese Navy as a direct challenge to the underlying American national security strategy. According to Baker, China's naval development, its advance in anti-ship missiles and its secure claim to islands and reefs in what it considers its territory in the South Sea are perceived by the United States as aggressive behavior on the part of an ascendant country, which puts at risk its investments and economic interests in Africa, Latin America, South Asia, Central Asia, and elsewhere. What will the inexorable decline of the United States lead to in the face of the irresistible rise of China and the miraculous resurrection of Russia? B. Geopolitical tsunami in the South China Sea, Philippines abandons the United States for China. Superscript 2. The Covert Geopolitics portal exposes the state of psychological shock that the State Department is suffering due to the tectonic shift in the foreign policy of the Philippine government, which is moving away from the United States for the first time in 70 years and approaching its regional neighbor, China, which provides aid for $24 billion. According to former British diplomat and ex-spy Alastair Crooke, the successful G20 summit in Hangzhou marked the dynamics of the dramatic geostrategic change of global leadership led by China, which the Mandarin Xi had already advanced on the 95th anniversary of the founding of the party. Chinese Communist, the world is on the verge of radical changes. We see how the European Union is falling apart and the United States economy is collapsing. This will end in a new world order that will last at most 10 years, when Russia and China can form an alliance before which NATO will be powerless. Tremendous. Without hesitation, the controversial Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte, accompanied by 200 businessmen, proclaimed his separation from the United States and his realignment with China to resolve the South China Sea dispute through diplomatic channels. Duterte ruled that the United States had lost in the military and economic areas. The Philippines is leaning towards a creative geo-economic alliance with China and moving away from its sterile military alliance with the United States, which suffers a major defeat with its faltering pivot/containment policy against Beijing, which pillories the dysfunctional Association Agreement Trans-Pacific, ATP. To which Itamite neoliberal Mexico adhered in a reckless and Pavlovian manner, as a reflection of the serious crisis of its diplomacy on several fronts, since the visit from Trump to the pusillanimous post-vote stance at UNESCO. The mendacious Israeli Anglo-Saxon multimedia practically ignored the shocking divorce between the Philippines and the United States, while their Russian counterparts gave it great importance and the more magnanimous Chinese press gave a neat review. Rodrigo Duterte breaks a 70-year-old alliance with the United States American forces, and the Filipinos liberated the archipelago from Japanese occupation during World War II and threatens to ally himself with Tsar Vladimir Putin, the new global geostrategic star. The controversial political scientist and jurist Rodrigo Duterte promised to cross the Rubicon with the United States and is now trying to forge new alliances, a geo-economic one with China and a military one with Russia. According to Sputnik, Rodrigo Duterte's statements about the South China Sea upset the balance of power in favor of Beijing. Duterte does not attach importance to the spectacular favorable ruling of the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague, since he only judges the enemies of the United States, which China considers non-binding. In Grigory Ilchin's opinion, the United States pushed the Philippines to prosecute China in The Hague, and now Vietnam, which opted for a neutral stance, will not risk breaking its ties with Beijing. China daily exalts the spring ties established by Mandarin Xi and Rodrigo Duterte, when both countries have signed 13 agreements in various areas that include support for Manila's vulnerable finances. Another Philippine vulnerability is the rickety infrastructure that China will build. Zhao Minghao, from the Charhar Institute in Beijing, maintains that Rodrigo Duterte saves the United States from an unnecessary war. When Duterte's bold moves can serve as an inspiration for other countries in the Asia-Pacific region, showing that everyone can find a better way to accommodate China's rise, rather than relying on Washington to confront Beijing, which can significantly reduce the risk of rebalancing and prevent U.S.-United States from getting bogged down in unnecessary military conflicts in the Asia-Pacific region. The Chinese portal Global Times argues that the Philippines and China must settle the bilateral conflict over the South China Sea and turn the page of the past, in exchange for pragmatic cooperation projects that are worth hundreds of millions of dollars that would be reflected in the new Silk Road. The Chinese editorial attacks the pungent multimedia of Washington, Tokyo and Singapore that predicted a confrontation between Beijing and Manila. Today the dramatic turn of the Philippines has made the aforementioned multimedia companies ridiculous, which opt for unfunny censorship. The Chinese portal argues that the United States will put maximum pressure on the Philippine government, in conjunction with its next visit to Tokyo, to reverse its decision, which is why it invites Washington and Tokyo to de-escalate tensions for regional benefit, when Manila abandoned the game, while Washington will look for a new pawn in its Asia-Pacific strategy. The Sea of the United States with Obama is for confrontation, while the Sea of China with its Mandarin Xi is for cooperation. What will be the control of the United States that controls the finances, the exchange rate of the Philippine peso and the equipment/training of the Philippine Army. The financial retaliation has already begun, and Rodrigo Duterte himself has taken it upon himself to denounce that the United States is to blame for the weakness of the Philippine peso and the stock market crash, by undermining and manipulating the exchange rate. b. The prosperous Philippine economy, with its expansive outsourcing and remittances from its diaspora of 10 million, has seen staggering growth of more than 6% since 6 years ago, with remarkable resilience to financial turmoil. The Philippine archipelago, of more than 100 million inhabitants in almost 300,000 square kilometers, with more than 7,000 islands, exhibits several vulnerabilities along its 36,289 kilometers of coastline, the third on the planet after Indonesia and Russia, that can be used by the United States to teach a severe lesson through the use of the Islamic Charter, 5% of its population, compared to 83% of Catholics, which would exacerbate the remote-controlled national/Islamic Moro front that operates in the south, in sync with the Muslim guerrilla of Abu Sayyaf. The CIA may well transfer its Middle Eastern jihadism to its new Philippine front. The Economist, spokesperson for neoliberal globalization in clear decline, attacks the Philippines obtaining negligible fishing rights in exchange for giving up the sovereignty of the Scarborough sandbanks, of enormous military value, which China would keep. The biased British magazine asks the United States for patience and wait for the Philippines to return to its field. The French portal Réseau Voltaire already publishes its rotating of the change in the world order, which, in my opinion, will be tripolar, United States/Russia/China, with their respective regional spheres of influence, in synchrony with deglobalization. Some countries, more daring and visionary than others such as Iran, Turkey, and the Philippines, are anticipating new tectonic and technical adjustments. Others don't understand them or can't break their rusty unipolar shackles. 2. Indo-Pacific region. A. Incredible inclusion of India and Pakistan in the Shanghai Group led by China and Russia's superscript 3. While Washington is torn apart by the unconvincing assumptions of James Comey, former director of the FBI, vulgar snitch and puppet of the deep state, violently defenestrated by the increasingly troubled Trump, the world is simultaneously disordered and reordered by steps accelerated to occupy the spaces left empty by the United States, the once unipolar superpower today in clear decline and in the middle of a civil war that does not dare to pronounce its name. Totally boycotted by Western multimedia disinformation, the Shanghai Group, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, held its momentous 17th summit in Astana, capital of Kazakhstan, a country that has become the Eurasian hinge between China and Russia. The Western multimedia boycott borders on the childish, when at said summit the spectacular entry of India and Pakistan was endorsed, its biggest event after 16 years of theoretical existence. No less important is the involvement of India and Pakistan, in my opinion, the first sponsored by Russia and the second by China, two medium-sized nuclear powers that have engaged in 3 conventional wars. From its 6 original members, China, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan, the SCO now has 8, 4 of them conspicuous nuclear powers, Russia, China, India, and Pakistan. Is the Shanghai Group nuclearized while the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, is breaking up in the Trumpian phase? The Shanghai Group has Afghanistan, Belarus, Iran, and Mongolia as observers, and Armenia, Azerbaijan, Cambodia, Nepal, Turkey and Sri Lanka as dialogue partners. In total, 10 additional countries are on the waiting list that China and Russia must dose. Will Turkey leave NATO to join the Shanghai Group, more related to its culture and ethnicity, and thus forget about the now disbanded European Union that despised its inclusion against nature? The core of the Shanghai Group was eminently Central Asian for 16 years, but today it launches relevant geopolitical and geoeconomic vectors to the Indian subcontinent, via India and Pakistan, by extension to Sri Lanka and Nepal, also to the Caucasus, Armenia and Azerbaijan, and to Indochina, Cambodia. The SCO's flowchart and timetable has been adjusted over the past 16 years as both savage American unipolarity and its Israeli/Anglo-Saxon globalist corollary have declined, most clearly expressed by Iran's application to become a full member at a moment's notice. So crucial for the construction of the new multipolar order. Alexander Dugin, one of the top Russian ideologues very close to Tsar Vladimir Putin, contrasts the practically unipolar irredentism of NATO with the multipolar plurality of the SCO. In NATO, a single country, a single ideology, dominates, while the SCO is composed of the countries and forces that represent diverse civilizations with different ideologies and political systems. It is true, NATO is unipolar, where the United States dominates the remaining faint-hearted and inanimate, while the relatively nascent Shanghai Group is plural bipolar, without underestimating India's invaluable acquisition. For Dugin, Russian ideologist of Eurasianism, the SCO is created not as the Asian NATO, but as a Eurasian structure that opposes globalization. The union of large Asian states that have enormous economic capacity and great strategic forces is a serious step towards the institutionalization of the multipolar world. And he expresses it bluntly: the SCO is a multipolar bloc, and this balances American and Western hegemony, converting a world model that is imposed on everyone without alternatives, into freedom. This attributes new possibilities to regional players of any scale. Dugin dissects the geopolitical intimacy of the SCO, which he positions as a balancing force against the irredentism of the United States, that will be a challenge that no Western structure or coalition or any bloc will be able to overcome. If the SCO develops a consolidated position on the fight against terrorism, it will mean an absolutely different environment for resolving the Syrian conflict. If the SCO says no to some Western actions, it will have to be taken into account. I detect a conceptual and operational contradiction between the apology for economic globalization, in counterpoint to the financial globalization of the globalist squares of Wall Street and the city, that the Mandarin Xi proclaimed in his recent appearance at the dying Davos Forum, with Dugin's forceful opposition to globalization tout court. There will be an opportunity to discuss it in detail. In my opinion, the most relevant thing about the 17th SCO summit in Astana was the umpteenth bilateral meeting between Mandarin Xi and Tsar Vladimir Putin to refine details of his ever-deepening strategic alliance. Neither Tsar Putin nor Mandarin Xi are unaware that the destabilizing agenda of the Daesh jihadists is programmed in the geopolitical algorithms of the United States instruments in the Caucasus/South and Central Asia, on their respective borders of Russia and China with the Islamic province of the Uyghurs in Xinjiang. The leaders of Russia and China focused their batteries on the delicate situation in North Korea and the role destined to be played by the SCO in the reconciliation and reconstruction of Afghanistan, when the realignment of the new Silk Road could not be missed either. Chinese project, with the Eurasian Economic Union, Russian project. Tsar Putin accused the United States of being behind the jihadist terrorist attacks, which is only ignored by the disinformation multimedia of the West. Geopolitical scientist Rostislav Ischenko criticized the inability of the United States and the European Union to deal with the terrorist threat from the Middle East and Central Asia, which affects the interests of the SCO members, when the Daesh jihadists are preparing to transfer and mutate their operations on the borders and bowels of the RIC. Russia, India, and China. Neither Russia nor China can allow the terrorist gangs expelled from the Middle East to prey on their borders, which would derail the new Silk Road and the Eurasian Economic Union. The Shanghai Group provides the ideal format for India and Pakistan, not to say India with China, to ascend and transcend, to a new, more creative plane, their new type of interaction, leaving behind their village contradictions and confrontations that benefit the outdated Anglo-Saxon unipolar order. Since its very low-profile emergence 16 years ago, the Shanghai Group has now taken on a more accelerated and consolidated dynamic at its summit in Astana. After having been on the open defensive, since the Hollywood montage of 9/11, with its manufactured wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, in unison with the reactivation of the jihadist agenda and its sleeping cells of the eternal CIA, Now the group from Shanghai moves on to a notable counter-offensive in the cartography of the Eurasian Balkans of the now deceased Brzezinski, and which is inversely proportional to the unipolar decline of the United States. B. US-India alliance against China, what will Russia do? 2 weeks before Trump visits Beijing, Katrina Manson of the Financial Times exposes that Secretary of State Rex Tillerson, former ExxonMobil boss, envisions closer ties with India to counter China. Tillerson's bombastic pronouncement was released at the influential think tank the International Center for Strategic Studies, CSIS, where he enthroned India as a superlative military partner, and as part of a new strategy in South Asia. The strategic vision, with a closer military, commercial, and diplomatic partnership, is envisioned to last 100 years as a shield against China. Tillerson believes that the United States and India should have the largest militaries, as the United States explores setting up a new security architecture in the Indo-Pacific region, potentially expanding a trilateral grouping of the United States, India, and Japan that includes Australia and other countries. Vietnam. Tillerson attacked China's predatory economy and its myriad Silk Road through its benign financing of infrastructure with attractive interest rates, when neither the United States nor the World Bank, which Washington controls, are competitive in terms of cash flow. Of Chinese banking. Now it is fashionable in the United States multimedia disinformation to hype up the Chinese threat, as they did during the Cold War against the Soviet danger. Formal wars always begin as propaganda wars. Will the millennially civilized and intelligent India swallow the American Texan story of sharing the defense of its destiny when perhaps what Trump, a real estate salesman, only seeks is to fill Delhi with war toys so that they end up killing each other with China and so on? Will Washington emerge as the supreme victor? Many of the dream planes that the United States promises to sell to India were previously procured by Washington from its arch-enemy Pakistan. Both Kissinger and Steve Bannon, ideologue of Trumpism, with or without Trump, fear that the Great Silk Road project, in its land and maritime versions, constitutes a game-changer, turning point, of the geostrategy that is moving the geopolitical center of gravity to Eurasia, to the Russia-China axis. Nor should we underestimate the maneuverability of India, since its independence with the Congress Party of Nehru and Gandhi, which has maintained a policy of non-alignment, with selective proximity to Moscow. Even with the Indian supremacist, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India has not yet renounced the BRICS nor fallen into the trap of Obama's dying TPP, which Trump buried, and belongs, with reluctance, to the RCEP 16, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. Narendra Modi has disdained collaborating with China on the Silk Road, while it is striking that he has not disdained hosting the annual meeting of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, in 2018, the largest investment bank on the planet, of which it is its second shareholder. AI June judges, in the Global Times, that the relationship between India and the United States is more symbolic than substantial and that it would be very naive for India to believe that the United States will let China in East Asia and India in the South Asia. Yang Xiling of the Yunnan Academy of Social Sciences believes that the 10-day military exercises by Russia and India are intended to position the regional influence of Delhi, not far from Vladivostok, close to China, when tensions boil in Northeast Asia. The attractive essay by academic Xiling exposes a hypothetical rapprochement of India with Russia and distances Moscow from China, with whom he supposedly collaborates in a strategic alliance. The worst thing here is to operate in a Manichean/linear way in the midst of the nonlinear and multidimensional hypercomplexity of geopolitics in Asia, where the tripolarity of the RIC, Russia, India, and China, stands out. At worst, this is a game and/or balancing of three fundamental players in Eurasia, the RIC, which the United States seeks to fracture and/or balkanize. Xiling admits that India is an important military partner of Russia when 60% of the Indian Army's weapons come from Russia, while they deepen their bilateral military ties and have initiated joint research and development in aerospace technologies, weapons, nuclear and satellite technologies. How shocking! In Xiling's opinion, India wants to balance its defense ties with both the United States and Russia, although in recent years India has moved closer to the United States and Japan. With the United States' strategic competitive escalation with Russia, India has forged a closer relationship with the United States, thereby provoking concern from Russia that wants to appease India with its military exercises with Moscow. The problem is that since Prime Minister Modi came to power, India has operated a hardline diplomatic approach towards China, whom he defines as a strategic rival. In my opinion, here comes the hot part. According to Yang Xiling, in the eyes of Indian strategists, China and Russia are seen as potential enemies. Curiously, Kissinger thinks the same thing, who sees Russia, due to cultural affinity, closer to the West than to China. I believe that the Indian strategists may be wrong, as well as Kissinger, since China gained more from the United States' previous stratagem against Russia, which was vilely deceived by the naive Gorbachev. Yang Xiling notes that Indian strategists believe that Russia hopes to postpone its potential conflict with China until it is able, and the same is true with China, so India can join hands with Russia to counter China. Xiling accepts that, for now, Russia may not have plans against China, but India is calculating to use Russia to keep China at bay. In my opinion, this may represent a serious miscalculation, since who can guarantee that Russia is not using India in the first place? We must not lose sight of the fact that, when it comes to nuclear geostrategic truth, Russia's only equal rival is the United States, since China and India are medium atomic powers. Pakistan even has 10 more atomic bombs than India. I consider that India's anti-China stance comes from its enmity with Pakistan, today a great ally of Beijing and who can provide it with access to the Arabian Sea with the port of Gwadar. A salient point made by Yang Xiling is that the United States and Japan have improved interaction with India in maritime security cooperation, while exercises with Russia also increase India's military presence in Northeast Asia, where it can have a place in their disputes, such as the North Korean nuclear crisis. What is incontestable is that if Russia, India, and China engage in a fight for regional influence in Asia, it plays into the hands of the United States. Divide and conquer. If the Indian strategists and Kissinger continue to think that Tsar Vladimir Putin will operate like Yeltsin and Gorbachev, they may get the surprise of their lives. See, Geoeconomic Clash of Trump and the Mandarin Xi, Indo-Pacific vs. RCEP. Trump did not start his elusive G2 in China. On the contrary, on the issue of North Korea it backed down in the face of China's firmness, and on trade matters, beyond the non-binding memorandums of understanding, MOU, for more than $250 billion, it only the sale of 300 Boeing airplanes for around $40 billion, a trick that China usually uses to calm the bravado of the United States, and a relevant gas agreement, in which China will collaborate with Bank of China and the state company Sinopec to import precious gas from Alaska, which reconfigures the new geopolitics of gas. After the same confession from his chief of staff, General John Kelly, Trump accepted China's geoeconomic triumph. Mark Landler, of the Trumpophobic The New York Times, NYT, exposes the contradictions in Trump's Asian tour, who calls for unity against North Korea, but adopts going only on trade. In Landler's opinion, it will be difficult to reconcile such contradictory messages, which could determine the short-term destiny of the United States as a power in the Pacific Ocean. In Da Nang, Vietnam, headquarters of the 25th summit of the insipid 21-member APEC, which has not resolved anything in a quarter of a century, but which has become the meeting point of the three superpowers, United States/China/Russia. Trump outlined his passion for economic nationalism. There is no place like home, and his repudiation of the multilateralism of the dying World Trade Organization. On his 12-day tour of 5 Asian countries, Trump diluted his war wine in China and Seoul, capital of South Korea, where he urged the participation of Russia, which has 18 kilometers of border with North Korea, in unison with the essential role of China to resolve the dispute over the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. It is not lost on Landler that Trumpian neo-isolationism and its defiant populism can push Asian countries into the orbit of China, which fills the void left by the United States. Trump's speech about sovereignty and independence of countries will have stunned the vulgar neoliberal mercantilists present there, who do not understand that the trade issue has been relegated by the geoeconomic/geopolitical binomial. Both the NYT and the Financial Times outline the outlines of the Indo-Pacific strategy, the geoeconomic and geopolitical holy alliance of the United States/India/Japan/Australia to counter China with its ascendant RCEP 16, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, economic bloc. Hidden in the West. 8 months ago I addressed the deaths of ATP and NAFTA, rise of the Chinese RCEP, the largest global trade agreement, and I argued that the little publicized RCEP 16 is positioned as the largest free trade agreement on the planet, but with a clear regional focus, where China nolens volens has emerged as its conceptual leader. In both Tokyo and Da Nang, Trump launched his Indo-Pacific project, which had been advanced a month ago by Rex Tillerson, Secretary of State about to be fired. Evan Medeiros, former advisor to Barack Obama on Asia, commented that the prospects for the Indo-Pacific strategy are uncertain, since it lacks a serious economic component, is conceptually linked to an ambivalent India and appears like containment of China. Wang Jizhi, president of the Institute of International and Strategic Studies at Peking University, argues that US-China relations can avoid the Thucydides trap, as one server had analyzed ago 5 years. Jizhi argues that Trump's erratic policy, his incomplete staff and his oscillating policy towards China make it difficult to take a holistic view of his foreign policy, in which he suffers from considerable ambiguity, but exhibits 4 intentions: 1. Domestic issues take precedence over foreign policy; 2. Values cost/efficiency; 3. He is pragmatic and prefers bilateral cooperation rather than multilateralism; and 4. He is likely to undertake military adventures abroad in an impulsive manner. Jizhi alleges that US-China relations have entered a new normal with 3 main characteristics. 1. The cooperation and competition of China and the United States gain simultaneous strength combined with their domestic issues, which influence in diplomatic relations. 2. Multimedia focuses more attention on the strategic rivalry of the United States and China, rather than the positive side. And 3. There is a contrast in the strategic mentality of both superpowers when the rise of China is one of the main challenges facing the United States, so the U.S. strategy toward China has a tendency to be fragmented and results-oriented. Jizhi invokes that the main problem between the two is not economic and commercial ties, but the North Korean nuclear issue, when the possibility of unilateral punitive military action by the United States against North Korea will increase. He believes that it is unrealistic to expect that Trump will tolerate the nuclearization of North Korea. While it is true that commercial ties will not deteriorate relations, due to the high economic interdependence, both trade and the economy are intertwined with the North Korean nuclear issue. Likewise, Jizhi judges that it is not correct to say that the United States is in decline, as The Economist puts it, since the technological innovation of the United States is a force that you should recognize when the U.S. economy has improved. Today the problem of the United States lies in the fact that it faces one of its most serious political crises since its founding. I will not waste my time dissecting the future of the new ADP-11, now without the United States, when the first Japanese Shinzo Abe himself admitted that an ADP without the United States is meaningless. Which that the Lost Guajardo/Vite Garay mercantilists do not assimilate due to their geopolitical nescience. The main defect in the Tripola era of confrontation and/or collaboration of the United States/Russia/China is that the irrelevant ADP lacks a nuclear umbrella and whose main leader, Japan, is a vassal of the United States, in China's view. Beyond the RCEP 16 led by China, which coincidentally includes 7 countries of the dysfunctional ADP, it is the miraculous Silk Road that would disrupt the geostrategic correlation of forces in Eurasia, which Trump tries to counteract with his ethereal project, more geopolitical than geoeconomic, of Indo-Pacific. Chinese multimedia gave more coverage to the meeting between Tsar Vladimir Putin and the geo-economic Emperor Xi, and avoided the informal meeting between Putin and Trump. If there is any lesson from the 25th summit of the fragmented APEC, it is that, if there is a G2, it would be between Russia and China. D. The Pentagon's priority is the Indo-Pacific region to surround China. At the 2019 Eastern Economic Forum, Vladimir Putin brought up that the United States Secretary of Defense, Mark Esper, has announced that the United States intends to deploy medium-range missiles prohibited by the INF Treaty in Japan and South Korea. Esper made no secret of U.S. investments in the Indo-Pacific region in order to encircle China. The Pentagon has qualified 3 regions for the United States competition against its adversaries Russia and China. The Indo-Pacific region. Europe. The Arctic, where President Trump has raised the bid, going so far as to propose the purchase, not at all hilarious, of Greenland. According to a report by the Australian think tank the United States Studies Centre, at the University of Sydney, titled Avoiding Crisis, U.S. Strategy, Military Spending and Collective Defense in the Indo-Pacific Region, the United States does not. It increasingly enjoys military primacy in the Indo-Pacific region, and its ability to retain a favorable balance of power is increasingly uncertain. The report in question alleges 5 unfavorable points. The combined effect of wars in the Middle East, budget austerity, underinvestment in advanced military capabilities, and the scale of America's liberal order-building agenda has left its military ill-prepared for superpower competition in the Indo-Pacific region. Comment. From Vladimir Putin, through the French President Emmanuel Macron, to the Anglo-Saxon economic nationalisms of Brexit/Trumpism, the neoliberal model is more outdated than ever. The 2018 U.S. National Defense Strategy aims to alleviate this crisis of strategic insolvency by tasking a joint force to prepare for a single superpower war, rather than multiple small conflicts, and urges the military to prioritize the requirements to deter China. Comment. It is striking that, despite Mark Esper classifying Russia as his competitor, Australian strategists, linked to the ideology of Wasp-Herdentism and its Neo-Lebensraum, only cite China in this line. Chinese counter-intervention systems have undermined the United States' ability to project power in the Indo-Pacific region, raising the risk that China could use limited force to achieve a fait accompli victory before that the United States can respond, which challenges U.S. security guarantees in the process. Comment. After the notable intervention of Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the Eastern Economic Forum, where he places India practically as a neutral country in the Indo-Pacific region, the exclusionary strategy of the Anglosphere led by the United States collapses/United Kingdom against Russia and, in particular, China. The denial by the United States of this type of aggression places a premium on advanced military assets, improved positioning arrangements, and new operational concepts. Comment. What aggression, when the United States is the one that has surrounded China and Russia with hundreds of bases, especially in the hot seas of the Indo-Pacific region, than the classic Anglo-Saxon geopolitics of the United States/United Kingdom? Was the primary objective to prevent their access to Moscow and Beijing? A stale superpower mentality in the foreign policy establishment is likely to limit Washington's ability to back down on other global commitments or make the strategic trade-offs required to succeed in the Indo-Pacific region. Comment. Not only has India declared its neutrality in the position of the United States towards Russia and China, but also the presence of Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, at the Eastern Economic Forum in Vladivostok, is likely to remove one more piece from the scheme. Washington's planned attempt to create an Anglosphere alliance, the United States/United Kingdom with Australia and New Zealand shared with India and Japan, while 2 notable allies of the United States in Northeast Asia, Seoul and Tokyo, wage an intense trade and of security. The Australian think tank is very pessimistic about the ability of the next U.S. defense budget, outlined in its National Defense Strategy, to meet its objectives in the next decade, due to a combination of political, fiscal, and domestic pressures. The think tank is very severe about the stunting force of the United States that is not sufficiently ready, equipped or positioned for a superpower competition in the Indo-Pacific region, which is why it suggests a collective defense strategy against the growing power of China, which would count on the withdrawal of the United States from the Middle East to focus on the Indo-Pacific region. I believe that, in retrospect, from the predatory U.S. invasions of Iraq, through the artificial Arab Springs, to the Hollywood montage of Islamic jihadism, it seems that the United States dug its own trap that began with the deceased former National Security Advisor of Carter, Zbigniew Brzezinski, in the 70s and was accentuated with the sterile invasions of Baby Bush, having as an alibi the deliberate collapse, by controlled implosion, according to recent data from physical scientists, of the Twin Towers of New York on September 11. It should be noted that the Japanese Prime Minister, Shinzo Abe, undertook a 3-day trip to Russia, which includes his presence at the Eastern Economic Forum, an annual meeting designed to stimulate investment in the Russian Far East, in Vladivostok, in unison with an important bilateral summit with his Russian counterpart. Also notable was the presence at the Eastern Economic Forum of the first Indian Narendra Modi, who announced a line of credit for $1 billion for Russia's Far East in order to develop its very rich region in raw materials. For Modi, the Vladivostok Forum is likely to constitute a platform for Northeast Asia and the Far East in order to join the Eurasian Union through an open, free, and inclusive Indo-Pacific region, which does not neither the Secretary of State of the United States, Mike Pompeo, nor his new Secretary of Defense, Mark Esper, will be very pleased. It is evident that Trump's ominous unilateral abrogation of the INF Treaty aims to encircle China, by placing its medium-range missiles in Japan and South Korea, which, in Putin's opinion, would cover a significant part of Russian territory, including the Far East. Given the new geostrategic dynamic, warned by French President Emmanuel Macron, the end of Western hegemony, will Japan and South Korea be willing to serve as cannon fodder for a U.S. positional war against China and Russia on the Eurasian chessboard that sees itself lost beforehand? Mark Esper does not give up, and at the Naval War College he called for the expansion of United States bases in the Pacific to contain the influence of China, which could be Singapore, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam, and other pseudo-clandestine bases in Malaysia, Indonesia, and Papua New Guinea, and even in such mysterious enclaves as the Federated States of Micronesia and the Commonwealth Islands of Northern Mariana. Will those blessed by the Pentagon's bad luck be so suicidal? 3. Dispute between the two Koreas. A. Kissinger incites attempting nuclear strike against North Korea. While Pyongyang makes public relations efforts to ingratiate itself with Seoul's public opinion, Washington is tightening the screws, from its Vice President Mike Pence, who raised the bid for more draconian and more aggressive sanctions during his visit to Tokyo, to the preparations of Trump to deliver a nosebleed. The North Korean delegation, which competes jointly with the South Korean team in the Winter Olympics, is chaired by the sister of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, who will be received by South Korean leader Moon Jae-in. A surprise that involves a chance meeting between North Koreans and Americans is not ruled out. At 94 years old, the controversial former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger does not lose his warlike fiery and promoted attempting first nuclear strike against North Korea, during a meeting with the Senate Armed Services Committee. Kissinger considered that the preemptive strike is powerful and its argument is rational, and argued that Pyongyang constitutes the most immediate threat to global security, an argument that is not shared by Russia and China, the other two superpowers that share borders with Korea. Of the North, when the territory of the United States, excluding Hawaii, is 10,358 kilometers away. Kissinger said relations between Washington and Pyongyang have reached a bifurcation point at which the Trump administration must consider a preemptive military strike or increase stricter sanctions. The nonagenarian former Secretary of State warned, not to say encouraged, that Pyongyang's failure to denuclearize would lead to a nuclear arms race with Seoul and Tokyo, and argued that North Korea's denuclearization should be a fundamental objective of North Korea's foreign policy. USA. This is an old issue that American diplomacy has not been able to handle for a quarter of a century, and that has become unnecessarily gangrenous, especially by presidents from the Republican Party, when leaders from the Democratic Party Carter, Clinton, and Obama have been more inclined to resolve the nuclear dispute diplomatically and which, in my opinion, should emulate German unification, but in which Russia and China have to participate primarily, in addition to South Korea, which enjoys excellent relations with Russia and China and Japan, which practically repeats the bravado of the pugnacious President Trump. Will Trump decide to risk a limited preemptive military strike, which could trigger a nuclear war on the Korean peninsula, without the consent of his ally, Seoul, which is trying by all means to ingratiate itself with Pyongyang? For his part, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un warned in a letter to the UN that the United States is pushing the entire world into a nuclear war. Pyongyang alleged that the March military exercises by the United States and Seoul were aimed at derailing the rapprochement of the two Koreas. Trump's new rhetorical push is combined with the Pentagon's nuclear posture review, which he had not carried out since 2010, which seeks to expand its arsenal with low-intensity nuclear weapons placed on ballistic missiles launched from submarines. As an anecdotal note, it is pointed out that a low-intensity nuclear bomb has the explosive capacity of the bombs that the United States dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki and that seem to have been erased from the mind of the Japanese Prime Minister, Shinzo Abe. The Pentagon review confirms the extensive modernization program undertaken by Obama and which is estimated to have a colossal cost of $1.2 trillion over the next 30 years. The day after the Pentagon's publication, President Trump asked the Department of Defense to provide him with a panoply of options for a nosebleed scenario, with the aim of terrorizing the Kim Jong-un regime and thus forcing him to give up its nuclear arsenal, which was widely reported synchronously by the New York Times. With his scenario of uncertainty on the brink of the abyss, Trump unsettles the geostrategists of Russia and China due to his obsessive-compulsive personality, when a miscalculation or even an accident can trigger, even involuntarily, a nuclear war on the Korean peninsula. Where reciprocity and/or retaliation from China and Russia are not eliminated. Trump did not tolerate the criticism, which was rational, unlike Kissinger's, from the recently appointed and accepted American ambassador in Seoul, Victor Cha, who was suddenly dismissed. The defenestrated Cha, a Georgetown University professor and senior advisor to the CSIS think tank, in an article for The Washington Post, which upset Trump, pointed out that even a limited military coup, the famous nosebleed option, would cause an unacceptable high number of victims. Cha's main argument is that North Korea's reaction could in all likelihood kill not dozens, but hundreds of thousands of Americans stationed in both South Korea and Japan. On any given day, there are 230,000 Americans, note, not all military, in South Korea and 90,000 in Japan, whose evacuation would be virtually impossible under the rain and missile artillery from Pyongyang. Unlike Kissinger, academic and diplomat Cha argues that even an extensive military coup would only delay North Korea's nuclear programs and missile construction, which are buried in deep unknown and impenetrable locations, nor interrupt the proliferation threat. It should be noted that Stephen Bannon, deposed Trump ideologue, had confessed that there is no military solution. Forget it, with North Korea. But Kissinger is not Bannon, unless the nonagenarian former Secretary of State, who has just been received again by Trump, has also adopted, in reference to North Korea, the madman theory, which comes from MAD, by the acronym in English for Mutual Assured Destruction, in Spanish, and which he practiced with President Nixon. Beyond Trump's State of the Union war speech before Congress, where he showed his toughness against North Korea, the reality is that he lacks consensus for his unilateral limited preventive attack, when in the 18th Congress Democratic Party senators have expressed their concern. In parallel, legislators from both the Republican Party and the Democratic Party have approached Seoul, which is seeking a graceful solution to counter Trump's warlike approach. Among the Republican legislators are Senators John Cornyn, of Texas, and Bob Corker, of Tennessee, who urge Trump to exhaust diplomatic channels. As the war drums of Trump and Kissinger sound, Han Zheng, special envoy of Chinese President Xi Jinping to the opening ceremony of the Winter Olympics, met with South Korean President Moon Jae-in. It is curious that Xi's envoy praised the improvement in the situation on the Korean peninsula. The posture and pace of Trump's war approach are not shared by Russia or China, at the level of the other two superpowers, nor by South Korea itself, which would suffer the greatest number of havoc derived from a preemptive nuclear attack by Trump and blessed by Kissinger. I insist, the solution to the nuclear dispute on the Korean peninsula cannot be imposed unilaterally by the United States. Its creative resolution inevitably involves the tripolar diplomacy of the three superpowers United States/Russia/China, two of which share a border with North Korea. B. Dirty secret, the United States was the first to place nuclear weapons on the Korean peninsula. Walter Pincus, award-winning security journalist, has just exposed a dirty secret in the New York Times, an anti-Trump newspaper. The United States was the first to place nuclear weapons on the Korean peninsula in 1958 by then-President Dwight D. Eisenhower. This journalist worked for more than 45 years, until retiring in 2015, at the Washington Post, whose owner, Jeff Bezos, has been attacked by President Trump on Twitter. The president has made Bezos, who also owns Amazon, lose a large fortune, since his company has lost more than 10% of his stock market value. The recent revelation leaves a gap of questions. Does Pincus, former star reporter for the Washington Post, deny Trump's unilateral approach and demand for denuclearization of North Korea in advance of his visit to Pyongyang? How could it be that General MacArthur, the most decorated military man in the history of the United States, had the intention in 1951 to bomb North Korea with 6 nuclear bombs, if these did not already exist in South Korea? Would General MacArthur's nuclear bombings have been launched from Japan itself and not from US-occupied South Korea? But let's start from the beginning. General Douglas MacArthur's intention to launch several nuclear bombs against North Korea cost him his dismissal in 1951 by President Harry Truman, who 6 years earlier had ordered, 3 days apart, the so far only nuclear bombings in Japan against 2 civilian cities, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. However, only 7 years passed between MacArthur's intention to launch 6 nuclear bombs against North Korea in 1951 and Eisenhower's deployment of tangible nuclear bombs in South Korea in 1958, which is what Pincus shockingly reveals. This explains the laxity of several United States governments, whether General MacArthur attempted to use atomic bombs against North Korea, or Eisenhower placed nuclear bombs in South Korea against Pyongyang. At that time, North Korea did not even dream of acquiring lethal atomic weapons that, according to historical schedules and flow charts, were manufactured to defend itself and not to attack and bomb the helpless west coast of the United States, as it is said. The black propaganda of the fake news of the omnipotent Israeli Anglo-Saxon multimedia. After its defeat, Japan ceded its conquered territory of the Korean peninsula to the victors, which was divided into South Korea with the United States and North Korea with China, supported by the USSR. The 1953 armistice, an artifact of World War II that is supposedly still in effect, despite being violated by the United States due to its placement of nuclear weapons in South Korea, which ceased hostilities between the two Koreas and their respective sponsors, prohibited the installation of nuclear bombs throughout the peninsula, an empty promise that 5 years later was denied by the United States, which, apparently, does not fulfill its commitments made anywhere, from the Kyoto Protocol / Agreement on Climate Change. Paris, through Gorbachev's deception of not extending NATO to the borders of today's Russia, to the imminent abrogation of Obama's creative agreement with Iran, the P5+1 signed by the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, United States, France, the United Kingdom, Russia, and China, to which Germany was added. Thus, the United States possessed more than 900 nuclear artillery projectiles in the 1960s, in addition to nuclear landmines in South Korea, according to Pincus, who considers that the presence of these American, nuclear, weapons probably it motivated the North Koreans to accelerate the development of their own atomic weapons. An interesting sentence comes from the author, although the U.S. tactical nuclear weapons were withdrawn from South Korea in 1991, the Seoul government still enjoys the U.S. nuclear umbrella. Pincus cites Joseph S. Bermudez Jr., North Korea specialist and co-founder of All Source Analysis, who judges that the danger that U.S. nuclear weapons could be used against North Korea has been a central tenet of thinking strategic and Pyongyang's actions since then. By the way, in a publication by the United States Korea Institute, USKI, at Johns Hopkins University, Bermudez Jr. asserts that North Korea's provision of its nuclear weapons is intended to deter and repel the aggression and attack of enemies by delivering lethal retaliatory blows in the strongholds of aggression. It is noteworthy that Pyongyang's retaliation to foreign attacks, which would come at this juncture from Trump, who has threatened its annihilation with fire and fury, and, to a lesser extent, from South Korea, with whom Korea of the North has developed a spectacular rapprochement since the recent Winter Olympic Games, always keep your sights on Japan, which has been inciting an attack by the United States, in accordance with the three war scenarios proclaimed by Bermudez Jr. For his part, Pincus lists declassified U.S. documents that describe in detail how the Eisenhower administration, concerned about the cost of defending South Korea and North Korea's military-backed prowess from China, agreed to send tactical nuclear weapons systems to Seoul. Meanwhile, Herman Fleger, former State Department legal counsel, protested that the Pentagon's plan to place nuclear weapons in South Korea would be a violation of the armistice and create an imbalance when U.S. officials could not establish that North Korea had deployed atomic weapons. At that time, a Pentagon allegation was that North Korea, by having obtained new high-performance artillery and aviation weapons, had violated the armistice and thus freed the United States from complying with its obligations. It was irrational and aberrant to compare, in a disproportionate manner, the supposed new conventional weapons, even if they are improved, of North Korea with the placement of nuclear weapons by the United States in South Korea, as a childish pretext to justify the unilateral breaking of the armistice. Pincus reports that North Korea's representative on the Armistice Commission described the unilateral Pentagon discussion as an attempt to screw the armistice agreement and transform South Korea into a U.S. nuclear war base. Similarly, today Trump, who follows Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's demands to the letter, under the childish pretext that Iran has improved its missile system which is not part of the P5+1 agreement, is willing to abrogate unilaterally the creative agreement achieved by Obama. Nor, as now, could there be a lack of fake news, since Murray Snyder, the then Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs, misinformed journalists assigned to the Pentagon about the non-existence of nuclear weapons in South Korea, which turned out to be a sovereign lie. Finally, the United States Embassy in South Korea proposed announcing the arrival of weapons with atomic capacity, to which the United Nations Command agreed, and on January 28, 1958 it was announced at a press conference in Seoul, the arrival of weapons with nuclear capacity. Pincus concludes that Pyongyang spent 33 years facing U.S. nuclear weapons across its border with South Korea. These antecedents are not idle when the central objective of Trump's astonishing upcoming visit to Pyongyang in May is the denuclearization of North Korea, in which the other two nuclear superpowers with whom it shares borders in the north agree, China, with 1,352 kilometers, and Russia, with 18 kilometers. Recently I suggested a successful solution for the denuclearization of the entire peninsula, with the triple guarantee of the United States/Russia/China, leading to the withdrawal of all foreign troops without exception, in unison with the neutrality of a peninsula of unified Korea. C. Pacification of the Korean Peninsula, demilitarization with geo-economic primacy. The United States is fascinated by the bilateral format where it can impose its will on the countries with which it negotiates. So Trump will not be pleased at all to have to triangulate with the South Korean president, who will have the double function of being the mediator between Pyongyang and the United States, and diluting the intoxicating war wine of the American president. South Korean leader Moon Jae-in received his North Korean counterpart, Kim Jong-un, at the military demarcation line within the hamlet of Panmunjom, which divides the two Koreas. The North Korean president counts among his delegation his charismatic sister Kim Yo-jong, who lubricated the rapprochement during the Pyeongchang Winter Olympic Games, in which the two Koreas participated with a joint team. After 65 years, this will be the third time that the two Koreas have sat down to negotiate. According to the South China Morning Post portal, the site where North Korea's nuclear tests were carried out collapsed, something that could be the reason why Kim Jong-un has suspended the tests. It is estimated that Pyongyang has between 20 and 60 nuclear bombs. The South Korean president, whose popularity has climbed to 67.8% due to his pacifism, favors an action-for-action strategy, in which every time North Korea takes a step to dismantle its nuclear arsenal, the move will be rewarded with economic benefits and guarantees for their safety, according to David Sanger and Ko Sang-hun of the New York Times. The two NYT reporters cite South Korean officials, who indicate that the entire process could take about 2 years. Kim Jong-un has endorsed the synchronous steps, in phases, that lead to denuclearization. It must be very annoying to Trump that President Moon has so much initiative and gets ahead of the peremptory moves of the United States. Trump's national security team insists on a substantial decommissioning, in which North Korea discards its entire weapons program before lifting sanctions, which can be completed quickly in up to 6 months. What have North Korea's leader, Kim Jong-un, and the current Secretary of State and former Director of the CIA, Mike Pompeo, agreed on during their secret visit to Pyongyang? It was not without reason that on the same day of the historic Peninsular Summit, the United States revealed the photos of the meeting between Kim Jong-un and Mike Pompeo, which has been overshadowed by the historic meeting between the two leaders of the peninsula. 7 days before the historic Peninsular Summit, Cheng Zia-he, a researcher at the Pangol Institute of China and professor at the School of International Studies at Renmin University, revealed on the Chinese portal Global Times that the Workers' Party of North Korea, in his 7th Central Committee, he had astonished the world in 3 ways. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un gave the keynote speech in which he launched the propaganda campaign to inform its population that it was time to rethink its nuclear status, after having made enormous sacrifices. The Congress of the Workers' Party adopted the important resolution to replace the famous ideology of the Byungjin Line, consisting of the simultaneous strengthening of a nuclear force with economic progress, with the new strategy of economy first. The party unilaterally adopted the measure to suspend nuclear and missile tests starting April 21, 6 days before the historic summit, in addition to closing the Punggye-ri nuclear facility, where 6 nuclear tests were conducted. Here, unlike China's proposed simultaneous freeze plan, in which measures were to be reciprocal and simultaneous, North Korea abandoned its demand on the cessation of joint US-South Korean military exercises. The supposed abandonment of the Byungjin Line parallel development, in Spanish, is not minor, since the mega-hawk propagandists of the Japanese portal The Diplomat, such as United States Navy Captain Daniel P. Grant, consider it central in regarding Pyongyang's military strategy, which was willing to accept any suffocating economic sanctions from the United States in order to continue with its nuclear program. John Pike, of the United States militarist portal globalsecurity.org, argues that the Byungjin Line corresponds to the strengthening of the military approach to domestic and foreign affairs, or Song-un. Academic Cheng Zia-he predicts fruitful progress at the Peninsular Summit in 4 areas. Allow again family reunions of the two Koreas and the promotion of the tourism program on Mount Kumgang, as well as new economic cooperation, particularly in the Kaesong Industrial Complex. For now, 2 days before the summit, South Korea ceased its propaganda campaign from its megaphones near the demilitarized zone and perhaps can withdraw some unilateral sanctions from 8 years ago, as a result of the sinking of the South Korean ship Cheonan. Both Koreas will express their willingness to denuclearize the peninsula, as well as their desire for reunification. The establishment of a permanent peace mechanism on the Korean peninsula will be established in order to replace the 1953 armistice 65 years ago with a peace treaty that includes the full participation of China and the United States. In my opinion, it is a serious mistake not to include Russia, which has an 18-kilometer border with North Korea and which would give greater importance and guarantee to the peace treaty with the three world superpowers. The success of the historic summit will help lubricate the next planned summit between Trump and leader Kim Jong-un. North Korea surpasses the South in the nuclear and ballistic sphere, but from a geoeconomic point of view Seoul is a phenomenon and belongs to the trillion-dollar club of the world economies. Today, South Korea is the 15th global economy, despite its small size, with just over $2 trillion of GDP, it is above Saudi Arabia, Spain, and Canada, in 16th, 17th and 18th place, respectively. North Korea's GDP is dramatic compared to that of the South, only $40 billion, 50 times less than Seoul's. The economic gap between the South, almost 100,000 square kilometers and a population of almost 51 million people, and the North, just over 120,000 square kilometers and a population of 25 million, younger than the southern one, is enormous. According to data from the CIA World Fact Book, which should be taken with a grain of salt due to its congenital bias, South Korean economic growth is 3%, with a per capita income of almost $40,000, while North Korea's growth is 1.1% and its per capita income is $1,700. The key to success in negotiations between the two Koreas will lie in coupling President Moon's Action for Action plan with President Kim's Economy First goal. Firstly, through the reunification of the peninsula and then with denuclearization, Pyongyang could concentrate fully on the economic development of its socialist model, which could complement Seoul's geoeconomic power. Geoeconomic primacy and the denuclearization of the entire peninsula is not a minor issue, but so many concessions by the North Korean leader without anything visible in return constitutes a great unknown. Unless he has an ace up his sleeve. D. Toughening of the United States against North Korea. Superscript 1. Well, it seems that the collapse of the second summit in Hanoi between President Donald Trump and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un was more abrupt in its content, which had not permeated, than in its form, when both parties have hardened their stance in the facts and in his rhetoric. Now it turns out, according to satellite images from U.S. agencies, beyond parallel by the Center for Strategic Studies and 38 North, that North Korea would have restarted a part of the Tongchang RI facility, which had been used to carry out its missile tests and deactivated since August 2018. According to AP, which has strong ties to the CIA, Trump is disappointed by North Korea's activity at its missile facility. For Julian Borger of The Guardian, a newspaper very close to mega speculator George Soros, the U.S. position has hardened after the collapse of the Hanoi summit. North Korea must give up all its nuclear weapons before any uprising of the sanctions. North Korea's state news agency, KCNA, is not far behind in its rhetorical toughening and has condemned, in harsh terms, the resumption of the military exercises of the United States and South Korea, although limited, which were precisely part of the measures to build mutual trust and whose deferral was conceived in exchange for the cessation of North Korea's missile and nuclear tests as a quid pro quo. The hardening would be deeper if the recent report by the very influential Federation of American Scientists, FOS, based in Washington, is taken into account, which advocates the triple suffocation of North Korea through containment, the negotiation, and transformation of the Pyongyang regime. The 14 experts from FOS, which has 100 advisors and was founded in 1945 by the scientists who created the first atomic bombs with the Manhattan Project, who dedicated themselves to analyzing North Korea's position, admit that Kim Jong-un does not. It will abandon its nuclear weapons and it will be very difficult to subdue it through famine and sanctions that will only make it more hostile and even unpredictable. The report does not take into consideration that North Korea is not alone and has the tacit support of China and Russia, to whom, curiously, Trump has thanked for their cooperation. The report states that the United States and its presumed allies, South Korea and Japan, should change their strategies to move from obsession with denuclearization to containment, and admit North Korea as a de facto nuclear country. The characteristic of the containment policy operated by George Kennan to defeat the USSR from within is its long-term application. Kennan's plan, published under the pseudonym Mr. X in the influential Foreign Affairs magazine. He lasted 42 years, and, more than the product of his own effectiveness, he was the result of the legendary candidity of Gorbachev, who succumbed to all the traps that the United States lying. FOS judges that the unrealistic objective of quickly dismantling North Korea's nuclear arsenal has consumed the military, economic, and diplomatic policies of the United States and its allies when the strategic objective should be denuclearization, but accompanied by other seductive measures. The 95-page report cites that international sanctions have exacerbated the humanitarian crisis process in North Korea and a fatal type of malnutrition and antibiotic-resistant tuberculosis. FOS alleges that the exclusive pursuit of disarmament will come at the cost of efforts to manage other critical interests, including the risks of conventional warfare, ballistic missile proliferation, the spread of infectious diseases, and the continued suffering and repression of the South Korean people. North. The FOS's exaggeratedly punctual and punctilious concern about the contagion of infectious diseases is striking, when the United States does not worry about other infections with migrants and on the border with Mexico. In addition to the fact that negotiations with North Korea have caused tensions between Washington, Seoul, and Tokyo, FOS admits that there is no mix of economic, diplomatic, or military pressure that can verifiably eliminate North Korea's arsenal on terms acceptable in the coming years, at least in the next 2 decades. The FOS approach focuses on containment and calls for a new strategy that shapes the transformation of North Korea over time and that is consistent with regional, international, and humanitarian security. On economic issues, instead of isolation and coercion, FOS advocates for a threshold agreement in order that the United States and its partners must build a transnational project management process to establish parameters mutually agreed upon agreements and evaluate case-by-case proposals for economic investment partnerships in North Korea that shape its transformation in ways consistent with the interests of the United States and its allies and provide incentives to mitigate its destabilizing behavior. When sanctions, they must be calibrated to encourage positive changes in North Korea's activities. In my opinion, it appears that the United States would seek, through economic seduction, to attract a relevant segment of the population to create a credible opposition and challenge the regime. In the diplomatic sphere, the United States and its allies must renew relations with Pyongyang, with Beijing, and with Moscow in order to improve the capacity to manage and transform. It does not go so far as to propose the liaison offices that Kim Jong-un had hinted at the Hanoi summit, but FOS proposes the establishment of sections of interest in the capitals of the United States and North Korea on a permanent basis. The great obstacle derives from the intransigence of the United States, which seeks denuclearization and the delivery of North Korea's nuclear arsenal, which several sources consider to be around 30 atomic bombs, before lifting the suffocating economic sanctions, when the official position of Pyongyang is the complete opposite: lift all sanctions and then dismantle its arsenal and nuclear projects. The sequence is fundamental and is not at all comparable, since it is easier to lift economic sanctions earlier and they can later be readopted in the event of the failure of the negotiations. Situation that is not comparable with the previous nuclear dismantlement and when there are no guarantees that nuclear sanctions will be lifted, as evidenced by the similar negotiations of the United States, regardless of the partisan color in the White House, with the deceptions in Libya, via Hillary Clinton, and in Iran, via Trump, without counting the supreme deception of Daddy Bush and Bill Clinton, who did not respect the oral agreement with Gorbachev in reference to the expansion of both NATO and the European Union to the borders of Russia. The lifting of economic sanctions cannot be comparable or synchronous with the nuclear dismantling of North Korea, due to the great obstacle of reversibility. Economic sanctions are reversible, while nuclear dismantlement is irreversible. And this was precisely Trump's trap that Kim Jong-un did not fall into at the 2 summits in Singapore and Hanoi. Trump vs. Kim Jong-un, the stupid nuclear war and the madman theory. Superscript 1. Background. Beyond the threats that then President Clinton had issued, the North Korea dispute, lubricated by the mediation of former President Carter and the Secretary of Energy, Bill Richardson, was very close to being resolved through the denuclearization of the Korean peninsula through exchange of economic aid to Pyongyang with the horizon of unification with its brothers in South Korea. The Democratic Party is more lucid towards a solution to the incandescent contentious issue than the Republican Party, which, with Baby Bush, indecently placed North Korea on the list of rogue states and which, with the unpredictable Trump, inclined to apply the madman theory, threatens, with his generals, to wipe North Korea off the face of the earth. Obama opted to freeze the dispute, and now, in the midst of the drums of war that have resounded with ominous intensity, his former national security advisor, Susan Rice, has spoken out for a diplomatic solution. About 14 years ago, the Egyptian Mohammed el-Baradei, then director of the IAEA, Nobel Peace Prize, had confided in us that North Korea had 20 warheads, to Foreign Minister Ekobedo Derbes, to physicist Anna Maria Seto, of the Pugwash Group, and a server, representing the International Federation of Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, Nobel Peace Prize 1985. Facts. According to Bill Van Auken of WSWS, intimated to be censored by Google, Trump threatens North Korea with a nuclear war, and recalls that the U.S. war against Korea 65 years ago annihilated at least 3 million of people, 2 million in the north. According to the U.S. Air Force assessment, 18 of North Korea's 22 major cities were at least half obliterated, with virtually all North and South Korean cities burned. Van Auken recommends taking seriously Trump's fire and fury and the United States' threats to exterminate the entire population of North Korea. In Van Auken's opinion, the entire basis of the conflict today is the United States' demand that North Korea cease its nuclear weapons/ballistic missile tests and dismantle its entire nuclear capability. In the midst of Trump and Kim Jong-un's verbose war, which can lead to a catastrophic war due to overreaction or miscalculation, there is too much talk about the supposed range of North Korean intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, at the western coast of the United States, as well as the supposed miniaturization of its warheads, according to unverified reports from the United States and Japan. Van Auken lambasts the hypocrisy of the United States that has helped equally unstable and aggressive regimes in Israel, India, and Pakistan to develop their own nuclear arsenals. He cites the hypothetical scenario of a war on the peninsula by the globalist magazine The Economist, a war that ends in an expeditious victory for the United States, with 300,000 civilian deaths at the beginning and to whom much more will be added due to radioactive poisoning. This is the best scenario, since such a war would impact both the entire population of North Korea, 25 million inhabitants, and another 10 million inhabitants in Seoul, capital of South Korea with 50 million inhabitants, and 38 million in the Tokyo metropolitan area, Japan, 126 million, not counting the 23,500 U.S. troops stationed in South Korea. 65 years ago, the United States attack when General MacArthur, who had dropped 2 nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, had threatened to launch a barrage of atomic bombs against North Korea, which earned him his dismissal by Truman, pulled China to the contest. Will China, a respectable nuclear power, participate in Trump and Kim Jong-un's war today? For Van Auken, the deaths of thousands of American soldiers will be used as a pretext for violent political repression in the United States itself. As in the Trump casinos, now the big players bet their nuclear games, fates vos jeu. An editorial from Global Times, mouthpiece of the Chinese Communist Party, defines its position in pristine terms regarding the reckless game on the Korean peninsula that runs the risk of war. China must be very clear that if North Korea launches missiles that threaten American soil first and the United States retaliates, then China will be neutral. But if the United States and South Korea attack and try to overthrow the North Korean regime and change the political pattern of the peninsula, China will prevent them, since the Korean peninsula is where the strategic interests of all parties converge and no one must try to be the absolute dominator of the region. For China, North Korea wants the United States to come to the negotiating table, while the United States wants to put North Korea in check. Since neither Washington nor Pyongyang really want war, but a war can break out anyway if they do not have the experience of putting their extremist game under control. I hope Trump remembers that North Korea has a 1,352-kilometer border with China, 237 kilometers with South Korea, and 18 kilometers with Russia. North Korea is located 1,045 kilometers from Japan, where 39,000 United States troops are stationed. The Russia Today portal takes up the Global Times editorial and states that the stakes are too high and both contenders seem ready for the worst scenarios, according to retired Russian General Pavel Zolotarev, when decision-making in Washington exceeds national logic, so there may be consequences that are difficult to predict. According to Zolotarev, the North Korean military can inflict significant damage on U.S. forces during a conventional conflict. Although their equipment is far from U.S. assets, they are prepared to fight and their morale is higher. Who guarantees that the war will only be conventional and not nuclear when the Pentagon boss, General James Mad Dog Mattis, threatened to destroy North Korea if it launches its missiles at Guam, unincorporated territory of the United States? While the rhetoric of Trump and Kim Jong-un reaches levels of volcanic eruption, attention is drawn to the prudence of Russia and the serenity of China, whose multimedia is more concerned with the recent provocation of a United States shipping patrol in the South Sea. China, under the pretext of freedom of navigation. Conclusion. Decisive moment for the human race that will have a lasting impact on global order for the new governance and planetary security in its four corners in the face of the bifurcation in which the Korean Peninsula finds itself due to the paroxysmal rhetorical war between the leaders of the United States and North Korea. Either Washington coordinates with Beijing to intercede with Pyongyang and call for an honorable diplomatic solution for all actors, or a crisis is approaching, in the style of 1962 in Cuba, on the verge of Armageddon nuclear. The key is Guam. North Korea and South Korea dialogue, Trump, marginalized. Winter Olympic spirit superscript 1 superscript 2. Who could think of holding the Winter Olympic Games 80 kilometers from the North Korean border, in the middle of joint military exercises between South Korea and the United States, and the suffocation of Trump's sanctions against Kim Jong-un, and the mutual nuclear threats of Washington and Pyongyang, with Trump's ominous threat to wipe North Korea off the map? Steve Bannon, the ideologue of Trump and Trumpism, had precisely warned of the futility of a United States nuclear war against North Korea, which would have claimed the lives of at least 10 million South Koreans in Seoul, as many Japanese and perhaps 60,000 American soldiers stationed in South Korea and Japan, at the price of having wiped out North Korea from the face of the earth. Leaving aside the rhetorical nuclear boasts, the first good news of the new year was the speech of the North Korean president, who expressed interest in talking with his brothers from the South and in participating in the Winter Olympic Games that begin in February, 80 kilometers away of the demilitarized zone. South Korea immediately proposed holding high-level talks with North Korea on January 9, which at least removes the specter of an ominous nuclear confrontation on the Korean peninsula until the conclusion of the Winter Olympics. China, seeking a peaceful solution, officially approved the negotiations between the two Koreas. Any rapprochement between the two postpones Trump's nuclear threats, and promotes the efficient diplomatic mediation of Russia and China and the wisdom of South Korean President Moon Jae-in, an extraordinary politician, who has strong family ties with North Korea. Last year I presciently mentioned that there was bad news for Trump. The new South Korean president can make peace with North Korea. As President Trump now inevitably has to be followed on Twitter, he congratulated himself on his legendary infatuation that sanctions and other pressures have begun to have a major impact on North Korea, and his soldiers are fleeing dangerously to Korea. From the South. Rocket Man, note, as he nicknamed Kim Jong-un, now wants to talk to South Korea for the first time. Maybe it's good news, maybe not. We will see. Trump is wrong, since the previous inter-Korean dialogue at the level of vice ministers was held in December 2015. The only thing that Trump is right about is that his predecessors did not know how to resolve the North Korean dispute for a quarter of a century. The two Koreas follow the Chinese recipe, according to Professor David Lai, of the Military University of Pennsylvania, U.S. Army War College, when Washington has been waiting in vain for 6 decades for North Korea to collapse without changing its position. Lai explains that the Chinese recipe contains 2 keys: 1. The United States must end the war with North Korea through a peace agreement, which was never signed after the 1953 armistice, and 2. The United States must establish normal ties with Pyongyang and thus eliminate the threat hanging over North Korea by Washington. For the United States Army professor, Washington's actions are the very definition of insanity, since with the economic and military measures, which have never worked, he expects different results. Direct negotiations must begin without the precondition of denuclearization, in order to begin conducting mutual business. The worst thing is that the United States expects China to solve the Korean problem when Washington comes and goes, while China and North Korea are neighbors forever. David Lai failed to add the 18 kilometers of border that North Korea has with Russia. Lai recalls that China developed its nuclear weapons more than 50 years ago for the same reasons that North Korea now faces, which, in my opinion, does not want to repeat the same childhood mistakes of Saddam Hussein in Iraq and Muammar Gaddafi in Libya. Katrina Manson, from the globalist mouthpiece Financial Times, questions many of the myths about the nuclear danger of North Korea, which are rather part of the toxic propaganda wars that demonize the enemy, prior to the conflagration. Not even she buys it as clear that North Korea has developed a hydrogen bomb. It is one thing that it has successfully carried out its first test of an intercontinental ballistic missile, ICBM, and another is that it can carry a large nuclear warhead to reach the United States. Another enigma is whether North Korea can penetrate the United States missile defense system. The most delicate point for North Korea would be to be able to evade detection during the preparation of its launch, when, I consider, it would invite its preventive destruction by the United States. According to Manson, a window of opportunity to start talks opened when North Korea ended all its tests that have enthroned it as a genuine nuclear power, between 20 and 60 bombs. Ko Sang-hun and David Sanger of the New York Times argue that Kim Jong-un's opening may drive a wedge between South Korea and the United States, which would come in the trade sector anyway, given its deficit with the United States, stridently demanded by Trump. The reporters claim that this is a shrewd new strategy by Kim Jong-un, who noticed the boiling tension between Trump and the president of South Korea, who exasperated Trump by suggesting having the veto on any preventive U.S. military action against North Korea's military program. What audacity! Nor can we ignore the negotiations between the lucid Moon Jae-in with China and Russia, with whom he maintains excellent relations. They won the game against Trump, who lacks the diplomatic subtlety and sophistication of China and Russia and, above all, the South Korean rulers' will to reunify and denuclearize the peninsula, which would become a new geo-economic power in Northeast Asia. According to New York Times reporters, Moon Jae-in agrees with China and Russia that talks are necessary to resolve the nuclear crisis, which oxygenates the very creative position of Beijing and Moscow under the axiom of a freeze for another freeze, freezing of North Korean tests in exchange for freezing all US and South Korean military exercises. China and Russia are willing to offer economic and diplomatic incentives to North Korea in exchange for a freeze on its tests. New York Times reporters expect that North Korea will seek further concessions, such as easing sanctions and a reduction in the U.S. military presence on the Korean peninsula. I cannot fail to point out another serious mistake by the always erratic rookie Vidi Garay, who, under pressure from Jared Kushner, senselessly expelled the North Korean ambassador, when the rapprochement of the two Koreas today makes him ridiculous again. In my opinion, the two Koreas, Russia, China, and the pacifist world win, Trump and Japan lose. G. Kim Jong-un's sister invites South Korean President Moon to North Korea *1 *3. As nonagenarian former Secretary of State Kissinger calls for attempting nuclear strike against North Korea, the two Koreas have united as one team to participate in the Winter Olympics, where they sat in the front row on the day of the opening. Vice President Mike Pence, his wife Karen, and the pugnacious Japanese Prime Minister, Shinzo Abe, behind whom was the North Korean Princess Kim Yo-jong, sister of the North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un, who has captivated the South Korean public opinion. The princess, a special envoy of her brother, was accompanied by the ceremonial head of state Kim Yong-nam, 90 years old. The most spectacular thing has been the invitation to the South Korean President, Moon Jae-in, given by the princess to visit North Korea. The princess, known for her humility despite her great power behind the scenes, who has absurdly been baptized by the CIA as the Ivanka Trump of North Korea, wrote a message in the host book at the presidential palace of the Blue House of South Korea. I hope that Pyongyang and Seoul will become closer in the hearts of Koreans and lead to unification and prosperity in the near future. The North Korean princess won the public relations competition against Vice President Mike Pence, not to mention his wife Karen, and Japanese Prime Minister Abe, who left a terrible image of war interventionism. On his flight back to the United States, Vice President Pence, who threatened more drastic sanctions against North Korea, commented that there was no clarity between the United States, South Korea, and Japan in the dispute over North Korea's nuclearization. In the opinion of Shane Savitsky, from the Axios portal, February 10, 18, the invitation to President Moon to visit North Korea tries to place a diplomatic wedge between South Korea and the United States. It will not be easy for Trump, who longs for a limited nuclear military strike against North Korea, dubbed a nosebleed, to sell his first war as president when the two Koreas have left him isolated and are willing to avoid war in the peninsula. Retired U.S. Admiral James Stavridis, former Supreme Commander in NATO, believes that there are no military options that would result in fewer than hundreds of thousands of victims and perhaps up to 3 million. By the way, the appointed, and accepted, U.S. Ambassador to South Korea, Victor Cha, senior advisor to the CSIS think tank and Georgetown professor, who was uglily defenestrated by Trump due to his statements when he calculated, without counting the native victims of the two Koreas and Japan, that a military option would put at risk 230,000 Americans, civilian and military, residing in South Korea and 90,000 in Japan, whose evacuation would be virtually impossible. A spokesman for South Korean President Moon welcomed the possibility of a meeting with the North Korean leader, commenting that the two Koreas should work together to create the enabling environment. The Chinese portal Global Times argues that the invitation constitutes a positive sign for peace, but that the attitude of the United States to the relationship between the two Koreas is problematic and constitutes a real obstacle. Zheng Jiyong, director of the Center for Korean Studies at Fudan University, argued that the United States is out of control, and after the Olympics Trump will put a lot of pressure on Moon to harden his stance on North Korea. He added that if Moon wants fewer barriers and pressure from the United States, he will have to look to China and Russia, as well as overcome domestic opposition from conservatives who do not want to improve relations with the North. The South Korean president, who has turned out to be a great statesman, will have to operate a very delicate balance between North Korea and its supposed ally the United States, which is why he promotes the resumption of dialogue between Pyongyang and Washington, and North-South development in the peninsula. For now, President Moon stopped short the interference of the Japanese premier, who demanded not to postpone the military exercises of South Korea and the United States. The rapprochement of the two Koreas has isolated the warmongering of Prime Minister Abe, who seems to have forgotten that the United States dropped 2 nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The Global Times editorial mentions that there are now more options and windows of opportunity, as Moon has treated the North Korean delegation with great hospitality when the resentment of the United States has been noticeable. Mike Pence, he arrived late to the reception before the opening ceremony and stayed only 5 minutes, which was impolite for wanting to express his dissatisfaction with South Korea. Another discourtesy was that Pence and his wife Karen did not stand up to greet the unified delegation from the two Koreas. Global Times weighs the feasibility of Moon's trip depending on several factors. One of them is that the situation returns to pre-Olympic levels, with joint military exercises by the United States and South Korea, and continued North Korean missile tests. especially nuclear tests, which would derail the visit. Global Times considers that what is most critical is Moon's ability to demonstrate the ability to shape the situation on the peninsula. North Korea's approach attempts to continue the suspension of nuclear and missile programs after the Games, which is inseparable from resolving the nuclear crisis. According to the Chinese editorial, the United States maintains the view that the suspension of Pyongyang's nuclear and missile program is unilateral and irrelevant to the US-South Korea military exercises, when the United States also demands that Pyongyang abandon its nuclear weapons so that there is a basis for the United States dialogue with North Korea. Hence, Moon's next task would be to persuade Washington when he has the cards in his hand to pressure Washington to make concessions or at least reduce the intensity of joint military exercises, which is certainly not easy and it may be politically risky, but it is that movement that can give hope of peacefully resolving the nuclear crisis with North Korea. Yang Jiechi, China's special envoy, urged Trump to boost coordination on North Korea. For China, there must not only be a regular dialogue between Korea, but also between Pyongyang and Washington. The SCMP portal reports that Shi Yinhong, director of the Center for American Studies at Renmin University, commented that China will probably use the détente to try to persuade the United States to reconsider its strategy of preventing it from taking military action. Will the War Council sponsored by Kissinger or the military wisdom of retired Admiral Stavridis, for whom there is no military option on the Korean peninsula, prevail in Trump's mind? Trump's negotiations with the indomitable North Korea collapse. Superscript 1. Has the virulent appearance of his previous lawyer, the Israeli-American Michael Cohen, while negotiating with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, who was not an easy dish to digest through false flattery, have psychologically affected Trump's performance. Trump misses out on the Nobel Peace Prize that he longed for this year, having anticipated an inevitable triumphant negotiation with North Korea. It was not a good week for him, from the imminent publication of Special Counsel Robert Mueller's investigation, through the judicial troubles in the Southern District of New York against the Trump Organization, to the rejection in the House of Representatives, dominated by the Democratic Party, of its national emergency for the construction of the cross-border wall against Mexico. North Korea also plays into the domestic politics of the United States and the 2020 presidential election. The troubled Trump, who must be recognized has legendary resilience, is not exhibiting his skills as an optimal negotiator in his casinos and real estate businesses that are not comparable. Not at all to the large-scale geopolitical games, since the North Korean president was not alone, but had the tacit support of two superpowers, China and Russia, whom Trump himself praised for their cooperation. Disappointment is widespread, particularly in South Korea. After two summits, in Singapore and Hanoi, with the youthful leader Kim Jong-un, it is time for Trump to realize that North Korea is not a vulgar banana republic, as the dysfunctional former Mexican Foreign Minister Luis Videgaray mistreated it, on the instructions of the Talmudic Jared Kushner. In the United States, internationalists are eating Trump alive, while the Chinese portal Global Times sensibly comments that the summit failed, but not all progress is lost. The Chinese portal judges that both are once again deadlocked over an old problem. The United States demands the denuclearization of North Korea, first, while Pyongyang insists on prioritizing the lifting of sanctions. The two cannot reach an agreement by working simultaneously to achieve the same objective, despite the détente of Pyongyang and Washington, who have not been able to shake off their deep mutual distrust. Unfortunately, the opening of liaison offices and the formal declaration of the end of the 1950-53 Korean War did not take place. In the opinion of the Chinese portal, the proximity of the United States presidential election will pressure Trump to once again take a tougher attitude against Pyongyang. Global Times urges that China and South Korea must play a role in safeguarding the achievements made so far. North Korea ceased missile and nuclear tests before the United States and South Korea suspended their joint military exercises. He concludes that the most effective way to stabilize the Korean peninsula is to push North Korea and the United States to move toward each other and attempt to enact a two-lane roadmap, denuclearization and acceptable peninsular peace for both. The problem is the practical learning of North Korea, which has seen how former Libyan President Muammar Gaddafi naively handed over the leadership of his central bank to the West and ceased his experiments with certain types of weapons of mass destruction to be rewarded with the triple invasion by the United States/France/Britain that led to the, literal, sodomization of the Libyan leader, the overthrow of his regime, the dispossession of his gas/water/gold/currency reserves and the savage anarchy that prevailed. In North Korea they are aware of how a nuclear dispute agreement with Iran, led by Obama and endorsed by 4 other permanent powers of the UN Security Council, Russia/China/France/Great Britain, plus Germany, was thrown out to the garbage dump with his hand on his waist for Trump. Also in North Korea they read the newspapers and watch the news about Libya and Iran. For Taiwan. A. Trump challenges China, threatening tweets and reckless call to Taiwan. Superscript 1. He has not yet been sworn in as president and Trump, in his unusual hyperactive transition phase that has perplexed the outgoing administration, has opened 2 incandescent fronts, one against the nuclear deal with Iran, little publicized, but no less ominous, and another with China, of transcendental geostrategic nature, which will define the new world order, in the midst of the global/regional/local chaos that the ill-fated Obama has bequeathed. The perverse call to Trump from the Amazon Tsai Ing-wen, president of Taiwan, lasted 10 minutes, but caused a whirlwind in Asia, in one of the 3 main poles of global disorder, with under-interpretation reactions from Vice President Mike Pence, his press chief Kellyanne Conway and Paul Ryan, leader of the Republican Party caucus, who are still trying to calm the storm. The call was already scheduled, but it made Trump look erratic with his faux Chinese pa. Donald Trump's inner team prone to confrontation and the core of the Republican Party more ductile are fractured in dealing with China, whose positioning and rise has them dizzy. Reince Priebus, now Trump's chief of staff and former leader of the Republican Party National Committee, had met in Taiwan with Amazon Tsai in October, a month before the election, which supports Trump's anointing theory by the deep state. The scope of Trump's boasting is limited by his rapprochement with Tsar Vladimir Putin, who simultaneously maintains excellent relations with the Mandarin Xi and has praised the intelligence of his American counterpart. No one but Tsar Vladimir is aware of the limits of the once unipolar world that has collapsed, when the world is regaining its global balance of power. If it were not for the massive sale of arms by the United States, Taiwan, almost 36,000 square kilometers, more than 23 million inhabitants and just over $1 billion GDP, would be easily digested by the Chinese dragon, 9.6 million square kilometers, almost 1.4 billion inhabitants and almost 20 billion GDP. In addition, China has 260 nuclear bombs that Taiwan lacks. Does Trump want to turn the island of Taiwan into a new Israel or the Cuba of 1962? What suicidal game does Taiwan lend itself to, which only shamelessly serves as cannon fodder and or a disposable negotiating card in Trump's geopolitical casino, as Kissinger and Nixon sold it before in 1971/72 with the famous Shanghai Communique? In 1971, Kissinger organized Nixon's visit to China a year later to re-establish relations in 1979, a year after the previous Mandarin Deng Xiaoping entered the global mercantilist game, which the United States provided him as part of the agreement against the former USSR. 2 days after the provocative call, Trump deepened the xenophobic attacks in 2 fierce tweets, while Kissinger was in Beijing in a meeting with the Mandarin Xi. Returning to the United States, Kissinger, at 93 years old, which denotes the orphanhood of a new breed of geostrategists in Washington, highlighted the great equanimity of the Chinese reaction, and yesterday he was preparing to meet with Trump to dilute his intoxicating wine with China. If the official reaction of Chinese diplomacy has been prudent, highlighting Trump's inexperience and his official inauguration on the fateful January 20, the response of Global Times, unofficial spokesperson of the Chinese Communist Party, has been caustic. Trump wants to treat China like a succulent leg of lamb, to cut his selfish slices at will. Forget about it. It is evident that China is prepared for the worst-case scenario and will not be intimidated by Twitter bluster, no matter the reasons behind Trump's outrageous comments. It seems inevitable that Sino-American relations will see more problems. We must be fully prepared both mentally and physically. Trump can make a lot of noise, which does not exempt him from the rules of the superpower game when he does not have enough resources to deal with China in an unrestrained manner, the second largest economy, the main trading power and nuclear power. The newspaper urges that China must adapt to changes, including the new dynamics in Sino-American relations when Trump overestimates the power of the United States and wants to revive the United States economy, but knows that his country is not so competitive as it used to be and tries to plunder other countries for the prosperity of the United States. It seeks to destroy the present world economic order and reconfigure the world order for its sole unilateral benefit. In Russia they are already prepared for Trump's flirtation with Tsar Putin, only confined to AG2, without China. Tremendous geostrategic aberration. The complementarity between Russia and China is very advanced and will be very difficult to deactivate, as the deluded geostrategists of the United States, the octogenarian Brzezinski and the nonagenarian Kissinger, intend. The first, nostalgic for 1989, when the Mujahideen expelled the USSR from Afghanistan, which had repercussions on the fall of the Berlin Wall and then on the balkanization of the Soviet Empire 2 years later, and the second, once again cunningly triangulating with China to remove it from its alliance with the new Russia. Beyond the myths about Trump's exaggerated ignorance in foreign policy, geostrategists really are very clear about the functioning of the global world order, as Trump himself formulated in his now famous speech last April. With great geostrategic certainty, Trump emphasized that one of Obama's biggest mistakes was having pushed Russia and China to be together, by the way, a thesis that he always postulated. Sputnik, a week before Trump's Twitter jeremiads, had announced that the real estate and casino magnate, as a good gambler and bluffist, would try to drive a wedge between Russia and China, which would be an imperative of his foreign policy. Contrary to its pugnacious habit, an editorial in the Financial Times, mouthpiece of the financial globalists, lambastes Trump's dangerous provocation on Taiwan and advises that Trump must calm down before putting the United States on a confrontational path that may be counterproductive. China will not sit idly by, especially now that it has a strategic partnership with Russia. Trump's bravado may work with banana countries, but not with proud nations like Iran and China, which boast great ancient civilizations when the United States, a recently formed country, did not yet exist on the historical radar. Trump flees forward, the decline of the United States is irremediable. B. China is preparing for a war against Taiwan and/or Trump superscript 1. It sounds contradictory that the Mandarin Xi, also president of the Omnipotent Military Commission of the Chinese Communist Party, has contacted Trump on New Year's Eve to advance trade negotiations, and at the same time is preparing for a war against Taiwan and/or USA. China no longer trusts itself. After the feat of landing a space vehicle on the dark side of the moon published the detonation of its megabomb, a version of the mother of all bombs that launched by the United States in Afghanistan in 2017. It is no coincidence in this delicate phase of global chaos. The Chinese press has been very terse with the resumption of negotiations with the United States, as if not wanting to disturb them, when the vulnerability of Trump can be seen on the horizon, who, in the opinion of the NYT, is about to give in to their untimely approach. The SCMP portal, based in Hong Kong, exhibits the military muscles of the Mandarin Xi, who gave the first order to his army at the beginning of 2019, be ready for battle. Xi harangued that China faces unprecedented risks and challenges, so all military units must correctly understand the major security and development trends and strengthen their sense of unexpected battles, crises, and deprivations. He emphasized that preparations for war and combat must be deepened to ensure an efficient response in times of emergency, so a comprehensive military battle must be prepared from a new starting point. The new starting point is the geostrategic shift of the Pentagon, whose primary objective is China, 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 according to the war mantra of its new interim Patrick Shanahan, a civilian career and former Boeing executive, who replaced General James Mattis, who curiously couldn't get along with Obama or Trump. How similar to the bomb Iran of the pugnacious late Senator John McCain. SCMP quotes the official newspaper of the Chinese army that exclaimed in its editorial that there is no time to slack off in war preparations. He also alludes to military expert Ni Lexian, who comments that the high-profile gestures were perhaps designed as a threat to those seeking to obstruct China's plans for its reunification with Taiwan. Retired Chinese Colonel Yu Gang commented that Xi's harangue to the military was a response to growing uncertainty about the geopolitical struggle with the United States, when China has the best solutions for the worst outcomes, whether in relation to the United States or through the Taiwan Strait. The abyss is colossal between Taiwan, 23.5 million inhabitants, surface area of 35,980 square kilometers and $600 billion in nominal GDP, and the People's Republic of China, with 1,385 million inhabitants, 9,596,960 square kilometers and $3.45 trillion in nominal GDP. The small island state depends on commercial exchanges with the rest of the ethnic Chinese circuit peoples China, Hong Kong, Macau, and Singapore, 70% Chinese. Mandarin Xi proposed peaceful reunification to Taiwan, following the successful one country, two systems model of Hong Kong and Macau, which has been flatly rejected by Taiwan's defiant president, Tsai Ing-wen. The Taiwanese confrontation with its motherland is suicidal, without also taking into account the nuclear/hypersonics capacity of popular China. The Amazon president of Taiwan, a vulgar puppet of the United States, has exacerbated her incendiary secessionist proclamations against Beijing. What military hallucination is Taiwan betting on? It is one thing for Trump, like his predecessors, to use it as cheap bait and another for the intelligent Taiwanese to commit suicide. See, Visit of the United States Secretary of Health to Taiwan, dangerous challenge against China Superscript 1. The upcoming visit of the Secretary of Health of the United States, Alex Azar, to Taiwan has brought to a boil the multidimensional confrontation against China on the eve of the meeting of the leaders of the Chinese Communist Party in the coastal city of Baidahe. For Beijing, the Taiwan issue represents an existential red line drawn since 1979. Much more than a spark of war in the South China Sea, which would be the strategic equivalent of the Caribbean Sea for the United States and which provides China with its outlet to the Indian Ocean, the shaking of Taiwan's hornet's nest can inevitably edge China into respond to Trump's challenge. In 1979, Taiwan was the touchstone for the establishment of relations between Beijing and Washington, and today it is at high risk. According to Sampson Ellis and Cindy Wong of Bloomberg, the highest-level U.S. visit to Taiwan in decades is a challenge to China. Under the pretext that the United States intends to learn the lessons of handling COVID-19 in Taiwan, which had few infections, 476, and few deaths, 7, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, the Lebanese American next week, Alex Azar will lead a delegation to the renegade island of Taiwan with which, officially, the United States had broken diplomatic relations more than 40 years ago. The defiant announcement did not wait for the rebuke from China, which, through its Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson Wang Wenbin, denounced its firm opposition and described Taiwan as the most important and sensitive issue in the relations between China and the United States. Precisely Nixon's visit to China in 1973, during which he met with the helmsman Mao Zedong and the first Zhou Enlai, who actually separated China from the USSR, from a geostrategic point of view, expressed the since then immovable axiom of a single China for the establishment of diplomatic relations with Beijing in 1979. Already in 2014, during the presidency of the Democratic Party with Barack Obama, Gina McCarthy, administrator, not secretary, of the Environmental Protection Agency, gave a speech in Taipei in 2014, which drew the ire of Chinese officials in Beijing. Alex Azar's handling of COVID-19 has been beyond catastrophic and could very well allege, behind the scenes, what remains of American diplomacy. It is a mission of pedagogical healing, in the fateful period of the pugnacious Mike Pompeo, Secretary of State, former director of the CIA and zealot Zionist evangelist who seeks to be Trump's successor in the event of his re-election. In full drift, Mike Pompeo has reached the inconceivable audacity, for a diplomat, of encouraging the change of regime of the Communist Party in China and of having sanctioned, in a circus style, 92 million Chinese. Lauren Meyer and Ben Wolfgang of the Washington Times of the famous South Korean Moon's link to the CIA and the Bush's dynastic nepotism confirm that Alex Azar's planned visit to Taiwan escalates tensions between the United States and China. According to the Washington Times, this bold move and a new agenda of moves by Mike Pompeo designed to limit the reach of China's high-tech sector shows the Trump administration's desire to escalate the pressure campaign against Beijing, even in the middle of the November elections. The Washington Times gives rise to the position of Joseph Biden, the still presumptive presidential nominee of the undemocratic Democratic Party, who revealed that he has plans to reverse many of the tariffs recently imposed on Beijing, which are a central part of the anti-China agenda of the President Trump. Biden has called Trump's measures counterproductive and accuses the administration of failing to work with allies to formulate a more effective response to China. The Washington Times emphasizes that China has always reacted with special intensity to signs that the United States encourages the independence of Taiwan, which China considers an integral part of its territory. None other than Kevin Rudd, former Prime Minister of Australia and President of the Asia Society Policy Institute, based in New York, wrote an alarming article for the influential magazine Foreign Affairs, "We must be careful about August weapons in Asia. How to preserve U.S. China tensions from provoking war," which summarizes the downward spiral of the stormy U.S. China relationship over half a century. Kevin Rudd devotes an extensive chapter to the issue of Taiwan and comments on Beijing's argument that Washington comes dangerously close to crossing China's red lines on Taiwan's international status, and consequently jeopardizes the foundation of the entire U.S. relationship. United States and China. For Rudd, the world faces the prospect not just of a new Cold War, but of a hot war, when the risks will be especially high in the next few critical months between now and the U.S. presidential election, and where the list of friction points is extensive, from cyberspionage and the militarization of the dollar to Hong Kong, where the United States lacks an international legal basis for virtual intervention, and the South China Sea, which makes managing the crisis even more difficult. Rudd recommends Christopher Clark's classic book The Sleepwalkers, which exhumes the failures of 1914 diplomacy, and that with a relatively minor incident, the assassination of the Austrian Archduke in Sarajevo, can escalate into a war between the great powers in just a few weeks. U.S. Secretary of Defense Mark Esper announced the guidelines for the relationship with China during his recent speech at the Aspen Security Forum. In this light, Mark Esper's request to speak by telephone, one day after the Aspen Security Forum, with his Chinese counterpart Wei Fenghe, is surprising. Perhaps to mitigate a probable war confrontation from the South China Sea to Taiwan, when Beijing won the game against the United States and the United Kingdom with the application of its security law to Hong Kong. Trump was only left with the rhetorical resource of threats and new sanctions that led to the mutual closure of two consulates, those in Houston and those in Chengdu. It seems that the Chinese leaders, who in these days of August meet in their annual secret conclave in the coastal city of Baidahe, are betting on Biden's re-election, so it would not be worth stoking the fire in 88 days. Meanwhile, it is clearer that the multidimensional bellicosity of Trump and his xenophobic cabinet has a notoriously electoral character, from which we should not detach the transcendental issues that will grow in crescendo and that denote the strong competition of the United States against China and Russia, according to various reports from the Pentagon. The biggest challenge for China will be a not unlikely re-election of Trump. 5. Europe. A. Germany is moving away from the United States and closer to China, and Russia, superscript 1. Peter Schwartz, of the American Trotskyist portal WSWS, which publishes excellent information, if we leave aside its ideological reductionism presents the transcendental speech of the German Minister of Foreign Affairs and Vice-Chancellor Sigmar Gabriel at the Foreign Policy Forum of the Korber Foundation, Berlin. Sigmar Gabriel of the Social Democratic Party, who is part of the coalition government with Chancellor Angela Merkel's Christian Democratic Union, called for moving away from the United States and initiating a superpower policy for Germany based on its interests. It is natural that Israeli Anglo-Saxon multimedia is plagued with fake news, as Glenn Greenwald, Snowden's famous interviewer, showed, having suffered its greatest humiliating debacle of all time with his disinformation orgy, have ignored Sigmar Gabriel's transcendental speech that represents a counterblow to Brexit and its symbiotic twin of Trumpism in the phase of realignments around the three maximum poles of global attraction, United States/Russia/China. Minister Sigmar Gabriel declared that the implicit role that the United States sought as protector of Europe, despite occasional disputes, has already begun to crumble. There are plenty of grievances, from Obama's behavioral contempt to Trump's rhetorical vilification, who went so far as to denigrate NATO, the backbone of the transatlantic alliance, as obsolete. In Gabriel's opinion, Europe is now perceived by Trump as one region among several, as a competitor and sometimes as an opponent. The German minister was absolutely right when he emphasized that this situation will persist even after Trump, which is an epitome of the global decline of the United States, whose withdrawal is not due to the policy of a single president who will not change fundamentally even after the next election in 2018. It's true, America's encapsulation/isolation, now exacerbated by its suicidal Israelization of Jerusalem, forces it to jettison alliances and friends to focus on simultaneously containing the new alliance of Russia and China, which has so far proven a failed operation. Sigmar Gabriel comments that Germany will have to coldly scrutinize where it crossed swords with the United States, from American sanctions against Russia, which endanger Germany's economic interests, to the abolition of the Iran nuclear deal, to recognition of Jerusalem as the fake capital of Israel, which forces Germany to operate a more independent policy from the United States. In the current situation, it would be easier to define where the United States and Europe do not cross swords, when the divergences seem to exceed the convergence, from climate change to the lawsuits with the Silicon Valley giants of the GAFAT, Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, and Twitter. According to Sigmar Gabriel, the world has become more uncomfortable, and even with great economic prosperity, there is no comfortable place for Germany in the hot seat of international politics. In the phase of global chaos, caused by the decline of the United States, the military resurrection of Russia, and the irresistible rise of China, the comfort zone for Germany and Europe has ended. Sigmar Gabriel called for Europe to play a greater role in the changing world order. Only if the European Union defines its own interests and projects its power can it survive, so it must stop watching the new spaces in which it evolves. It cannot exert any influence. Gabriel notes how Russia and China project their power, the first in the Middle East and the second in Africa, while the United States withdraws and the European Union does nothing. Russia and China are willing to pay the superpower tax, despite economic losses and diplomatic ostracism, in order to demonstrate regional leadership and national sovereignty. Up to this point, the entire cosmogony that is anathema to the failing globalization emerges, regionalisms, nationalisms, and sovereignty that are already the universal trend, at least on the part of the superpowers of Olympus. He cites Berlin political scientist Herfried Munkler's recent book, 30 Years' War, who lambasted the very German fixation on laws as a means of addressing political challenges that almost amounts to a rejection of reality. Sigmar Gabriel clearly defines that power projection means the use of military force when Germany's policy to be a superpower should not be inhibited by moral values, since they will surely not be enough to reaffirm its foreign policy, in this selfish world, from an economic, political, and military point of view. With so much prosperity resulting from its technological feats, Germany stopped thinking strategically and politically and succumbed to vulgar financialism, which led, in my opinion, to its third global defeat with Chancellor Angela Merkel, who naively thought that the nuclear umbrella of the United States, in the phase of Brexit and Trumpism, would be eternal. Now Germany only has the nuclear umbrella of France left, in the phase of French President Emmanuel Macron, which forces a deepening of the common defense. Analyst Peter Schwartz observes that Gabriel did not mention NATO at any time. Comes the core part that glimpses the realignments to come, where Sigmar Gabriel pours out his respect and admiration for Chinese foreign policy that occupies the voids that the United States has abandoned. The Silk Road Initiative was a concept geostrategic in which China reinforces its notions of order, commercial, geographical, geopolitical, and perhaps also military policy. Peter Schwartz forgets that the Silk Road needs a Eurasian bridge, which he avoids because it is not politically correct, and which gives Berlin and Beijing their nuclear deterrent coverage, Russia, in the phase of Tsar Vladimir Putin. The European Portal de Defensa. Org takes up Peter Schwartz's analysis titled Germany and its Fascination with the Silk Road. For deedfansa.org, it is a quasi-rupture with the United States and argues in favor of the complementarity of France and Germany, the first, with its psychological and techno-military superiority of its force de frappe of 300 nuclear bombs, and the second, with its astonishing geo-economic power. The problem is that if German ambitions become too demanding, it would mean a breaking point where Germany would lose its entire bet. In reality, they would both lose. De Defensa interprets that so much respect and admiration towards China suggests the construction of a solid bridge with China passing through Russia, a Eurasian temptation that would only be missing the mystical geopolitics of Alexander Dugin, the ideologist of Tsar Vladimir Putin. This is a civilizational battle of the Paris-Berlin axis for the soul of what remains of the decadent Western world. B. Macron proclaims the end of Western hegemony and reconciliation with Russia. Superscript 1. According to Le Monde, after the success of the G7, Macron shook the diplomats. There was no such success when Macron showed off 3 days before the G7 summit in Biarritz, by receiving his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin in Bregenken, with whom he agreed, beyond the Ukrainian facade, to reconcile and lubricate the reintegration of Russia into the G8 format, at the express request of Trump. Another highlight of Macron was his Persian coup de theater, the reception of Foreign Minister Javad Zarif in Biarritz, on the sidelines of the G7. Within the dysfunctional G7 nothing was resolved. Not even the pressing contribution to the Amazon megafire. Perhaps he helped lubricate Trump's somersault on resuming negotiations on his trade war with China. Macron showed off enormities a day after the G7, with his speech that marks the West's swan song, before 200 diplomats. A great diagnosis of the geostrategic zeitgeist. In classic neo-Gaullist style, Macron defined France's role as a balancing power. Le Monde recovers Macron's strategic option: avoid the fading of Europe in the face of the prominence of China and the United States, which necessarily involves the reconciliation of the European Union with its Russian neighbor, when today Europe is the theater of a strategic struggle between the United States and Russia, which will have Cold War consequences on the soil of Europe that risks disappearing. Macron advocated a strategy of audacity in order to place man at the center of European civilization since the Renaissance. He diagnoses the end of Western hegemony and calls for a transformation and a geopolitical and strategic recomposition. Things changed. The international order of Western hegemony since the 4th century died, which was first French with the Century of Enlightenment, then British in the 4th with the Industrial Revolution, and American in the 4th thanks to 2 great conflicts and their economic and political domination. Today the world is experiencing multipolarity with the emergence of new powers whose impact has been underestimated. He puts China first, then the Russian strategy that has been very successful, plus the resurgence of India. The 3 emerging superpowers are thought of as true civilizational states that are very attractive because of the inspiration they emanate. India, Russia, and China have a much more powerful political inspiration than Europe. And Macron did not address China's marvelous Silk Road that associates Russia along its route and Europe as its geo-economic terminal. He recognizes that the market economy became deeply financialized, which led to accumulation capitalism without a middle class that constituted the pedestal of democracy and altered the political order. He rightly criticizes the United States, which is in the Western camp, but does not have the same humanism, unlike the sensitivity of Europeans. After boasting that France today represents the first European army, in addition to constituting a diplomatic superpower, he warns that pushing Russia away from Europe is a profound strategic error, since Moscow's isolation increases tensions and pushes it to ally with other superpowers like China, which is not in Europe's interest. He casts his seduction on Russia, whom he invites to be part of his European civilizational environment, instead of being China's minority ally. Russia as primum inter pares in Europe? The supreme geostrategist who turned out to be Tsar Vladimir Putin is today the reason for the simultaneous seduction of China, Trump, and now France/Europe. It goes without saying that the one who holds the hand of the Eurasian and global geostrategic definition is Russia, in the phase of its pro-USIA with Tsar Vladimir Putin. See, the European Union and the Sinatra Doctrine between the United States and China superscript 2. The Catalan and socialist Josep Borrell, in charge of the foreign policy of the European Union, defined his new policy with China and the United States as the Sinatra Doctrine, who immortalized the song My Way, which does not take sides in Washington's confrontation against Beijing. The author of the song is the Syrian-American Paul Anka and had already been uttered 2 weeks before the fall of the Berlin Wall, in 1989, by Gennady Gerasimov, spokesperson for Gorbachev, former Soviet leader. Gennady Gerasimov opted for the Sinatra Doctrine in contrast to the Brezhnev Doctrine, where the USSR imposed its law on satellite countries which, in a candid way, he granted to Poland and Hungary, regardless of the legitimacy of their whims. Geopolitics, the latitude to choose a different path, which marked the beginning of the Balkanization of the USSR. Sylvie Kaufmann, editorial writer for the French newspaper Le Monde, expounds on the Sinatra Doctrine and engages in linguistic acrobatics, in the midst of North Atlantic tensions in the Trump phase, to differentiate the non-alignment of the European Union in the dispute over United States and China, which does not mean equidistance when there is a frank asymmetry, which was exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, which must put a stop to Beijing's ambitions, without falling into the trap of a confrontation between China and the United States that has become structural. In early June, in a telephone conversation, the Mandarin Xi Jinping and German Chancellor Angela Merkel for the third time since the outbreak of COVID-19 agreed on several points, such as support for the WHO, which is anathema to Trump, and promoting international cooperation at the UN and with the G20, in addition to accelerating geo-economic exchanges. Mandarin Xi's visit to Germany is expected in September either in person or through a video summit to hold talks with the 27 members of the European Union. COVID-19 deepened the Franco-German relationship, and Angela Merkel's recent visit to her French counterpart Emmanuel Macron exposed the mutual desire to maintain stable and healthy relations with China, despite strong pressure from the Trump/Mike Pompeo duo to adopt a Sinophobic confrontation. It is likely that the European resurrection with its Sinatra Doctrine and Chancellor Angela Merkel's flirtation with the Mandarin Xi have contributed to the exasperation of Trump, who has just ordered the withdrawal of 9,500 troops from Germany by September, in a total of 34,500, and that at a given moment of rotation can reach 52,000, due to the failure, according to their statements, to increase their military spending within NATO. Coincidentally, when the summit between the Mandarin Xi and the European Union 27, which Germany will preside over, is taking place, it is when the United States withdraws its troops, whose new destination is unknown. Trump has been irritated that Germany has not stopped the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline from Russia, and there is no shortage of pugnacious Democratic Party legislators, such as Bob Menendez and Elliot Engel, who argue that the withdrawal of U.S. troops benefits Tsar Vladimir Putin. In her most recent article, Sylvie Kaufmann comments that the COVID-19 pandemic moved the lines in Europe that could emerge transformed, while in the field of global geopolitics the crisis exacerbated the major trends underway without fundamentally changing the substance. Kaufmann confesses that the European Union was on the verge of disintegrating, but it recovered and after the sideration stage, chose the opposite path, that of deeper integration, to lift its economies and better resist future shocks. Saw. The Chinese New Silk Road Project. 1. The tectonic plates of Asia shave, Kim in Russia and the Silk Road Summit in Beijing. Superscript 1. Tsar Vladimir Putin and Mandarin Xi shook the tectonic plates of North Asia that put at risk the geostrategy of the United States of the 4th and early 21st centuries, based on the axiom of the British Halford Mackinder, taken up by Brzezinski. The Russian Tsar asserted that he has 18 kilometers of border with North Korea and received President Kim Jong-un in the Russian port of Vladivostok, after his two failures with the supposed great negotiator Trump in Singapore and Hanoi, due to the intransigence of two puppets of the Israeli casino operator Sheldon Adelson. The Zionist evangelist Mike Pompeo, former director of the CIA and today mediocre Secretary of State, and the neoconservative John Bolton, pugnacious national security advisor. After having negotiated for 4 hours with the Russian Tsar, Kim puts Trump on the defensive and has the luxury of placing a veto on the presence of Mike Pompeo in the event of the resumption of negotiations. Putin's chess move was reflected in Trump's tweet, who thanked his intervention, when the failure of his negotiations could be exploited in the 2020 presidential election. The Iranian press, which must be read now more than ever due to the leaks that may be transmitted from Moscow and Beijing, highlights that the youthful Kim attacked the United States for its bad faith in the talks in Hanoi. The first meeting between the Tsar and the youthful Kim will have many telluric reverberations that will be reflected in Northeast Asia. Immediately after the Vladivostok summit, the Russian Tsar attended the Second Silk Road Summit in Beijing, attended by around 30 world dignitaries. Putin was the big star in Beijing, where he was awarded an honorary doctorate from Tsinghua University, prior to a bilateral summit with the Mandarin Xi, which is interpreted by Li Zhongho, from the Hong Kong SCMP portal, as the Putin's support for Xi's Silk Road in the face of U.S. hostility. Russia and China are moving further away from the United States, for different reasons, and the Tsar and the Mandarin are getting closer, who classify themselves as good friends. Both vowed to build the great economic integration of Eurasia in the midst of growing economic and military rivalries with the United States. The Russian Tsar, equipped with his lethal hypersonic weapons, was seen more loose and firm than ever in his subtle criticism of the unilateralism of the United States, the growing tendencies towards protectionism, the illegitimate sanctions imposed that bypass the UN Security Council, and even trade wars slow down the world economy and create new conflicts. It should be noted that the Eurasian integration of China and Russia is the antidote to the Mackinder/Brzezinski axioms, whose objective was to prevent connectivity between Russia and Germany, which gave rise to the creation of the now dysfunctional NATO, as well as dislocation, in the phase from Carter to Obama. Through the Bushes and the Clintons, of any threat of rapprochement between Russia and China. Days before the Second Silk Road Summit, the Spanish Foreign Minister, Josep Borrell, judged that China, through its infrastructure scheme and its global trade, demonstrates that it is already a power global. How urgent it is for Spain to join the Silk Road in imitation of Italy. The creation of a Russia-China-Germany axis may mark the end of U.S. unipolar hegemony. Seen in the tunnel of time, the United States could not annihilate, literally, Russia, the true Eurasian pivot. Moscow's hypersonic military Paro-USIA, which was resurrected from the geostrategic graveyard, now operates its invaluable connectivity with China, which, curiously, is beginning to seduce the European Union. There is no Silk Road without the protection of Russian hypersonic weapons. 2. The Mandarin 11 seduces Italy and resurrects Marco Polo. Superscript 2. The United States is torn apart by the result of Special Prosecutor Robert Mueller's investigation, while China is making triple insinuations in Italy, in the Principality of Monaco, full-fledged city-state and strategic tax haven, and France. 8 centuries after the discovery of the then encapsulated Chinese civilization by the Venetian Marco Polo, the Mandarin Xi now connects Europe with his 3 Silk Roads, land, sea, and the Arctic, primarily with Italy, despite the hostility of United States and the European Union. It is easy to say, but Italy, a member of the increasingly dying G7 and the dysfunctional NATO, is the first European country to be linked to the supreme geo-economic infrastructure project of the four that has the geostrategic military support of Russia. According to Global Times, Italy's bold connectivity with the four Silk Roads constitutes a pragmatic route to stimulate its economy. The Chinese portal comments that Italy's economy has not recovered from the 2008 financial crisis or the European debt crisis, which is why it welcomes investments from China, which is basically looking for hub ports in Europe to receive long-scale containers, as is the case of the port of Piraeus, Greece, acquired by China's COSCO. Israel, with the first Netanyahu, Trump's main ally in the world, has already ceded two of its three main ports to China, while Beijing sets its sights on the Italian ports of Genoa and Trieste. In China they are aware of the hardening of the European Union's position, which brands Beijing as an economic competitor in search of technological leadership and a systemic rival that promotes alternative models of governance. What is the problem with plural ecumenical multipolarity existing without technological apartheid? Le Monde, very close to the French Foreign Ministry, reports that the Italian and Chinese governments signed a non-binding agreement protocol of 29 contracts, from €2.5 billion to a potential of €20 billion, for Italy's entry into the new Silk Roads, despite the concerns of Brussels and Washington. The main contracts are awarded by Ansaldo, Turbines, and the Danieli Group, which will participate with €1.1 billion in the construction of a steel plant in Azerbaijan, which, in my opinion, connects the Silk routes with the Eurasian Economic Union of the Tsar Vladimir Putin. Today Germany boasts 7 times more exports than Italy's to China, which barely reach €13 billion when there is a lot of European duplicity, perhaps to appease Trumpian anger, in reference to the exchanges between Germany and France with China. Trade Beijing and Paris bilateral trade has reached record levels as French agricultural, pharmaceutical and cosmetics exports grow exponentially. After the somewhat unexpected visit of the Mandarin Xi to Monaco, he will go to France, where he will participate in an unprecedented meeting with President Emmanuel Macron, German Chancellor Angela Merkel and the President of the European Commission, Jean-Claude Juncker, according to Le Monde, which affirms Macron's skepticism about the agreement between China and Italy and Merkel's uniform European action against Beijing. Asia Times predicts that the Mandarin Xi will reach great agreements with French President Macron, where he will weigh the shadow of the Boeing debacle that will be taken advantage of by Airbus European Aeronautics. Is Italy anticipating the virtual Balkanization of the European Union, which the German media is beginning to enunciate, or the inevitability of the Zeitgeist, spirit of the time, of the four with the predominance of the strategic association of China, geo-economic superpower, and Russia, military hypersonic superpower? The Mediterranean Sea converted into Mare Sinicum. 3. Did the Mandarin collapse the Maginot Trade Wall of the European Union? Superscript 3. Trump is saved from impeachment, where the Mueller report made a fool of the delusional Russophobes of the United States and Mexico controlled by mega-speculator George Soros, while the Mandarin Xi highlights successful results in his trip to Italy/Monaco/France for Eurasian connectivity, which constitutes pure poison for the old disruptive geostrategy based on the anachronistic concepts of Halford Mackinder and Zbigniew Brzezinski. After the First World War, the French military built the Maginot Line, 400 kilometers long and 19 fortifications, on its border with Germany to Italy in order to prevent the Nazi invasion, which resulted in a sovereign failure. There was now no shortage of ancient theorists of the Maginot Line in Europe to build their commercial Maginot Wall, with the purpose of stopping the irresistible advance of the 3 Silk Roads. What he called the Maginot Wall was demolished with a €60 billion shot from the Mandarin Xi, primarily to buy a fleet of 300 Airbus airplanes, in addition to another 10 long-range ones, to the detriment of the damaged Boeing airplanes. 737 mechs. Xi Jiangtao, from SCMP, states that Europe broke down its barriers before Xi in Paris, despite pressure from the United States and the incorporation of Italy to the maximum infrastructure project of the three Silk Roads. In an unexpected and unprecedented way, French President Macron, German Chancellor Angela Merkel and the leader of the European Commission Jean-Claude Juncker praised the Chinese infrastructure initiative and called for the establishment of a common definition for a new international order, in order to deal with the challenges of multilateralism, in clear rejection of Trump's unilateral protectionism. Chancellor Merkel admitted that the Chinese project is important and stated that Europeans want to play an active part that should lead to a certain reciprocity. Italy's involvement in the Chinese Silk Road saddened Christian fundamentalist Mike Pompeo, the unsuccessful Secretary of State, while Merkel commented that she had nothing to criticize. The map of the crossroads of ports, hub ports, in the Mediterranean Sea is beginning to be drawn as terminals of the three Silk Roads, two in Israel, which does not sadden Pompeo, Piraeus, Greece, four in Italy, Genoa, Trieste, Ravenna and Palermo, Monaco and perhaps Nice, not counting Duisburg and Hamburg in Germany. Connectivity with Monaco is also tourist and cybernetic through its incorporation, this year, to Huawei's 5G which, despite the war Trump commercial, obtained 25% more succulent profits with its cell phones. Cautiously, Merkel does not want, nor does it suit her, to break the geo-economic bridges with Trump and intends to maintain an acrobatic simultaneous balance with the United States and China, which already depends on many variables, when the three geo-economic giants represent 67.3% of global GDP. As von Neumann's mathematical games illustrate, games between three players are often very unstable. The geo-economic rivalry of the European Union to China's three Silk Roads sounded anomalous, when Germany leads the non-regional participation in the AIIB with 4.2%, followed by France 3.2%. The participation of Canada with 0.5% is striking, where, obviously, the United States and Mexico do not appear as members of the TMEC. Among the regional members China holds 26.7% and Russia comes in second with 6.05%. It remains to be seen what Trump's vindictive turn against German automotive imports will be. One of two things, either the Europeans had an unpleasant surprise in store for Trump or he tightened the screws too much to force them to take refuge with China, under the protection of Russia's hypersonic military umbrella. Or both. For Russia and China promote the Arctic Silk Road and so the United States. 12 years ago I addressed the new Cold War for Arctic hydrocarbons where 25% of the planet's reserves are concentrated. Since 2017, the energy collaboration of Russia and China left the United States behind for control of the Arctic, when Washington made the serious strategic error of not having ratified the UN Maritime Law Convention, UNCLOS, which left it orphaned in the middle of the Arctic glaciers, today controlled by Russia and China, which have accelerated financial cooperation to facilitate maritime transport on the Northern Sea route, which leaves the United States far behind. The Sino-Russian Northern route, in contrast to the Panama and Suez canals, offers a considerable reduction of almost 40% in the travel distance between Europe and the west coast of North America, Northeast Asia, and the Far East. Zhang Yao, director of the Center for Polar Region Studies at Shanghai University, says that since 2013 China has longed for the integration of the Arctic into the Silk Road and then, 4 years later, Russian and Chinese leaders proposed the I-Silk Road, ISR, with the purpose of developing the Arctic, a project that has seduced Finland and Iceland, when last year China and Russia made important progress in their cooperation in the Arctic gas fields, in addition to the construction of a water route infrastructure. In a sympathetic way, China considers itself an Arctic country, as a validation of its strategic partnership with Russia, which provides it with a competitive commercial advantage of expeditious connection with Europe, above its two other Silk Roads, both the terrestrial as well as the maritime, thanks to the luck of climate change that thaws the glacial waters of the Arctic. China is a polar power in the Arctic because Russia, which controls 45% of the Arctic and its largest coastal strip, allows it to be. The Northern Sea Route deals a blow against the United States as coastal leaders from Russia, Finland, Iceland, Norway, and Sweden participate in the 5th International Arctic Forum in St. Petersburg. Cargo transport on the Northern Sea Route should increase to 80 million tons in 2024. In the north there are no risks of the Middle East region, neither of transport through the Suez Canal nor piracy in the Gulf of Aden. The transport logistics of the North Sea, thanks to the imponderable climate change, deals a strong blow to the choke points that the Anglo-Saxon duo had erected in the world: Panama Canal, Suez Canal, Gibraltar, Bab al-Mandab, in the Red Sea, the Strait of Hormuz and the Strait of Malacca, not counting the elusive project of the Isthmus of Tehuantepec, Mexico, not to mention the Chinese's vetoed Nicaragua Canal. According to the Wall Street Journal, the United States does not intend to leave Russia and China alone in its dominance of the Arctic, to such an extent that it plans to restore a naval base in the Aleutian Islands, not far away of the Russian polar coast. The Russians are aware that Trump's border wall with Mexico could affect their irredentist program in the Arctic. The United States is lost in the Arctic, when it only has 2 icebreakers, one of which reached the end of its useful life 2 years ago, compared to Russia's panoply of 40 icebreakers. Tsar Vladimir Putin stated that, unlike the United States, Russia signed and fulfilled the Tokyo Agreement and also signed and implemented the Paris Agreement. According to Russian experts, the United States will not be able to resort to a war scenario in the Arctic, since Moscow has a unique fleet of icebreakers and the most powerful naval group in the region. Trump's disbelief in climate change will have his first defeat in the Arctic pole of the Russia-China binomial. 5 Russia positions in the Arctic with support from China and the hostility of the United States and the United Kingdom. After 12 years of the recovery of Russian sovereignty in the Arctic, President Vladimir Putin, due to the new international situation that favors Russia and China, masterfully moves one of his main geostrategic pieces in the Arctic and leaves the United States behind. In 2007 I addressed the new icy war for Arctic hydrocarbons, when the Russian crew of 2 expeditionary submarines placed their 1-meter-high flag made of titanium anti-corrosive material at a depth of 4,200 meters and added that possession of the Arctic has become a purely geological issue, if Russia demonstrates that 45% of the Arctic, where the plethora of hydrocarbon reserves are located, constitutes the extension of the Lomonosov and Mendeleev plates, the other 7 coastal countries will be able to argue very little about the content of the convention that the United States will regret not having ratified all its life. Then I described Vladimir Putin's geostrategic move as great, which turned out to be true. Then, 11 years ago, I argued that Russia had nationalized the deep waters of the Arctic and argued that Russia's real challenge lies in finding the nearly $3 trillion, a little more than double its GDP, to develop Russian Arctic reserves. Already at Christmas 2017, I argued that Russia and China are going together to conquer the Arctic. A year and a half ago China published a white paper on its policy in the Arctic, where it elaborates its vision of the Polar Silk Road when China would like to understand, protect, develop, and participate in the governance of the Arctic. The Arctic territories cover an area of 8 million square kilometers, whose sovereignty belongs to Canada, Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, Russia, Sweden, and the United States, while the Arctic Ocean has an area of more than 12 million square kilometers, in which coasts and other countries share maritime rights and interests, in accordance with international laws. I added that Chinese companies are encouraged to participate in the development of the infrastructure of Arctic transportation routes, with an emphasis on safe navigation, and asked if will the United States and the United Kingdom let the Polar Silk Road prosper. In the series of articles that I dedicated to the Arctic, I highlighted how Russia and China promote the Arctic Silk Road and cede the United States, when since 2017 the energy collaboration between Russia and China left the United States behind for the control of the Arctic, when Washington committed the serious strategic error of not having ratified the UN Maritime Law Convention, UNCLOS, which left it orphaned in the middle of the Arctic glaciers today controlled by Russia and China. which have accelerated the financial cooperation to facilitate maritime transport of the Northern Sea route that leaves the United States far behind. I highlighted that the Sino-Russian Northern route, in contrast to the Panama and Suez canals, offers a considerable reduction of almost 40% in the travel distance between Europe and the west coast of North America, Northeast Asia, and the Far East, while according to WSJ, the United States does not intend to leave Russia and China alone in its dominance of the Arctic to such an extent that it plans to restore a naval base in the Aleutian Islands, not far from the Russian polar coast. The Russians are aware that Trump's border wall with Mexico could affect their irredentist program in the Arctic. The most important thing is that, according to Russian experts, the United States will not be able to resort to a war scenario in the Arctic, since Moscow has a unique fleet of icebreakers and the most powerful naval group in the region. Many years after my perspective series on the Russian Arctic and its complementarity with China, Vladimir Putin headed the relevant Fifth International Arctic Forum in his hometown of St. Petersburg, where he addressed the development of the Northern Sea route, which its purpose is to build a global transportation corridor that will reach a cargo volume of 20 million, in addition to increasing the fleet of icebreakers between now and 2035, which will have a minimum of 13, 9 of which will have nuclear capacity, which will allow the industrial exploitation of the Northern Sea route as a strategic transportation route that will directly link Europe with Asia. Putin explained that a tenth of all Russian economic investments are in the Arctic region. At the forum it was boasted that Russia is the only country in the world with nuclear-capable icebreakers. Vladimir Putin invited Russia's foreign partners to join efforts to create port hubs at the terminals of the Northern Sea route. He draws attention to the fact that the Mandarin Xi Jinping places his skein of port crossroads in the Mediterranean Sea, while Vladimir Putin draws a parallel line of port crossroads, port hubs, in the Arctic. Global Times, at the International Arctic Forum, highlighted the participation of four coastal powers, the President of Finland, Sauli Niinisto, the President of Iceland, Gudni Johannesson, the Prime Minister of Norway, Erna Solberg, and the Prime Minister of Sweden, Stefan Löfven. The absence of the United States and Canada was conspicuous. The Financial Times, April 27, 19, devoted an extensive article to the polar powers and how Russia attempts supremacy in the Arctic Ocean, when climate change opens shipping routes in the north and Moscow spends billions to dominate the region, in reference to the aforementioned St. Petersburg Conference under the motto Arctic, Territory of Dialogue. The Financial Times judges that the Arctic constitutes one of the biggest emerging geopolitical hotspots, when the Northern Sea route has become an arena of growing competition for its potential as a preferential shipping route between Europe and Asia, which can modify global trade exchanges. He argues that beyond the colossal reserves of hydrocarbons within it, which can disrupt the energy market, its growing militarization has captured the attention of the superpowers. It does not specify what such superpowers are. Financial Times comments that since 2013 Russia has invested billions of dollars in building or upgrading 7 military bases on the islands and peninsulas along the Northern Sea route. Now with Trump, the United States woke up from its slumber in the Arctic and announced an investment of $746 million for its first icebreaker in more than 2 decades, which will be ready in 2024. The European Union boasts the largest merchant fleet in the world and is willing to cooperate with Russia in the Arctic, and by extension with China, while the Pentagon will soon publish its new Arctic strategy. Canadian Matthew Arrett asserts, in a very interesting article, that the polar Silk Road of Russia and China challenges British geopolitics. Geostrategist Vladimir Putin was ahead of everyone, once again. 6 U.S. denies climate change and exasperates Arctic Council at Finland meeting. Trump's emissaries have opened several fronts, from the failed coup attempt in Venezuela, through the escalation with Iran, to the sending of 2 frigates to the South China Sea. Now, the United States opened another front at the recent Arctic Council meeting in Finland. I have already pointed out that Russia is positioning itself in the Arctic with the support of China and the hostility of the United States and the United Kingdom. The Arctic Council represents an intergovernmental body founded in 1996 by 8 countries: Canada, Denmark, the United States, Finland, Iceland, Norway, Russia, and Sweden, which includes China and India as observers. The Financial Times linked, along with The Economist magazine, to the Pearson Group controlled by the Rothschild Bank and its instrument, the mega-speculator George Soros, gives a lot of attention to the fury that the United States provoked after having blocked the Council's official declaration of the Arctic, which omits the ominous climate change that, as the melting of ice in the region accelerates, opens new transportation routes. At the end of the day, the foreign ministers of the 8 Arctic countries who attended the meeting of the Arctic Council in the city of Rovaniemi, Finland, only agreed on a vague and short statement, without mentioning climate change. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Finland and host of the meeting, Timo Soini, stated that a majority of us see climate change as the challenge facing the Arctic, in clear reference to the opposition and nihilistic stance of the United States. The majority of the 8 participants, among which was the United States, would be from a minimum of 5 countries, not to say the maximum of 7, which left the United States isolated. There is also no consensus on the American side, as Malte Humpert, founder of the Arctic Institute, based in Washington, commented that the policies of President Trump, a climate change denier, severely limits what the Arctic Council can do when most of its activity has to do in one way or another with climate change. For Humpert, it seems that the United States performed a 180-degree turn so as not to be compromised enough to be running through the door like a goat in glassware. Humpert also criticized Trump's flip: anything that destabilizes the Arctic Council or limits the work or tasks it can do on climate change will definitely work in favor of at least China and perhaps also Russia. According to the Financial Times, the members of the Arctic Council, with the obvious exclusion of Washington, suffered a state of shock over the United States' unilateral denial of climate change. He also exasperated the tone of the Zionist evangelist Mike Pompeo, former director of the CIA and today the very pugnacious Secretary of State of the United States, who attacked the behavior. In reality, what Pompeo, who is coming off a crushing defeat, along with Hawks John Bolton, National Security Advisor, and Elliot Abrams, ex-convicted criminal of the Iran-Contra, fears most, due to the failure of the attempted coup d'état in Guaido in Caracas, is the strategic partnership of Russia and China, to create the new Polar Silk Road that would reduce maritime transport logistics to half the usual time through the other hot route that passes through the Canal Suez to reach the Mediterranean Sea from China. In a parallel article, Aim Williams, also from the Financial Times, increases the warnings of the alleged double aggression of China and Russia in the Arctic, and to which Mike Pompeo refers, who called for the vigilance of the countries of the Arctic Council in order to be alert to the growing competition for power in the strategic region. Instead of addressing the pressing issue of climate change, Pompeo urged the other 7 countries to focus on the new era of strategic engagement in the Arctic with its new threats, referring to the logistical advances of Russia and China. Mike Pompeo warned that China has invested around $90 billion in the Arctic since 2012 and was developing shipping lanes in the Arctic Ocean in order to establish a permanent Chinese security presence. The bellicose Secretary of State announced that the Trump administration would strengthen the security of the United States and its diplomatic presence in the Arctic through military exercises and the reconstruction of its icebreaker fleet. According to Richard Milne of the Financial Times, China's special representative for the Arctic, Gao Feng, responded tangentially to Mike Pompeo's criticism by saying that the business of the Arctic Council is cooperation, environmental protection, friendly consultations, as well as sharing and exchanging points of view. Which is not happening now. Milne cites Arctic experts who criticize the United States for lacking a coherent approach to the region, while countries such as Russia, China, and the Nordic nations view the region as one of their most important areas of foreign policy. The columnist argues that the Arctic Council is not traditionally used to discuss security issues and has attempted to promote itself as a body that addresses issues such as transportation, oil exploration, and indigenous rights. Milne judges that climate change is severely impacting the Arctic, causing extensive reduction in sea ice in recent years when, at the same time, melting ice has opened up new transportation routes, including Russia's northern route, and has increased the prospect of oil and mineral exploration in the northernmost part of the Arctic. In the columnist's opinion, most of the Arctic territory does not belong to any country, which is widely disputed by Russia. And he concludes that international cooperation is crucial to establishing rules and regulations for the region. Nastasia Ostrashevskaya of the Financial Times announced that Russia had given control to the nuclear group Rosatom, as the sole operator of the Arctic Sea route. The state-owned Rosatom plans the deployment of a fleet of icebreakers to allow year-round access to maritime transport. The Financial Times surmises that if the Russian Ministry of Transport has handed over control of the Arctic to Rosatom, in charge of the construction and operation of Russian nuclear reactors, it is for the modernization of the Northern Sea route in the Arctic. Today Rosatom is building 8 new icebreakers that will be operational in the early 2030s. 2 Nordic countries, Norway and Sweden, have shown their interest in this new maritime transport route. Trump may deny climate change, but he can no longer evade the new geostrategic reality of the polar partnership between Russia and China that has left the United States behind in the battle for control of the Arctic. 7. The strategy of China and Russia in the Arctic, according to the Pentagon. The Pentagon's supposed national security seeks to counter China's polar Silk Road in the Arctic and Greenland. Since 1867, the President of the United States who bought Alaska from Russia, Andrew Johnson, wanted to acquire Greenland, which was endorsed by Truman in 1946. So Trump's offer to buy Greenland is no joke. In June 2019, the Pentagon's Undersecretary of Defense Policy sent a report to Congress on its Arctic strategy, which focused on the objectives and priorities of the National Defense Strategy in order to protect national security interests. U.S. National Defense in the Arctic in the Age of Strategic Competition. The Pentagon claims that its objective, in addition to safeguarding its national security interests, is home defense, and that countries work cooperatively to address shared challenges. United States cooperating? Washington proposes a joint force to sustain its competitive military advantages in the Indo-Pacific and European regions, identified in the National Defense Strategy as key regions of strategic competition. The idea is to maintain a credible deterrent for the Arctic. The Pentagon outlines 3 strategies for the Arctic. Build an alert in the Arctic. Improve operations in said ocean. Strengthen the rules-based order in the Arctic. Will the attempt be part of the United States alert in the Arctic, which apparently the politicians of the Kingdom of Denmark have not understood its scope? One problem immediately stands out for the rules-based order in the Arctic, when the United States behaves unilaterally. If you know them by their actions, as the Bible says, the United States' primary objective is to derail Russia and China's strategic alliance in the Arctic. It is striking that the Pentagon abandons its unipolar linguistics and now admits the era of strategic competition with Russia and China, which implicitly projects the new tripolar order. The United States defines itself as an Arctic country, which has a security environment that has direct implications for its national security interests. It represents a potential vector for both attacks on the homeland and for the projection of U.S. power. It states that the approaches to the Arctic, both east and west of the United States, form strategic corridors for maritime traffic and the transit of Arctic routes through the Bering Strait between the United States and Russia. The fundamental part comes about Greenland, which with Iceland and the United Kingdom, in addition to Norway, make up the GIUKN gap as a strategic corridor for naval operations between the North Atlantic and the Arctic. For the Pentagon, the Arctic region is made up of 8 countries with sovereign territory that are members of the Arctic Council: Canada, the Kingdom of Denmark, which includes Greenland, Finland, Iceland, Norway, Russia, Sweden, and the United States. It ostensibly excludes China, which has been defined as a quasi-Arctic country. The parentheses assigned to Greenland as part of the Kingdom of Denmark are striking. A Trump real estate trick could be, beyond his spectacular purchase, the incitement to the liberation of Greenland, which enjoys autonomy, a territory of more than 2.16 million square kilometers with 56,000 native Inuit inhabitants, and is subsidized by the kingdom from Denmark. Apparently, the native Inuit have not fared well with the Anglo-Saxon countries in the Arctic, Canada and the United States. The document emphasizes that the United States maintains vigorous defense relations with 6 of the other Arctic countries, red, excluding Russia. 4 are NATO allies, Canada, the Kingdom of Denmark, which includes Greenland, Iceland, and Norway, and 2 are NATO Enhanced Opportunity Partners, Finland and Sweden. Beyond the well-known thawing, when the temperature has risen twice as fast as the global average, which opens up new transportation routes and increased access to natural resources, the Pentagon argues that Russia and Canada claim the right to regulate Arctic waters. It states that Russia is considered a polar superpower and is the largest country in the Arctic in terms of land mass, population, and military presence above the Arctic Circle, and claims control of the Northern Sea Route. Russia formed the Joint Strategic Command of the Northern Fleet, which it has gradually reinforced and established new military bases along the Arctic coast, while China's operational presence is more limited. The Pentagon estimates a future Chinese military presence in the Arctic Ocean that potentially includes the deployment of submarines. The document argues that the Asian giant intends to alter the governance of the Arctic through its economic influence through the Silk Road, which it articulated in its January 2018 white paper in reference to its Arctic policy, which focuses on its access to natural resources and the opportunities offered by the Arctic maritime routes of Chinese transport. China maintains scientific research stations in Iceland and Norway, and continues energy development and infrastructure projects in Russia, such as the Yamal liquefied natural gas project. The United States does not recognize China's claim to be a quasi-Arctic country. A primary objective of the Pentagon focuses on limiting the ability of China and Russia, note the order, to influence the region as a corridor of competition that advances their strategic objectives through malign or coercive behavior, when competition today intensifies. In the Indo-Pacific and European regions, identified by the National Defense Strategy. Another notable point is that the United States considers the Arctic as its home. The United States is an Arctic country with sovereign territory and maritime claims, and its interests include defending the sovereignty of the United States and the home through early warning and missile defense, as well as protecting its critical infrastructure. A third point lies in contemplating the Arctic as a shared region, but based on the foundation of internationally recognized principles such as national sovereignty. It is surprising that, in the phase of its relative decline, the United States expresses its respect for the sovereignty of others. The document addresses the risks to U.S. national security interests at home, the shadow of China and Russia, in the shared region, Russia and China challenge order in the Arctic, and in the potential corridor for strategic competition, which restrict the Pentagon's ability to flow its forces globally, in particular to competition with China and Russia in the Indo-Pacific regions and Europe. The Arctic remains vulnerable to strategic spillover, due to more focused tensions in the Indo-Pacific and Europe. The United States Arctic is in charge of the Northern Command, NORTHCOM, and NORAD, the anti-ballistic nuclear shield that it shares with Canada, where today the acquisition of Greenland through Trump's catastral purchase and/or its induced release of the 56,000 stands out. Inuit natives of the Kingdom of Denmark. 8 is Trump seeking to buy Greenland to contain Russia and China in the Arctic? Background. For 12 years I have been following the geopolitics of the Arctic, where Russia and China have ceded the United States, with topics such as, the new icy war for Arctic hydrocarbons, Russia nationalizes the deep waters of the Arctic, Russia and China together to conquer the Arctic, China's Polar Silk Road, a quasi-Arctic country, Russia and China promote the Arctic Silk Road and so the United States. I have also pointed out that Russia is positioning itself in the Arctic with the support of China and the hostility of the United States and the United Kingdom. In addition to the United States denying climate change and exasperating the Arctic Council at the Finland meeting. Facts. Trump's real estate offer to buy Greenland is no joke, as politicians in the Kingdom of Denmark have mocked. The Wall Street Journal, WSJ, very close to Trump, revealed the president's interest in the autonomous territory of more than 2.16 million square kilometers, a little more than Mexico, with 56,000 native Inuit inhabitants, strategically located between the North Atlantic and the Arctic. WSJ comments that Trump considers Greenland, of enormous geopolitical relevance, as an important piece for the national security interests of the United States and with which he has an old defense treaty, which extends to Denmark, a member of NATO, highlighting the Thule Air Base, since 1952, where they spy on Russia with their radars. The United States seeks to derail Chinese efforts to gain an economic foothold in Greenland, where the Pentagon blocked China from financing 3 airports on the largest island on the planet. It is not the first time that the United States buys territories, when it does not obtain them by military force, e.g. with Mexico, from whom it took more than half of its territory in the Fort Louisiana, with 15 states, bought from Napoleon in 1803 by Thomas Jefferson, Alaska, bought in 1867 from Russia, and the Virgin Islands, sold, by the way, by Denmark in 1916. Trump's motivation, according to WSJ, lies in his desire to have an Alaska-type acquisition for his legacy. Trump moves in the lineage of Andrew Johnson and Truman, who in 1946 tried to buy Greenland, which had already been the object of United States covetousness since 1867. Beyond the well-known platitudes about Greenland's primary resources, rare earth minerals, gold, coal, zinc, copper, iron, uranium, diamonds, gas, oil, fish deposits, the purest water, etc. Trump uses his purchase to counteract the new dominance of the Russian and Chinese duo in the super-strategic Arctic pole, which, with climate change, will become one of the main 3 Silk Roads. Republican Party legislator Mike Gallagher called it a smart geopolitical move and stressed that the United States has an irresistible strategic interest in Greenland. The Economist argues that its strategic value consists of controlling a vital maritime choke point, the corridor between Greenland, Iceland, and Great Britain, known as the GIUK Gap, which was an important conduit for Russian submarines that entered the Atlantic during the Cold War, where now the Russian Northern Fleet has increased its submarine patrol 10 times. Conclusion. In the midst of alarming events on the great world chessboard against China, the United States trade war, annexation of Kashmir by India, U.S. arms sales to Taiwan, encouragement by Great Britain to secession in Hong Kong, etc., Trump's reckless strategic move is likely to provoke Russia, which would lead to the militarization of the Arctic region. Danish politicians say Greenland is not for sale. The worst thing is that they may not know that Trump is going to seize and slash or liberate Greenland in the anti-Mexican style of 4.9. Trump's purchase of Greenland was no joke. He cancels his visit to the Kingdom of Denmark. I later wrote that Danish politicians claim that Greenland is not for sale and that the worst thing is that they may not know that Trump is going to seize and slash or liberate Greenland in the anti-Mexican style of the 4, when, the next day, Trump was engaged in a verbal duel with Mette Frederiksen, first of the Kingdom of Denmark, and cancelled his visit to Copenhagen. Trump snapped that the first Dane has no interest in discussing the purchase of Greenland. The Pentagon's new military strategy in the Arctic, which includes Greenland, to counter the alliance of Russia and China on the new Polar Silk Road was no coincidence. A month and a half later, Trump offered to buy Greenland. The first Dane stated that the purchase is an absurd discussion and has been clearly rejected, but she remained open to discussing the geopolitical importance of the Arctic. Mischievously, Trump messaged that he promises not to build a Trump Tower in Greenland. What Trump is least interested in is promoting real estate development on the autonomous island inhabited by 56,000 Inuit natives in more than 2.16 million square kilometers. Paul Musgrave of the University of Massachusetts Amherst comments in Foreign Policy that American imperialists have always dreamed of Greenland. He considers that Trump's purchase exemplifies his 19th-century values. In my opinion, rather than returning to the imperial practices of the four, Trump rather manifests his proclivity for the four, with the arrival in 1620 of the Puritan evangelists of the Mayflower, the biblical foundation for his WASP supremacist crusade, in unison with the propensity for the same four that Kissinger, one of his main inspirers, refers to in his book World Order. Kissinger forgets about the failed financial globalization of the United States in the four, to go back 4 centuries to the concept of sovereignty created by the Treaty of Westphalia of 1648. The wasp-herdentism of the four perhaps epitomizes, combined with his psychological behavior of his recent 29 years, the real Trump that the Danes of the four in the phase of European decline fail to scrutinize. For Trump, the third offer to buy Greenland is the charm. The first occurred 152 years ago. Trump, as usual, will exert his classic maximum pressure and play the trilemma of his addiction to casinos. 1. The purchase per se, the price and who will be paid are unknown, if not the 56,000 Inuit natives, who may succumb to the irresistible pecuniary seduction, and / or the Kingdom of Denmark, who is having a hard time subsidizing Greenland financially, of which President number 45 takes advantage. 2. The induced liberation of the now autonomous island that would seek its independence. Where Trump would emerge as the great liberator of Greenland, to which it is unknown how the Kingdom of Denmark, a member of NATO, will react when the European Union it is hit by both the outcome of Brexit and the government crisis in Italy, due to the immigration dispute, and 3. Trump's forced accommodation with the vulnerable Kingdom of Denmark, where the United States would use Greenland as an extensive military base without having to pay anyone anything. The third option is the most elegant, but with the same outcome. 7. Military war and arms race. 1. Military war. A. The Economist predisposes the United States to the next war against Russia and China. Superscript 1. The 174-year-old British magazine The Economist ominously predisposes on its recent cover to the next war of the United States against Russia and China, with the subtitle of Increasing Danger of a Conflict Between the Superpowers and How Changes in Technology and Geopolitics Intensify the Threat. The covers of The Economist are usually controversial and have even resorted to the esoteric tarot to send hieratic messages. For the American portal Politico, the globalist Rothschild bankers, led by Linda Rothschild, very active on Twitter, although much less than Trump, have been the custodians of The Economist through the Pearson Group and are determined to protect their investment and ensure that the company does not fall into the hands of another owner. The Pearson Group also controlled the Financial Times, the mouthpiece of global neoliberalism. The emissary magazine of this group of oligarchic plutocratic bankers, very influential on a global scale, considers that a devastating collision between the superpowers, which was unimaginable in the last quarter of a century, is no longer. The same week as The Economist's war cover, the British Chief of Staff warned of a Russian attack. General Sir Nick Carter, Chief of Staff at the National Cybersecurity Center, argues that there are striking parallels between the situation before the First World War in 1914 and now. His paranoia, uttered before the geostrategic elite at Chatham House in London, is a good pretext to increase military spending in times of economic unrest due to Brexit. He went so far as to assert an imminent attack on British infrastructure through electronic warfare. The Economist focuses on the new national defense strategy of the United States outlined by the Pentagon, which places China and Russia as the main threats to the North American country, long before jihadism. In the magazine's opinion, even now the United States and North Korea are dangerously close to a conflict that risks pulling China in or escalating to a nuclear catastrophe. There was no shortage of warnings either when the solvent bulletin of the atomic scientists of the United States placed the judgment clock of the last day less than 2 minutes before the fatal midnight. In an extensive special report on the future of war, the pugnacious magazine argues that powerful long-term changes in geopolitics and the proliferation of new technologies are eroding the extraordinary military dominance that the United States has enjoyed with its allies. In my opinion, such military dominance has faded with Washington's military profligacy in several unfortunate theaters of battle. The Economist argues that a conflict on a scale and intensity not seen since the Second World War is again plausible, when the world is not prepared for it. The special report consists of 9 items. The future of war, new battlefields. The conflict of superpowers, pride and prejudice. The information war, my truth against yours. Hybrid warfare, shades of gray. Urban warfare, from house to house. Power projection, stay back. Threats to nuclear stability, not so crazy. Military robotics, war at hyperspeed. Autonomous weapons, man and machine. It stands out in the special report that The Economist encourages the United States to invest exorbitant sums in new nuclear weapons and conventional weapons systems, from robotics to artificial intelligence, that guarantee that Washington will maintain its military superiority that has inflicted fear on their enemies. Without delay or laziness, the United States is already investing $1.2 billion to enhance its entire lethal nuclear arsenal. He recognizes that the maximum danger lies in a miscalculation due to not understanding the adversary's intentions, which would lead to an unplanned escalation that gets out of control. A nuclear Armageddon due to miscalculation. He summarizes the 8 items and comments that the pressing danger is located on the Korean Peninsula, where the United States is considering a disabling preventive strike against North Korea's nuclear sites, although it recognizes the low confidence in its success. He does not praise the unexpected joint participation of a North Korean team with South Korea in the Winter Olympics. The scenario of a war, still limited, by the United States against North Korea is dantesque, with an enormous number of victims that is unacceptable to the universal conscience. Steve Bannon himself, defenestrated ideologue of Trumpism, came to confess that a war by the North American country on the Korean Peninsula was unfeasible due to the number of victims at stake. The Economist proposes that should diplomacy fail, North Korea must be doubly contained and deterred by terror, making war a real possibility. What does it mean for diplomacy to fail? Let North Korea surrender unconditionally. Nonsense. Trump, if he is not bluffing, as a gambler and casino owner that he was, intends to operate only by imposing his outdated unipolar will without the collaboration of China and Russia, which has 18 kilometers of border with North Korea, in the moment that the world has entered its multipolar phase due to the decline of the United States. In my opinion, diplomatic success on the Korean Peninsula depends on the joint tripolar diplomacy of the United States/China/Russia. These are other times, and the United States, from Clinton, through the nepotism of the Bushes, father and son, to Obama, did not know how to resolve the Korean dispute, when it had the golden opportunity, and wasted an unrepeatable precious time. The Economist urges the United States to end 20 years of strategic drift of previous Republican and Democratic administrations, which supposedly benefited Russia and China. Here comes the relevant part of The Economist that exhibits its demode and inoperative neo-imperialism in the tripolar phase of the planet. Unless the United States seeks a nuclear war against the new alliance of Russia and China that it will not be able to win, even if China does not participate in the Second Korean War. Both China and Russia are entering a renewal of superpower competition with the West. What does the West mean to Anglo-Saxon linguists when the host country of The Economist, the United Kingdom, opted for Brexit or when Trump mistreats the European Union, which has become closer to China and, incidentally, to Russia? The plutocratic magazine attacks Russia, which paradoxically needs to assert itself now because it is in a long-term decline. It must refer to the demographic obsession of Anglo-Saxon strategists who maintain that Russia will implode due to its negative birth rate, which, by the way, has already stabilized. He calls Russia and China, not to mention their strategic alliance, as revisionist states that wish to challenge the status quo and see their regions as spheres of influence to be dominated. For China it means East Asia, for Russia they are Eastern Europe and Central Asia. He alleges that neither China nor Russia want a direct military confrontation with the United States, which they would surely lose. In my opinion, if it is nuclear it would be Pyrrhic and no one would win. For The Economist, China and Russia exploit a gray zone, where aggression and coercion operate just below the level that risks a military confrontation with the West. The Economist encourages the United States to invest in new systems based on robotics, artificial intelligence, big data, and directed energy weapons. And he concludes that the best guarantor of world peace is a strong United States. It is contradicted by so many wars and, more than anything, by the abysmal situation in which Washington has kidnapped the world due to its decadent unipolarity. In the remainder of 4, the world will be tripolar, United States/Russia/China, or it will not be. B. Ominous Pentagon report evokes a total war vs. China and Russia's superscript 2. A recent, little publicized Pentagon report exposes the well-known misery of manufacturing in the United States, which has put its national security at risk against its strategic adversaries, Russia and China, a situation that can implicitly lead to a total war, which has caused controversy between two transatlantic socialist portals. The 146-page September 2018 report, Assessing and Strengthening America's Manufacturing and Industrial Base and Supply Chain Resilience, was written for President Trump by the Interagency Task Force. Task Force, in compliance with Executive Order 13806. America's manufacturing cataclysm is no secret. Since his campaign, Trump had already announced his project to invest $1 billion in this damaged sector, which, in addition, has obliterated a large number of jobs and whose affected people form his electoral base. The report admits that the industrial base faces an unprecedented set of challenges: sequestration and uncertainty of government spending, decline of critical suppliers and markets, unexpected consequences of the U.S. government's purchasing behavior, aggressive industrial policies by competing countries, and loss of vital domestic workforce skills, which together erode manufacturing capabilities and the defense industrial base, and threaten the Pentagon's ability to be battle-ready today. And re-equipping for competition with the superpowers. Andre Damon, of the Trotskyist portal WSWS, caused a great transatlantic stir among socialists by defining the report as a declaration of total war by the Pentagon against China and Russia. Recently and almost without media coverage, the United States has moved substantially closer to an open military confrontation with both Russia and China, the world's second and third nuclear powers, respectively. The report calls for serious, long-term preparations to restructure the U.S. economy in order to wage a major war against a similar adversary, forcing radical changes in American economic, social, and political life, from conditions of a potential national autarky. It should be noted that in economic terms, autarky defines the idyllic self-sufficiency of a country, which is extremely difficult to achieve, even in the present stage of deglobalization. The report, calls for the complex participation not only of the government, but also of the private sector, R&D organizations, and even academic institutions, which subsumes a state of war of society in full mobilization. The United States' Achilles heel is the erosion of its manufacturing over the past 2 decades, that threatens to undermine the ability of U.S. manufacturers to meet national security requirements, since today, the United States depends on domestic sources for some products and foreign supply chains for others, so the United States faces the possibility of not being able to produce specialized components for its military sector on the domestic front. The report places the economic strategies of China in the spotlight, combined with the adverse impacts of the industrial policies of other countries that pose threats to the industrial base of the United States and constitute a growing risk to the national security of the United States itself. Author Andre Damon deduces that promoting America's manufacturing dominance is vital to promoting its military dominance, which goes hand in hand with defending the high-tech sector, the source of a large portion of U.S. profits. The report attacks the Made in China 2025 project, which encompasses artificial intelligence, quantum computing, robotics, new autonomous energy vehicles, high-performance medical devices, high-tech ship components, and other industries emerging critical issues for national defense, when Chinese R&D spending rapidly converges with that of the United States, as has happened with the commercial aerial dominance of the drone market by the Chinese manufacturer DJI. He goes so far as to call for limiting the admission of Chinese students to universities in the United States, where they are part of the 25% of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM. Surprisingly, the response to the interpretation made by WSWS, a Trotskyist portal based in the United States, came from a French author, Pauline Moulet, in the French socialist newspaper Libération, who discards her apocalyptic hermeneutics by commenting that there is a trade war between China and the United States, but that the Pentagon report does not say that the United States is preparing for a total war. The author criticizes the WSWS article because it mixes a lot of authentic information to end with a misleading title. It is striking that those who are beginning to retract their threats of total war, the same happened with the statements, later concealed, of the United States ambassador to NATO, K. Bailey Hutchison, who had warned of eliminating Russian missiles by force, have selected the French newspaper of the Socialist Party that had a terrible performance in the recent presidential elections. As it is, there are two transatlantic socialist interpretations of the Pentagon's all-out war against China and Russia, according to WSWS. For the newspaper Libération, it is not, and simply epitomizes a vulgar trade war between the United States and China. C. Marked hostility of the United States national intelligence against Russia and China. Superscript 3. The Director of National Intelligence, Dan Coast, presented on January 29 the assessment of the global threats of the United States espionage community, before the Select Committee on Espionage of the Senate, which he places as his maximum threats to Russia and China. The Director of National Intelligence of the United States is an official who depends on the authority, direction, and control of the President in office. He has a cabinet-level position and heads the 16 members of the Federation of the United States Intelligence Community. In a 42-page document, it states that threats to the national security of the United States will expand and diversify due to China and Russia each competing more intensely with the United States and its traditional allies and partners in all areas, and involves a race for technological and military superiority, in addition to the collision of their beliefs and values. He considers that Russia and China seek to shape the international system and regional security dynamics and exert influence on the policies and economies of states in all regions of the world, especially in their respective backyards. Is this not the flagrant policy that the United States has pursued since the collapse of the USSR in 1991? It judges that China and Russia are more aligned than at any point since the mid-1950s of the last century, and their relationship is likely to strengthen in the coming years, as their interests and threat perceptions converge in the face of unilateralism and interventionism of the United States and the Western promotion of democratic values and human rights. It is striking that the intensive propaganda of American espionage insists so much on the vulgarized tools of its 19th-century democracy, where the popular vote is subjugated by the selective vote of the Electoral College, and on its supposed human rights so battered since Abu Ghraib, passing through Guantanamo, to its cross-border with Mexico. He asserts that as China and Russia expand their global influence, they increase the risk of regional conflicts in the Middle East and East Asia, while some allies and partners of the United States seek greater independence from Washington and are more open to new partnerships, bilateral and multilateral. It states that the post-World War II international system is under increasing pressure amid threats of cyber proliferation and weapons of mass destruction, as well as competition in space, when migration is likely to continue fueling regional and global tensions. In his opinion, China and Russia constitute the maximum threats of espionage and cyber attacks and seek to influence the policies of the United States and advance their own national security interests. China remains the most active strategic competitor of cyberspionage against the United States government, its transnational corporations and its allies. It seems that the Chinese tale of Huawei's global espionage and its ominous 5G was taken from this script. Today China would have the ability to launch cyber attacks to disrupt critical U.S. infrastructure such as its gas pipelines. Russia is not far behind as a cyber threat to the United States either. It targets the information systems of the United States, as well as the networks of NATO and the Five Eyes partners of the Anglosphere United States/Great Britain, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, in order to steal technical information, military plans and government policies. Thus Russia would have the ability to interrupt the United States electrical distribution network. U.S. intelligence estimates that Russia will remain the most capable adversary in weapons of mass destruction beyond 2019 through its development of new strategic and non-strategic weapons systems, such as the hypersonic weapons advertised by the Russian President Vladimir Putin. China will also continue to expand and diversify its capabilities in weapons of mass destruction, which ensure the viability of China's strategic deterrent force in delivering a second strike in retaliation to an attack. In a scheme it evaluates its three strategic objectives, which focus on foreign technological acquisition and domestic technological development: 1. Comprehensive national power, 2. Economic growth model through innovation, and 3. Military modernization. National intelligence dedicates a specific item to emerging disruptive technologies and threats to economic competitiveness, when the leadership of the United States in science and technology is reduced and the capability gap between commercial and military technologies evaporates, while Russia and China increase their efforts to acquire top talent, transnationals, data and intellectual property through licit and illicit means, while Chinese President Xi and Russian President Putin contemplate vigorous domestic capabilities in science and technology as key to the sovereignty, economic perspective, and national power of their respective countries. 4 special areas are dedicated to artificial intelligence and its autonomy: information, communication, biotechnology, materials, and their manufacturing. In reference to the space and counterspace segment, China and Russia will deploy new counterspace weapons that target the space capabilities of the United States and its allies. China and Russia seek to expand the full spectrum of their space capabilities. It places Russia and China in the emerging markets segment and predicts that their economies, as well as the energy sector, added to raw materials, will not perform well. His description of the environment and climate change, which could fuel competition for resources, is almost apocalyptic and does not ignore the melting of the Arctic Pole, which could increase competition, particularly with Russia and China, for access to maritime routes and natural resources. In the segment of regional threats, China and Russia come first, which will collaborate to counteract the objectives of the United States, when China and Russia expand their cooperation as a counterweight to the United States and other Western countries, in particular, in the energy, military and technological spheres since 2014. Russia and China are likely to use the UN as a platform to emphasize sovereign narratives, and have increased their influence in the International Telecommunication Union, in order to promote governance of the state-controlled Internet. He judges that China and Russia are deepening their authoritarian capitalism with a propensity for regional and global deployment and reach. He criticizes Russia's slow economic growth and President Putin's stance on challenging America's global leadership, which makes him popular. It admits that Russia maintains the world's largest operational nuclear stockpile and seeks to boost its military presence and political influence in the Mediterranean Sea and the Red Sea. Put up a graph in which practically the average price of a barrel of oil in Russia is similar to the performance of its GDP per capita, which shows that the United States intelligence community has not changed its Cold War mentality regarding Moscow's 2 alleged vulnerabilities since the 1980s, demographics and the price of crude oil. National intelligence does not realize that the geostrategy changed drastically, to the detriment of the United States and in favor of Russia and China. RAND War Games 2019, Russia and China defeat the United States in a Third World War. In a recent panel at the Center for New American Security, CNAS, analysts from the highly rated think tank RAND revealed that in its war games against Russia and China, the United States suffered a brutal beating with severe setbacks in all 5 domains. From the battlefield, land, sea, air, space, and cyberspace. RAND analyst David Ochmanek confessed, "We lost a lot of people. We lost a lot of equipment. We failed to achieve our objective of preventing adversary aggression. According to the scholar, things that depend on sophisticated base infrastructure, such as runways and fuel tanks, will have difficult times. Things that sail on the surface of the seas will have hard times, while Russia and China develop fifth-generation fighters and hypersonic missiles. Remember Putin's hypersonic avant-garde. With cyberwar, Akhmanek considered that the United States satellites and their wireless networks could be ineffective if the Chinese military forces used their war destruction system, since the brain and nervous system that connects all of these pieces is not only suppressed, but shattered. Robert Work, former Deputy Secretary of Defense and an experienced simulated war player, noted that while the F-35 dominates the skies when in the air, on the ground it is virtually annihilated in large numbers. Work added that such are the things that war games show, over and over again, so the United States needs a new way of waging war. He judges that a major conflict is not likely to occur in the next 10 or 20 years, so the United States has time to strengthen its military forces in case World War III breaks out. Warships were sunk in other scenarios, while U.S. bases were shattered due to their lack of sufficient missile and anti-aircraft defensive capabilities to counter attacks. Both U.S. Air Force bases and aircraft carriers were targeted by long-range precision-guided missiles, while Army tank brigades were pummeled by cruise missiles, drones and helicopters. According to Sputnik, the most recent war simulation is after the publication of the National Defense Strategy Commission report of November 2018, where experts say that if the United States were to a war against Russia or China could face a decisive military threat. War could break out in the Baltic region or in Taiwan. According to the report, Russia and China possess precise strike capabilities, integrated air defenses, cruise and ballistic missiles, advanced anti-satellite and cyber warfare capabilities, significant naval and air forces, and nuclear weapons, a set of advanced capabilities until now possessed only by USA. According to the National Defense Strategy Commission, the U.S. military could lose its next war against Russia and/or China, as it would face daunting challenges in establishing air superiority or sea control, as well as early recapturing lost territory in a timely manner. Conflict, when it would be enormous to combat an enemy equipped with advanced anti-access/area denial, A2/AD, capabilities, concomitant with wear and tear on U.S. capital assets, ships, planes, tanks. Russian and Chinese military strategists read RAND war games obsessively and are not unlikely to draw inspiration from them or even improve on them. Wouldn't it be healthier for RAND's wargaming strategists to sit down and negotiate the architecture of a new US/Russia/China tripolar world order before it's too late, and spare mankind from apocalyptic epilogues? That they would stop being playful? When do RAND's harmonic tripolar negotiation games begin? Cunningham refutes RAND's war game about Russia's triumph. China vs. United States. It is dialectically and mentally healthy to provide valid antitheses, such as that of Finian Cunningham, former scientific editor of the Royal Society of Chemistry in Cambridge, England, who refutes RAND's war game in which Russia and China beat up each other. USA. Cunningham does not take seriously the war games of RAND, closely linked to the Pentagon, and judges that if faced with a military defeat, the rulers of the United States and their Pentagon bosses would not hesitate to press the nuclear buttons, which could perhaps herald the end of the planet. Irish chemist Finian Cunningham raises eyebrows about the timing of the RAND scenario when Trump coincidentally proposes a new federal budget for 2020 and the Pentagon seeks a bigger slice of the fiscal pie than it usually devours. Trump plans raise annual military spending to $750 billion, very close to Mexico's GDP, with a record increase of $34 billion, with most of its additional financing belonging to the missile defense category. According to Cunningham, RAND's scaremongering attempts to terrify the American public into accepting another colossal injection of money into the Pentagon military-industrial complex and Wall Street investors. Significantly, RAND focuses on Russian and Chinese hypersonic missiles, which it calls a laughable repetition of an old ruse. Cunningham recalls that RAND was established 71 years ago at the beginning of the Cold War with the former USSR, with one of its founders, General Curtis LeMay, who was the head of the United States Air Force Command and was in charge of the strategic bombing of Japan, which led to the dropping of nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. General LeMay's mental insanity reached the point of wanting to bomb Cuba during the 1962 missile crisis, in addition to being a fervent promoter of launching preventive nuclear bombs against the USSR. General LeMay was not far from the psychosis, from a humanistic point of view, of General MacArthur, who proclaimed dropping a carpet of nuclear bombs on North Korea. RAND often sells the idea of the missile and bomb gap that the United States supposedly had with the former USSR, a complete fiction that former President Johnson himself acknowledged. According to Cunningham, the United States has always had greater quantitative firepower than the USSR or China, and today, almost 3 decades after the Cold War, nothing much has changed, when the absurdity has reached the point that the United States spends more money in its military category than the rest of the other top 15 countries combined. The Pentagon's annual budget is 3 times greater than China's allocation and 10 times greater than what Russia spends. Like Russian strategist Andrei Martyanov, Finian Cunningham states that the military development of Russia and China is more efficient than that of the United States. The mega-corruption of the U.S. military complex is legendary. Cunningham argues that in a hypothetical conventional war, Russia or China would be a tremendous challenge to the United States, and concludes that the greatest threat to the national security of the United States is not Russia or China, but its own war machine, parasitic, insatiable, and incompetent, that is fundamental to transnational capitalism in the United States. Precisely among the Wall Street investors is Boeing, which has just suffered a stock market crash with its damaged planes sold to Indonesia and Ethiopia. Coinciding with the RAND report and its dismissal by Finian Cunningham, the Trotskyist portal WSWS breaks down that Trump's new budget is intended to wage a full war through its 4.7% increase, in particular, in the area of foreign contingency operations, OCO almost $100 billion more, a total of 164,000, which will surely set off the alarm in Tehran, Moscow, and Beijing. What will be the full war that Trump is preparing, Venezuela, Iran, or North Korea? United States National Defense Commission defines Russia and China as global competitors. The November 2018 report from the National Defense Strategy Commission that states that the security and well-being of the United States is at its greatest risk of any time in the past decades sounds grim, as its military superiority has eroded to a dangerous level. The Commission is a bipartisan group of defense experts created by Congress to review the Pentagon's national defense strategy. Thanks to unparalleled military power, the United States has led a world of unparalleled prosperity, freedom, and security since World War II, where its investments in the military field have paid off tremendously. The dynamics of the aberrant unipolar world were ostensibly altered with the hypersonic military resurrection of Russia and the geo-economic rise of China, which, in the opinion of the report, threaten vital interests of the United States and diminish its military advantages. The report accuses China and Russia of seeking regional hegemony and the means to project their power on a global scale. They are likely to have weighed Russia's successful military operation in Syria and its curb in Donbas on combined US/NATO/EU irredentism. When the report was published in November, the feat of the Chinese moon landing on the dark side of the moon nor the incorporation of Italy into China's 3 Silk Roads, which dislocated the dying G7 and the dysfunctional NATO, in addition to derail the cohesion of the European Union. The report notes that the United States has significantly weakened its own defense, which it credits to political dysfunction and the decisions of the 2 main political parties, with greater specificity pointing to the effects of the Budget Control Amendment, BCA, its acronym in English, of 2011. It alleges that the substantial cut in defense spending by the BCA created a national security crisis for the United States, which can even be classified as an emergency. That sounds very exaggerated. Without wars involved, he defines the gray zone of aggression as the instrument of choice for various actors in various regions of the world. He judges that the gray zones of aggression represent the intimidation and coercion in the space between war and peace that abound in Eurasia. Regional military balances in Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and the Western Pacific shifted adversely, which undermines the United States' deterrence against its adversaries. He predicts that the United States military could suffer an unacceptable high number of casualties and the loss of important capital assets in its next conflict, when it could fight to win, or perhaps lose, a war against China or Russia. The risk would be greater, to the point of being overcome, in the event that the United States is forced to fight on two or more fronts simultaneously, in clear allusion to a probable alliance of Russia and China, to which their enemies from Iran to North Korea. In an almost self-flagellating manner, the report asserts that the military superiority of the United States is no longer guaranteed, when the implications for American interests and security are serious. The report is divided into 7 segments. National Defense Strategy Assessment: competition with China and Russia constitutes the central dynamic in the size, formation, and use of U.S. forces, but does not articulate clear approaches to success in peaceful competition or a war conflict. Today, the United States is unlikely to reverse the momentum of its rivals amid a complex spectrum of evolving competition. Wouldn't it be easier for U.S. strategists to admit the inexorability of a tripolar world shared with Russia and China? Operational challenges and concepts: the United States has lost its advantage in vital combat areas such as the projection of its air and missile defense power, operations in cyberspace, anti-surface and anti-submarine warfare, and electronic warfare, so necessary to combat China and Russia. In addition to restricting the capabilities of China and Russia, the United States requires innovative concepts. Innovative foundation of national security: aggressively pursuing technological innovation, even though its leading edge is diminishing or has disappeared in several key technologies that underpin U.S. military superiority, as China makes great strides in the race to dominate key areas such as the long-term evolution of the 5th generation, 5G LTE, of wireless broadband networks, which can provide great economic, geopolitical, and military benefits to Beijing, and equally great dangers to the United States. One way to derail competitors is to increase investments in key industries and pursue selective economic disintegration against rivals to avoid dangerous dependencies. Short and medium-term force priorities. Key priorities are to win in a conflict and compete effectively with China and Russia. The report identifies the re-emergence of long-term strategic competition between countries as a primary factor driving the U.S. nuclear force posture and planning, particularly against Russia, and which has been highlighted in the 2018 Nuclear Posture Review to modernize the bomber/ICBM/nuclear ballistic missile submarine triad. In addition to highlighting the relevance of cyberspace, a domain in dispute with Russia and China, the report determines the theaters of war in the Western Pacific, to deter Chinese aggression, in Europe against revanchist Russia both in the NATO's eastern flank as in the Baltic and the Middle East, as long as it remains the main oil producer. He judges that the forward posture of the United States in Europe and in the Indo-Pacific region will be essential. Preparedness: the United States has suffered due to its extensive operations in the Greater Middle East and due to serious austerity and budget uncertainty, which require greater resources focused on advanced military threats from China and Russia, to overcome from low-intensity conflicts in gray zones to prolonged high-intensity fighting. Civil-military relations: force management must assign priority in theaters of war as an inherently political military task, whose competence and responsibility rests with civilian leaders. Resources: the United States is on the verge of tragedy and very close to the point of strategic insolvency, for not being adequately funded to deal with the challenges of China and Russia, which is why the report suggests stopping measuring the national defense and national security crisis in abstract concepts such as international stability and global order. Do they want the inevitable war at any price and whatever? By the way, Finian Cunningham dismantles the Rand War Games, where Russia and China beat up the United States, as a mere ploy to increase the Pentagon's military spending, which coincidentally are published 3 months after the self-defeating report of the National Defense Strategy Commission. The worst thing that the strategists of Russia and China can do is fall into the trap of a weakened or downcast United States that tries to deceive, as is its custom, with strategic rags of deceitful cutting of its military spending and its false rhetoric. Pacifist and libertarian. G. Trump calls for a nuclear G3 of the United States with China and Russia. It seems far-fetched to imagine a nuclear settlement between the three superpowers, the United States/Russia/China, at a time when Trump is tightening the screws against China in Taiwan and against Russia, from the Baltic to Venezuela. In the epilogue of the negotiations between the United States and China to end Trump's lactose-free trade war, the President of the United States has been re-energized by the happy ending of the hallucinogenic Rusi agate, whose corollary in Mexico was the hilarious and delirious Russian plot. The Mandarin Xi would arrive at his planned summit with Trump, in 4 weeks, with the regional triumph of global impact, his rapprochement with Europe and the inclusion of Italy in the Three Silk Roads, while Trump gets rid of the domestic tombstone of Rusi agate which allows him to yearn for his re-election and push his pugnacious agenda both against Iran, to benefit Israel, and against the weak on the planet, from the Mexicans to the Palestinians. They are different levels when nothing resembles the nuclear confrontation where Trump made an unexpected statement, in the presence of Chinese Vice Premier Liu He, that calls for a nuclear G3 of the United States with Russia and China. Between Russia, China, and us we are wasting billions of dollars on weapons, including nuclear weapons, which is ridiculous. He added, I think it is much better if we get by and not make these weapons. These three countries, I think, can get together and stop waste and thus spend on things that are more productive towards long-term peace. Vice Premier Liu He hailed Trump's proposal as a very good idea. It is striking that Sputnik released Trump's surprising statement, in the face of the thunderous silence of Western multimedia, and emphasizes his comment on the global responsibility of Washington and Beijing, when the trade agreement between China and the United States would be a tremendous thing for the world. That is precisely the cosmogony of the Mandarin Xi, who sent a letter to Trump about the need to preserve global strategic stability that goes beyond vulgar commercial reductionism and calls into question unilateral protectionism. He drew even more attention to Russia Today's headline about China's approval of Trump's anti-war statement. Trump's proposal sounds very attractive to genuine pacifists and abolitionists of lethal nuclear weapons, investing in peace instead of spending on weapons. The serious obstacle lies in the interests of the United States military-industrial complex, which, although it reluctantly accepts the geostrategic and military rise of Russia and China, which maintain a strategic partnership whose size and secret scope are unknown, but inferred it is not seen how he would accept a cut in nuclear military spending without affecting his misanthropic profits. What did the Mandarin Xi have wanted to say between the lines in his letter to Trump about global strategic stability? Has Xi hinted at a closer rapprochement with Russia to defend himself from Trump's war jeremiads? 3 days before Trump's astonishing pacifist declaration, the Mandarin Xi had publicly urged the United States to collaborate with China to help stabilize and reduce uncertainty in global affairs, which is part of the negotiations to end the war trade that Trump gave to China. As great countries, our relationship with each other can have a great impact on global strategic stability and we must all uphold our special responsibilities to the world. Trump and the Mandarin Xi agree on their global responsibility, but it is much more surprising that the President of the United States calls for a nuclear G3 with Russia and China. Trump tacitly accepts the global strategic stability proposed by the Mandarin Xi, while Russia takes note, without opposing. Putin calls for a global concert of countries and seeks to improve the Chinese defense system. At the 16th Valdai Discussion Club, President Putin called for the formation of a new global system of independent and sovereign countries, similar to the concert of powers of the four, and announced that Russia helps China build a missile system of defense that deepens the partnership between Beijing and Moscow. The Valdai Discussion Club, which in its 16th edition was held from September 30 to October 3, 2019 in Sochi, had as its theme the dawn of the East and the world political order, which marks the advent of a new system global with Asian predominance, when French President Macron has just declared the end of the hegemony of the West and the civilizational and cultural advance of Russia/China/India of greater inspiration than the United States itself. After President Putin's warning at the 2007 Munich Security Conference, where he placed the red lines to stop NATO irredentism to the immediate periphery of the Kremlin, in addition to having denounced the unviability of unipolar globalism, 12 years have passed for that French President Macron has understood the scope of such a significant and premonitory historic speech. In this sense, the 16th annual meeting of the Valdai Discussion Club in Sochi has converged, with the bilateral meeting of Presidents Macron and Putin, in the fort of Bragançon, the G7 summit in Biarritz, where both the President American Trump and Macron himself called for Russia's rejoining of the G8, which will be held in the United States in 2020, and Macron's no less historic speech to 200 diplomats after the G7 summit. It is necessary to point out that Russia is not at all enthusiastic about rejoining the G8 and prefers a more functional and realistic format that incorporates China and India, which would become a G10, added the G7 of Russia/China/India, which will be very difficult for the declining countries of the West to digest. In a shocking way, Russian President Putin called in Sochi for the creation of a global system of independent and sovereign countries, in the style of the Four and its concert of powers. Putin explained that the time has come to speak in terms of a global concert of development models, interests, cultures, and traditions, where the sound of each instrument is crucial, inextricable, and valuable, and for music to be played harmoniously, instead of being played with discordant notes, a cacophony. The Russian president concluded that it is crucial to consider the opinions and interests of all participants in international life, truly and mutually respectful and pragmatic. Consequently, solid relations can only be built between independent and sovereign countries. It should be noted that the concert of Europe maintained the balance of the power system in two phases. From the period from 1815 to 1848, as an emanation of the Congress of Vienna, which was interrupted by Republican uprisings, and then resumed under the leadership of the German Chancellor Otto von Bismarck from 1871 to 1914, beginning of the First World War. In its first phase, which lasted 33 years, five great powers of Europe predominated: Russia, Great Britain, France, Austria, and Prussia. In its second phase, which lasted 43 years, the concert was recreated with France, Great Britain, Austria, and Italy, with Germany as the main continental economic and military power. The coincidence with the former National Security Advisor, Henry Kissinger, is striking, on whose theories President Trump increasingly relies, who has just discarded the pugnacious advisor John Bolton, who dreamed of waging simultaneous wars for the United States against 7 countries at the same time, and who was abruptly defenestrated as he was no longer useful to the realism of the American president. In addition to the fact that Kissinger's renewed theories are reflected in his 2 most recent books, both on China and his world order, curiously the former Secretary of State returns to the spirit and letter of the Treaty of Westphalia of 1648, where the concept predominates of sovereignty, which collides with the financial unipolarity of the globalists epitomized by the Rothschild Bank and its instrument George Soros and his allies, the Clintons and Obama. The coincidence of the concept of Russian President Putin and his global system stands out, in unison with his concert of independent and sovereign countries, in the same tenor as Kissinger, in his old book A World Restored, Metternich, Castlereagh and the Problems of Peace, 1812-22, which is about how Europe went from political chaos, in the wake of the Napoleonic Wars, to the balance of power that emerged at the Congress of Vienna that lasted about 100 years. After the ominous unilateral withdrawal of the United States from the Intermediate Nuclear Weapons Agreement, INF, the Pentagon carried out a successful test of a cruise missile that destroyed its target after 500 kilometers of flight, on the 18th August, and which put the strategists of Russia and China on tenterhooks. The British newspaper The Guardian, very close to the mega speculator George Soros, assured that the most important announcement by Russian President Putin, made at the recent Valdai Discussion Club in Sochi, was Moscow's help to China to build a missile system of defense, which will radically improve China's defense capabilities. Since the Cold War, only the United States and Russia have had such missile defense systems, which involve a range of satellites in space and ground-based radars that allow early detection of intercontinental ballistic missiles. Precisely on October 1, the anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China, while the Anglo-Saxon duo of the United States and the United Kingdom cheer up the Hong Kong protesters, as part of both the geopolitical pressure of the containment of China and the trade war that Trump is waging against Beijing, his new military hardware was unveiled, which includes in a novel and or public way the Dongfeng 17, DF-17, hypersonic missile, which will be very difficult to counteract the United States detection system. During the question and answer session of the Valdai Discussion Club, President Putin clarified that the attempt to contain China is impossible by definition, and considered that today in Asia the ASEAN 10 group, the Southeast Asian nations, has positioned itself as a central organization. Putin argued that there are several development strategies on the Indo-Pacific concept, when Russia has developed its contacts in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and promotes the Eurasian Economic Union, while China pushes its Silk routes. Russian President Putin noted that China pursues a policy on a global scale. They understand everything, they know everything, and they are ready to respond to any scenario, and argued that it is not possible to stay away from a global power like the United States. In short, it seems that Putin longs to rebuild the global system in the style of the Congress of Vienna of the Four, after the war and globalist chaos that the United States brought to the world during the Four and beginning of the Four. At the end of the day, the Russian president rather epitomizes the concept of AG3 of Russia/China/United States, as the baton of the new global concert of independent and sovereign countries for the remainder of the Four. Russian/Chinese/Iranian military exercises in the Gulf of Oman, entry of the Strait of Hormuz. Lieutenant General Aviv Kochavi, Chief of Staff of the Israeli Army, declared that Israel's collision with Iran was almost inevitable, while for the first time Russia, China, and Iran carry out trilateral naval exercises in the Gulf of Oman, in the northern part of the Indian Ocean beginning on December 27, when tensions in the Persian Gulf have escalated ominously as a consequence of Trump's unilateral withdrawal, encouraged by his close ally the outgoing Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. From the agreement he had creatively concluded Obama on the Iran nuclear dispute that only one suffocating sanctions that have destabilized the reigning theocracy with metastases in Iraq, Lebanon, with the worst remote-controlled financial crisis in its history, and Syria. In the Trump era, the wars are mostly commercial and financial, which, like it or not, have been as harmful as the military ones. The Chinese Ministry of Defense gave greater coverage than Russia to the historic naval exercises when the Chinese Navy deployed its prized guided missile. Persian multimedia has been more generous about the trilateral war games of Russia, China, and Iran, and its analysts comment that the naval exercises exhibit the power of the Orientals before the pressures of the United States. Persian Rear Admiral Habibullah Sayyari boasted of being now host to the naval forces of two superpowers. On the same day as the start of trilateral naval exercises in the Gulf of Oman, Japan announced the sending of a small naval squadron to the seas near Iran as part of efforts to ensure the safety of navigation. For Japan, the free navigation of oil tanks is vital, since it depends largely on importing crude oil from the Middle East. Synchronously, Russia put into service its avant-garde hypersonic missile, capable of penetrating any anti-missile shield. Now we understand why Tsar Vladimir Putin only sleeps 4 hours. The Russian leader does not hide his military supremacy, which has surpassed all competitors for the first time in advanced weapons. He stated that Russia now enjoys a unique situation in the new and recent history, when it is the others who are trying to catch up with us, and not a single country has supersonic weapons, let alone hypersonic weapons of continental reach. According to Press TV, The trilateral naval exercises aim to secure international trade routes in strategic waters and stimulate preparedness against piracy and maritime terrorism, at a time when Russia, China, and Iran have sent some of their most advanced vessels to take part in the 4-day naval exercises. While the media of the United States and Europe have boycotted the trilateral naval exercises, the Pentagon has commented that the United States was monitoring them and judges them as provocative acts. Also interesting is the Chinese position that supports the peace effort in the Strait of Hormuz, hope. Despite all the known vicissitudes, pacifist flashes suddenly appear on the horizon, as happened on December 7 when Iran and the United States exchanged 2 relevant prisoners, for which President Trump commented on his willingness to enter into negotiations without preconditions with Iran. By the way, Andrei Martyanov's book remains the most illuminating on the decisive military advance of Russia, which in the stage of Tsar Putin's resurrection became the first military superpower on the planet after 31 years of humiliations/grievances/outrages. Of the West. J. Trump admits the new Tripola order of the United States/Russia/China in the nuclear field superscript 1. The influential Sputnik spread Trump's bold proposal for a new trilateral arms control initiative with Russia and China. Trump's proposal, made on the 50th anniversary of the inoperative NPT, Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, Treaty, aims to avoid a costly arms race, which is not in the interest of the United States or Russia. Trump criticized China for seeking to double its nuclear arsenal in the next decade, while criticizing Russia for developing expensive and destabilizing new types of delivery systems, alluding to the hypersonic weapons with which Russia has an advantage of a generation to the United States. The serious problem with the United States nuclear negotiators, more than with Trump, lies in their lack of credibility and implementation of the signed agreements, the case of the nuclear dispute with Iran that Trump trampled, not to mention his unilateral withdrawal from the INF Treaty, Nuclear Intermediate Weapons Treaty, that left continental Europe totally helpless, without counting all the traps that the naive Gorbachev swallowed with Reagan. The only current nuclear treaty for nuclear arms control is the New START, Strategic Nuclear Arms Reduction Treaty, of 2010, which expires in February 2021, but can be renewed for another 5 years. Trump insists on incorporating China into the bilateral New START treaty, which has no candle in that funeral and which is very likely to discard it due to its disproportionate smallness compared to the great arsenals of Russia and the United States. Tsar Vladimir Putin has proposed extending the New START with the United States without any preconditions, to which Trump has not yet responded because he insists on incorporating China. Trump's trick to bring China into a bilateral agreement is perhaps because he was informed of the results of the recent war games in which Russia and China together beat the United States. Trump's proposal also involves electoral theatrics when he wants to call a summit of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, all of them nuclear powers, which, de facto, would establish the new Tripola order of the 4 with its respective spheres of influence, which is evoked in a recent essay by Graham Allison, a bizarre hybrid thinker who forcefully and contradictorily mixes Obama with Kissinger, in which Washington/Moscow/Beijing divide the planet. Allison comments that in the event of a nuclear first strike by the United States, Russia and China would still have the capacity to retaliate with a second strike that would entirely annihilate the United States. Russian strategists envision the political option of the United States to initiate a nuclear conflict, due to the recent introduction of low-yield nuclear warheads to its arsenal. Beyond the well-known Manichaean/linear/colorblind exorcisms of the cheap propaganda of the United States with both sides of the same irredentist coin, whether with Republicans or Democrats alike, how much is it convenient for China to participate in a trilateral agreement? The cacophonous jeremiads of American propaganda, due to its global multimedia oligopoly, are better known than the concerns of its geostrategic competitors, when Russia also has its own list of distressing concerns about the irredentist policy of the United States and its threatening panoply weapons, missile defense systems, cyber weapons, space development weapons and advanced conventional weapons. A strategic sector of the United States argues that China can be seduced into a trilateral nuclear agreement because it would grant it superpower status. The world of four will be tripolar, with its spheres of influence and geo-economic regionalisms, or it will not be. K. China launches 2 killer missiles from aircraft carriers as a warning to the United States, according to the New York Times Superscript 1. The New York Times quotes a U.S. defense official, unidentified. China launched a barrage of medium-range missiles into the South China Sea as a demonstration by Beijing of its strategic dominance and sovereignty over the seas in dispute. The launch of such missiles is part of the Asian country's military exercises in the month, when the escalation in the South China Sea has reached new levels of tension, in the midst of the multidimensional war that Trump is waging against Beijing, which highlights the reckless audacity of the visit of the Secretary of Health, the Lebanese-American Alex Azar, to the renegade island of Taiwan, which pushed back the schedule of bilateral relations until 1979, when Jimmy Carter recognized China under the apothegm of the One China policy. China has been the favorite target of Trump's electoral rhetoric, who has forced the sale of the successful TikTok in the United States, while the aforementioned defense official affirms that the United States Army detected the launch of 4 missiles from China to the South China Sea. Very much in the style of Chinese culture, the spokesman for the Chinese National Ministry of Defense, Colonel Wu Qian, did not mention the launch of the missiles at all, but he did confirm that Beijing has carried out pre-planned military exercises in an area from Qingdao, northeast China, to the disputed Spratly Islands in the South China Sea. Colonel Wu Qian commented that such exercises are not directed against any country. The launches were staged after China accused the United States of its flagrant provocation by flying its U-2 spy plane over the area of its exercises. According to Taylor Fravel, director of the Security Studies program at MIT, the anti-ship missiles tested by China could be of the DF-21 type, the carrier killer that would have the capacity to destroy United States aircraft carriers. Joined. The Global Times editorial headlines "I hope carrier killer missiles are never used in the South China Sea" and comments on the altered reaction of the United States Department of Defense, which criticizes the Chinese military exercises and the launch of ballistic missiles, alluding to the DF-21D and DF-26B missiles that will further destabilize the situation in the South China Sea, in addition to contrasting with the promise of the Asian nation not to militarize the South China Sea. The editorial comments that China neither admits nor denies the launch of the missiles, but this silence is a posture. Then ask, what is the regional nation that has territorial disputes with China and owns aircraft carriers? In reference to the presence of the 2 United States aircraft carriers Ronald Reagan and Nimitz in the area, the editorial counterattacks and states that it is the United States that has militarized the South China Sea, that it is not the Caribbean, where the United States military can act unrestrainedly. Global Times carries out a litany of the United States military presence throughout the region, aimed at containing or suffocating China, highlighting the malign intentions of the United States when it sends warships to the South China Sea, so they must have thought that the Chinese military would launch the DF-21D and DF-26B missiles in the worst case. Global Times states, without hesitation, that the 2 missiles are prepared for the United States aircraft carriers in case they attack the Chinese army in the South China Sea, converted into a geopolitical theater and maritime front line to suppress to China. The problem for Chinese strategists is to discriminate between Trump's electoral rhetorical war, which involves real components in his trade and technology wars, with the relatively less cacophonous stance of the United States military, which did not expect the tests of the killer missiles. Of aircraft carriers, carrier killers. L. The Space Force, the 6th branch of the United States Army to subdue Russia and China. Superscript 1 Superscript 2. The Pentagon published its controversial Space Defense Strategy report, in unison with Trump's announcement of a new Space Force. Both militarize space as a new battlefield, in order to dominate Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. China and Russia, which advocate the peaceful use of space, criticized the report. On June 15, Trump instructed the Pentagon to create a Space Force as the sixth branch of the United States Army, USSF, which is added to the Air Force, the Navy, the Army, the Marines, and the National Guard. Trump noted that to defend the United States it is not enough to have a presence in space, we must have control of space, adding that space is a warfare domain like land, air, and sea. Trump's pretext lies in China and Russia not getting ahead in the space race, especially since Beijing is already the first country to have landed on the dark side of the moon. By the way, in the same month of June, the United States Department of Defense published its space defense strategy. The Pentagon alludes to the existence of a new strategic environment that is characterized by great power competition, so space is an indispensable component of the military power of the United States, which is fundamental to establishing and maintain military superiority in all domains and thus advance U.S. global security and economic prosperity. For the Pentagon, China and Russia pose the greatest strategic threat due to their development, testing, and deployment of capabilities in space. The report states that China and Russia have militarized space as a means to reduce the military effectiveness of the United States and thus challenge Washington's freedom of operation in space. Evidence that the rapid increases in international commercial space activities in the world add to the complexity of the environment in space, which is nothing different from similar activities on land and at sea, but with different characteristics. According to the report, commercial activities in space provide national and homeland security benefits with new technologies and services, creating new economic opportunities in established and emerging markets, which does not prevent the creation of challenges to protect critical technology, ensure operational security and maintain strategic advantages. The report in question does not ignore its connection with two 2018 reports, 1. The National Strategy for Space, NSFS, and 2. The National Defense Strategy, NDS. More specifically, the recent Space Defense Strategy argues that space is a source and conduit for national power, prosperity, and prestige, which is why it has re-emerged as the central arena of military competition the great powers, primarily with China and Russia. He judges that more than any other country, the United States depends on its space-based capabilities to project and employ its power on a global scale, as it enables the United States way of life and way of war. In its category of threats, challenges and opportunities, it places China and Russia as its most immediate and serious threats to United States operations in space, while also citing the growing threats from North Korea and Iran. The Space Defense Strategy outlines the strategic intentions and capabilities of China and Russia, which have analyzed U.S. dependencies in space and have developed doctrines, organizations, and capabilities specifically designed to contest or deny access to space and United States operations in space. He alludes that the use of space by Russia and China has expanded significantly, since both countries consider access to space as a critical component of their national and military strategies, to such an extent, in his opinion, that they have militarized space as a way to deter and counter possible U.S. intervention during a possible regional military conflict. The Pentagon's central idea argues that it will increase its power capacity in space in the next 10 years, and prioritizes its 4 lines of effort. Build a comprehensive military advantage in space. Integrate military power in space in national, joint, and combined operations. Configure the strategic environment. Cooperate with allies, partners, industry, and other departments and agencies of the United States government. In parallel to the report in question, the pugnacious Pentagon Secretary, Mark Esper, who, by the way, will not repeat as secretary in a Trump re-election scenario, has gone so far as to assert that Russia and China have deadly satellites and that, furthermore, they seek to exploit cyberspace to undermine the security of the United States, without having to confront its conventional superiority in an incremental gray zone environment of engagement that keeps us in a perpetual state of competition. As usual, the U.S. military-industrial complex exaggerates the threats from Russia and China in order to increase the fiscal expenditure of space militarization by the Pentagon. It should be noted that the space defense strategy violates the Outer Space Treaty signed by more than 100 countries, including the United States. Both Vladimir Putin of Russia, incidentally, nominated for the 2021 Nobel Peace Prize, and the Chinese Foreign Ministry have vehemently criticized space militarization by the United States. In its propaganda coverage, the space defense strategy calls for informing public and international audiences of the growing threats from adversaries in space, as well as promoting parameters and norms of conduct in space favorable to the United States. It could not miss its completely veiled propaganda panoply that I have given it such good results in other wars, and even in the preposterous justification of the launching of its 2 nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, supposedly to reduce in a Samaritan way the number of victims in Japan, when in fact, according to the declassified files that were captured in the book The Decision to Use the Atomic Bomb, by Gar Alperovitz, American historian and economist, as well as a scholar at King's College, Cambridge, the only nuclear holocaust in the true motive of the history of humanity was to prevent the USSR from invading the Japanese archipelago, in revenge for Japan's invasion of Tsarist Russia in 1904. 2 Arms Race. A. If you want peace, prepare for nuclear war, Trump vs. Russia and China. Superscript 1 Superscript 3. The magazine Foreign Affairs, from the influential Council on Foreign Relations, openly devoted the discussion of a nuclear war by the United States against Russia and China. The magazine publishes an article by Elbridge Colby, one of the main authors of the Pentagon's National Defense Strategy, where he proclaims the end of the effective war against terrorism and the beginning of the great power competition, who proclaims that if you want peace, prepare for nuclear war, a strategy for the new superpower rivalry. Colby, former Deputy Assistant Secretary in charge of Strategy and Force Development, warns that any future confrontation with Russia and China could turn nuclear when, during a tougher and more uncertain fight, each combatant may be tempted to take the nuclear sword to confront the challenge and test the resolve of the other party, or even simply to continue fighting. According to Colby, the best way to avoid a nuclear war is to be ready to wage a limited one, so the United States is willing to conduct effective and limited nuclear operations. Andre Damon, from the Trotskyist portal WSWS, scrutinizes Trump's threat to withdraw the United States from the INF, Intermediate Nuclear Forces, Treaty, which prohibits the United States and Russia from developing missiles between 500 and 1,500 kilometers. Damon judges that Trump's threat puts the lives of millions of people in Europe and East Asia at high risk. When he plans his crossfire against Beijing and Moscow, the United States no longer hides its desire to use nuclear weapons in their combats, where there would be no limitation in order to defeat their adversaries. Andre Damon alleges that such plans are carried out in secret, with the complicity of the New York Times and the Democratic Party, which has been almost totally silent about the consequences and danger of a world war. George Shultz, powerful Secretary of State under former Republican President Ronald Reagan, defends the INF. We must preserve this nuclear treaty. Shultz notes that nuclear weapons are a threat to the world and undertakes the justified apology for their signature, in 1987, by then-President Ronald Reagan and the leader of the former USSR Mikhail Gorbachev. He criticizes Trump's threats to abandon the INF due to alleged violations by Russia and takes advantage of the opportunity to invite other countries to join the treaty and resist the American temptation to develop new types of lethal weapons, which is why he proposes as a preliminary step a meeting of experts from the United States and Russia to discuss possible violations. Despite great skepticism at the time, George Shultz argues that extensive on-site inspections were able to be carried out to verify that all of the banned missiles had been eliminated. By 1992, almost 2,700 missiles had been destroyed. Shultz respectfully quotes a key phrase from Tsar Vladimir Putin uttered a year ago: "If you ask me whether nuclear disarmament is possible or not, I would say, yes, it is possible. Does Russia want universal nuclear disarmament or not? The answer is also yes. If Russia wants it, it will work for it." Shultz recalls that in the United States Nuclear Posture Review, published last February, one of its key phrases was, "The United States remains committed in its efforts to support global elimination latest nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons." It has reduced its nuclear stockpiles by more than 85% since the height of the Cold War and has not deployed new nuclear capabilities for more than 2 decades. Reagan's former Secretary of State concludes that now is not the time to build large arsenals of nuclear weapons. It is time to eliminate this threat from the world. The worst thing would be to believe that both Russia and China remain with their arms crossed. B. Vladimir Putin raises Trump's nuclear challenge, New World Order or Game Without Rules Superscript 1. Trump's threat to withdraw from the INF caused tremors both in the United States and in the main victim, Tsar Vladimir Putin, who addressed the ominous issue at the 15th anniversary of the Valdai Discussion Club think tank, on October 18 in Sochi, and whose moderator of the plenary session was the Russian internationalist Fyodor Lukyanov. Putin gave a contrasting version of the personality of Donald Trump, who, in his experience, does tend to listen to his counterparts' arguments. He judges that Trump is aimed at leveling Russian-American relations, and with whom he will meet 2 times, briefly in Paris on November 11, for the 100th anniversary of the victory of World War I, and more extensively on November 30, on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Buenos Aires, where Trump invited to dinner to the Mandarin Xi Jinping. The 2 meetings of the Russian president with his American counterpart would take place 5 and 24 days after the crucial midterm elections on November 6, which are likely to define the course of the American soul, where, according to Putin, someone apparently decided to play the anti-Russia would be a very convenient way to resolve domestic political problems. Both the November 6 midterm elections and the 2020 presidential election were taken as watersheds by Tsar Vladimir, who believes that the deterioration of the relationship with Russia is due to the warlike posture of a domestic faction in the United States. Alluding to Trump's withdrawal from the INF Treaty, Putin stated that we live in a world where security depends on nuclear capacity. Russia is one of the greatest nuclear powers. We are improving our attack systems in response to the construction of the United States missile defense system. Some of these systems have already been installed and some will be put into service in the coming months. This is the famous Avangard system detailed by Andrei Martyanov. Tsar Vladimir presumes that in this area they have surpassed both partners and competitors, which is recognized by experts when no one has a high-precision hypersonic weapon, and some propose starting to test it in 1 or 2 years while we have this modern high-tech weapon in service. He clarified that he was willing to use the weapons that Russia possesses, including weapons of mass destruction, to protect the citizens and interests of Russia, with the precise reservation that Russian nuclear doctrine does not accredit a preemptive strike, since that its strategy is based on reciprocal counterattack. We are prepared and will use nuclear weapons only when we know with certainty that some potential aggressor is attacking Russia. The Russian president commented that it is no secret to reveal that they have created a system that is being improved all the time, a missile early warning radar system that monitors the globe, warning about the launch of any strategic missile in the sea and identifying the area from which it was launched. Secondly, the system tracks the flight path of a missile, and thirdly, it locates the area where the nuclear warhead was dropped. So only when it is certain, and this takes only a few seconds to understand, that Russia is being attacked, will we launch a counterattack, a reciprocal counterattack. He concludes that any aggressor must know that retaliation will be inevitable and that he will be annihilated. And we, as victims of aggression, as martyrs, will go to paradise, while they will simply perish because they will not even have time to repent of their sins. 5 impact dates will define the nuclear theology of the 4 in November 2018, the U.S. midterms, the 2 meetings of Putin and Trump, Trump's dinner with the Mandarin Xi, and the U.S. presidential election in 2020. C. The United States explores China's nuclear escalation, in the event of a conventional war superscript 1. In the midst of the trade war between the United States and China, Caitlin Talmadge, Associate Professor of Security Studies at Georgetown University, performs the theoretical exercise of analyzing the possibility that a conventional war with the United States can be escalated by China to a nuclear level. The classic Chinese nuclear doctrine consists of non-first use, except in cases of retaliation. It is striking that certain types of think tanks now engage in nuclear speculation about China's intentions in the event of Washington's escalation of a conventional war when, I reiterate, the United States has been the only country in the history of humanity in having dropped 2 nuclear bombs on the civilian populations of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which seems to have been forgotten by contemporary Japanese rulers. These are times of high military tension between the United States and China. On the eve of the negotiation between Trump and Xi Jinping, on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Buenos Aires, the United States sends a guided missile cruiser to the South China Sea to challenge Beijing's excessive claims, while China is on high alert as U.S. warships set sail into the Taiwan Strait for the 3rd time this year. The negotiations are a tug-of-war when the Superhawk Peter Navarro has already returned to Trump's guest list for the dinner with Xi Jinping. In the November 2018 issue of the influential Foreign Affairs magazine, Caitlin Talmadge ponders Beijing's nuclear option and why a war between the United States and China can escalate out of control. The article was adapted from Will China Go to Nuclear War?, published in International Security in 2017. It is strange that they have reproduced it 20 months later. Today, the danger lies in China's interpretation of U.S. intentions. From Hiroshima and Nagasaki, through the First and Second World Wars, to its new wars in several Middle Eastern countries based on mendacity, such as the non-existent weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, the intentions of the United States have not been Samaritan, but seeks to prevail as the supreme hegemon, which has come to an end. In his opinion, should Beijing interpret the erosion of its nuclear forces on land and sea as a deliberate effort to destroy its nuclear deterrent, or perhaps even as a prelude to a nuclear attack, it may seek limited nuclear escalation as a way to force an end to the conflict. China could thus use its nuclear weapons to instantly destroy the United States air bases that pose the greatest threat to its arsenal. Another option could be for China to launch a nuclear attack without direct military purpose in an unpopulated area or at sea to warn that the United States crossed a red line. According to the author, China recognizes its maritime nuclear deterrence weakness as relatively small and weak, which is why it has contemplated in its calculation losing some of its ballistic missiles on its submarines during a war. Although nuclear escalation seems far-fetched, China's history suggests the opposite and states that in 1969 China was on the brink of a nuclear war with the USSR over a border dispute. Declassified archives from Moscow show that the USSR never attempted to go beyond its nuclear threats, but that Chinese paranoia was already willing to use its nuclear arsenal defensively. China sent signals that it was considering using its nuclear weapons, even though I expected devastating reprisals. The author considers that this pattern of behavior can unfold again today. One problem is that there is no mechanic that allows behind the scenes de-escalation during a conflict. Anomalously, the two countries maintain a formal military hotline, but it does not connect their political leaders, amplifying questions about mutual intentions. Given its military doctrine and grand strategy, the U.S. standard wartime playbook is likely to corner China and leave it no alternative but the nuclear option. The logical thing for Washington would be to consider alternative strategies that leave China's nuclear capabilities untouched, from forcing China into a distant naval blockade, to confining the U.S. campaign to naval and air operations in the vicinity of the Chinese coast, in order to avoid attacks on its territory where the bulk of its nuclear weapons are located. The situation is complicated because the bulk of China's conventional capabilities are also located in the middle of its territory, when the United States' predilection lies in reducing its own casualties and quickly destroying enemy forces. According to Talmadge, no one wants a US-China war to go nuclear, but a U.S. campaign that prevents escalation while allowing China's conventional forces to turn Taiwan into a smoking ruin would not seem nothing a victory. In his view, China is likely to seek some strategic advantage by linking nuclear and conventional warheads on the same missiles, which portends nuclear escalation. Beijing would think that such a conventional/nuclear link on the same missile may contribute to nuclear deterrence, which would likely prevent the United States from choosing war in the first place. He judges that if Beijing benefits from Washington believing that there is no safe way to wage war, for its part the United States benefits if China believes that war would result not only in China's conventional defeat, but also in its disarmament. Nuclear. He adds that the United States may believe that this fear can give it greater leverage during a conflict and perhaps deter China from starting a war. Talmage is pessimistic about the value of guarantees in peacetime by either party and that, on the contrary, they court instability, so leaders on both sides must seek ways to resolve political disputes, economic and military without resorting to war, which can quickly become catastrophic for the region and the world. The analysis of a nuclear war by China, with 280 warheads, against the United States, 1,400 warheads, is one-dimensional and reductionist, by not taking into account the position that Russia, today the greatest military superpower on the planet, would adopt with its new panoply supersonic/hypersonic/subsonic that has forged a strategic partnership with China and of which its secret military clauses are not known. It is disturbing that the author handles the indefectibility of the United States allies, such as South Korea and Japan, which would have to be assessed at the moment of war truth while she does not take into account, at all, the possible susceptible Russian nuclear umbrella to be supplied to China. It is noted that the author has not read or avoids the book Unrestricted Wars, China's Master Plan to Destroy the United States by Colonels Qiao Liang and Wang Xiangsui, who propose an asymmetric war to hit the vulnerabilities of China through alternative forms of war. USA. If the United States stops provoking China on all fronts, there is no reason for Beijing to escalate its confrontation to a nuclear level. D. Trump responds to Russia and China with his new Star Wars superscript 1. The United States fell behind both in the face of Russia's military advance and its dream supersonic panoply, where avant-garde stands out, which would give it a 20-year advance, and China's prodigious moon landing on the dark side of the moon. As a former casino and poker player, Trump has made a comeback with his 2019 Missile Defense Review, MDR. Trump advocated at the Pentagon led by his acting secretary, Patrick Shanahan, a civilian linked to Boeing's logistics interests and a Lockheed Martin lobbyist for a new military branch, a space force that will constitute a large part of the defense and United States offensive. Patrick Shanahan commented at the Pentagon that for the first time the United States recognizes the threat of new and sophisticated missiles, referring to the advances of Russia and China, which, in his opinion, have developed a panoply of hypersonic missiles as tools of intimidation policy, in order to dissuade the United States military from intervening in future military conflicts where these new weapons are deployed.